morning, everyone. Good morning, everyone. You must be a change you wish to see in the world. Mahatma Gandhi. I am Dr. Sukhasan Palishwini, Associate Professor, Department of Chemistry, Rajasthan College, Hyderabad, Rajasthan, India. Respected Professor, Professor Hussain Ji, Convener, Dr. Upayan Singh Ji, Organizing Secretary, Dr. Mamta Sharma, expert faculty members, treasurer, keynote speakers, esteemed chairpersons, reported guests, and delegates. I extend a very warm and hearty welcome to you all. Today is the second day of International Conference on Multidisciplinary Approach towards Sustainable Development and Climate Change for a Viable Future, ICMSDC 2022, under dominant aim enhancing quality and excellence, title, scheme, commissionerate and SPT College Education, Government of Rajasthan, India, organized by Rajasthan Government Autonomous College, Alwar, Rajasthan, India. We are starting the conference today with the keynote addresses followed by technical sessions. Let us begin with the first keynote address. The first keynote address is being presented by Dr. Marsh Mohammed Hansler, Assistant Professor, Agroforestry, Sir John Morton State University, Surigao, Philippines. The chairperson of this keynote address is Dr. Ajay Kumar Gandhi, Assistant Professor Chemistry, Government College of Arts and Science, Maharashtra, India. We heartily welcome you, Dr. Marshall. We are honored by your presence. Let me give a brief introduction of Dr. Marshall. Dr. Marshall, Islam, is currently working as an assistant professor at Surigao State University, Magnet Campus, Surigao Del Monte, Philippines. He has delivered talks on international platforms on agroforestry to soil, water conservation, and climate change to agroforestry awareness and developing key for effective communication. Dr. Marshall has been the recipient of many awards like Excellent Speaker on Agroforestry to Soil and Water Conservation. He has presented papers at 4 international conferences and has 6 national and 10 international publications at his credit. So now, I invite Dr. Marshall to present his keynote address and also Dr. Ajay Kumar Gandhi to chair this session. Welcome, Dr. Marshall.
Thank you, Madam, for your nice introduction.
Yeah, hi, please welcome.
Okay, this time I have to share my slide.
Yeah, welcome presentations are visible in the top one. Please start.
Hello, everyone. My slide is in.
Yeah, we can see.
Okay, this afternoon, can I start my presentation? My voice is clear?
Yeah.
Okay.
Yes, start.
Okay, thank you so much, Madam. Okay, good day to one and all, most especially to Dr. Ho Kam Singh and to all the members of the organizing committee of the International Conference on Multidisciplinary Approach Towards Sustainable Development and Climate Change for a Viable Future 2022. Before I will start to discuss my chosen topic, let me first give thanks for having me at this prestigious international conference and for your participation in this conference. I am Marjan V. Anisiag, Assistant Professor from Surigao del Norte State University of the Philippines, would like to share with you my knowledge about the role of agroforestry to mitigate climate change. In this slide, I just want to inform you all that the contents of this presentation are the introduction, which is focusing on our recent problems with climate change and the objectives to mitigate the climate change, the definition of agroforestry, awareness of agroforestry systems, and practices that can be very helpful to mitigate climate change, and the importance of agroforestry to mitigate climate change mitigation. Lastly, the conclusion and mitigation. Climate change refers to a long-term shift in temperatures and weather patterns. These shifts may be natural, but since the 1880s, human activities have been the main driver of climate change, primarily due to the burning of fossil fuels like coal, oil, and gas, which produces heat-trapping gases. Climate change contributes to more frequent and intense drought, storms, heat waves, rising sea levels, melting glaciers, and warming oceans that can directly harm the animals, destroy the places they live, and wreak havoc on people's livelihoods and communities. Address to mitigate the problems brought by the climate change. The objective of this presentation is to provide agroforestry definition, agroforestry farming systems, and the importance to mitigate climate change. Hello, Madam. I am. Are you hear me?
Yes, Dr. Majon, you are enough good audible. You can continue.
Okay, thank you so much, sir.
Yes.
In this slide, I just want to inform you that agroforestry is a farming system that is a combination of agricultural and forestry land practices to maximize the usage of land for the purpose to create environmental, economic, and social benefits. Agroforestry, by the way, is a farming system where we can plant both trees and understory crops to get more income and in return maintain soil fertility, avoid erosion, conserve soils and water, promote biodiversity, and mitigate climate change. Agroforestry is known for its three major systems. They are agri-silviculture. In this system, the trees are integrated with cropping systems. Silvipasture, where the trees are integrated with livestock systems, and agro-silvopasture, where the trees are integrated with both crops and livestock as a system. The agro-silvopasture system has two known practices. They are the alley cropping and home gardens. Alley cropping is the cultivation of food, forage, or specialty crops between rows of trees. It is a larger version of intercropping or companion planting conducted over a longer time scale. Alley cropping can provide profitable opportunities for row crop farmers. hardwood timber growers, nut growers, and Christmas tree growers. Cropping benefits both humans and the environment, including income diversification, marginal land improvement, shelter, and wildlife. Crop production during the years before nut trees come into bearing or hardwood timber is harvested creates cash flow and diversifies farm income, thereby improving the return on long-term investments in trees. By planting rows of nut or timber trees on land where annual crop production is low due to erosion or other limitations. Marginal croplands may be converted to higher value woodlands. Rows of trees reduce wind speed, thereby controlling wind erosion. They also create sheltered microclimates that improve the yield and quality of crops growing in the alleys. Alley cropping increases the biodiversity of cropland, which creates new habitats for wildlife. On the other hand, home gardening often involves vegetable gardening, growing fruit trees, vegetables, and herbs for personal consumption, as well as creating aesthetics and diversity for bird and insect life with attractive flower beds. It also requires gardening knowledge, ongoing nurturing of plants, maintenance skills, and consistent improvement. The benefits of developing the home garden are it will highly effective air cleaner, absorbing carbon dioxide plus many air pollutants, while releasing clean oxygen and fragrance. For humans, it can benefit self-esteem, be good for our heart, reduces stress, can make us happy, improve our hand strength, and can boost us with vitamin D. The type of agroforestry practices under silvopasture includes trees plus poultry, trees plus goat, and the like. Silvopasture is the deliberate integration of trees and grazing livestock operations on the same land. These systems are intensively managed for both forest products and forage, providing both short and long-term income sources. The benefits we gain from silvopasture, this can increase wildlife diversity and improve water quality and protection from water and wind erosion. And the soil is enhanced with organic matter. Agro-silvopasture is designed for the production of crops, animal, dairy, and wood products within the same land area, including homesteads. Practices under this agroforestry farming system include forest farming, entomoforestry, and aquasilvofishery. Forest farming,
Oi,
forest, forest
yeah,
farming,
ikre,
forest
ikre,
farming,
here.
forest farming is designed for the forested areas used for the protection or harvest of naturally standing specialty crops for medicinal, ornamental, or culinary uses. Entomoforestry is designed for the production of combining trees and insects. Example, bees for honey and trees. And the aquasilvofishery is designed for trees lining fish ponds, tree leaves, being used as forage for fish. Generally, here in the Philippines, these practices have been integrated into sloping agricultural land technology. Sloping agricultural land technology is a package of technology for soil conservation and food production, integrating differing soil conservation measures in just one setting. Sloping agricultural land technology is a method of growing field and permanent crops in 3 to 5 meters wide bands between contoured rows of nitrogen-fixing trees. The nitrogen-fixing trees are thickly planted in double rows to make hedge rows. When a hedge is 1.5 to 2 meter tall, it is cut down to about 75 centimeters, and the cuttings are placed in the alleyways to serve as organic fertilizer. Moreover, sloping agricultural land technology is a technique introduced in the Philippines to sustain fertility and reduce erosion of soil in cultivated inclined lands. It is a form of alley farming in which crops are grown in 4 to 5 meter wide columns between rows of leguminous trees. The leguminous trees preserve the nitrogen content of the soil, and they can be used in the generation of biomass fuel as well. The most commonly used species are the Leucaena leucicopala, L. diversifolia, Calyandra calutersus, Gliricidia sepium, Pleminia macrophylla, and Desmodium ransonii. It is advised to use a mixture of leguminous species for a greater effect. Sloping agricultural land technology is an effective agricultural technique that can be easily adapted in low resources settings. In this slide, I have to share with you that any of the agroforestry systems or practices that are mentioned earlier are very helpful in sequestering carbon in the biomass and soils, reducing greenhouse gas emissions, and avoiding emissions through reduced fossil fuel and energy usage on farms. Forest management and public policy can strongly influence the sequestration process. As an agricultural management option under climate change, agroforestry is unique in that it is a woody planted-based approach that adds functional diversity at various scales. Perennial components can create microclimates that benefit crops and livestock. Agroforestry practices can play in different agricultural systems, delivering a range of functions to reduce threats and enhance landscape resiliency. Habitat fragmentation will likely impede the ability of many species to respond, move, and/or adapt to climate-related impacts. Agroforestry practices can function as a forest corridors or stepping stones in agricultural landscapes that enhance habitat connectivity. Nowadays, many people are asking a question about why agroforestry is a promising climate change solution. The answer is that agroforestry provides a cross-cutting solution to many of the world challenges. The point of this presentation is to provide awareness that regenerative agroforestry has great potential as a climate change adaptation solution. That means helping farmers and landowners to prepare for the impacts of climate change. For instance, agroforestry systems contribute to the health of the soil and increase biological diversity. These benefits increase farmers' resilience and ability to cope with extreme weather events such as extreme rainfall or extreme drought. Our role as participants of this session is to encourage our countrymen, farmers, students, researchers, academicians, scientists, and government lawmaking bodies to promote and apply the agroforestry farming systems and practices in our own country as a solution to the best mitigation approach for the existing climate change. In conclusion of this presentation, agroforestry is an often named solution for the dual climate and food security challenges. Agroforestry practices such as the integration of leguminous trees into fallow periods between two cropping seasons can lead to higher crop yields in many parts of the tropics. Meanwhile, agroforestry can mitigate climate change by creating and enhancing carbon sinks, by capturing carbon from the atmosphere through photosynthesis and storing it in biomass and soil, and driving techniques to reduce the emission of greenhouse gas and the use of fossil fuels. Mitigation efforts at the smallholder farm level need to produce tangible and direct livelihood benefits for farmers, such as being a source of food, fuel, or fodder, with mitigation being a co-benefit of the improved agricultural practice. The recommendation of this presentation is to encourage the farmers, students, researchers, local communities, scientists, and government bodies around the globe to work and promote together the agroforestry farming systems and practices as the only way to fight climate change that may significantly lead to poverty and malnutrition of the people in every country. And this time, I am open to the questions and answer portion.
Yes, thank you, Dr. Marjon, for your introducing new topic. Many of us may not be knowing of this. I mean, not all of us, but some of us really get introduced to this new topic that really can help us. So I would like to ask audience, is there any question that on your mind that you want and Dr. Marjon?
Okay, sir. Thank you, sir. Good afternoon
Uh,
once again to all the participants.
yes, let me check in chat section, sir. So is there any question? Uh, no, so far there are no questions, I guess, and there are appreciations, a lot of appreciations in chat box. So Dr. Mamta Sharma, ma'am, is there anything, any input from your side, ma'am? Hello, am I audible to Mamta Sharma, ma'am? Yes. Is there any input or any question from your side, ma'am?
Okay, so let me first, I can see a lot of confidence and thank you so much, Dr. Marjan.
Excuse me, ma'am. You are not audible enough. You're not audible enough, madam. Sorry.
Hello. I think
Ye-
first,
Yes.
yes. Hello.
Yes, ma'am.
Yeah,
Yes.
okay, so it was an extremely detailed presentation on the subject, sir, and you explained everything in a very simplified manner. So it was created further interest in the topic. And Leslie also shared the chairperson's CV with you, Ajay Kumar Gandhi. Ajay Kumar Gandhi is currently working as an assistant professor in the Department of Chemistry at Government of Maharashtra Government College of Arts and Sciences. He's pursuing doctorate from Dr. Babasaheb Ambedkar, Maharashtra University, Varanasi, and his abilities is on promotion assisted evaluation of drug candidates for infectious diseases, cancer, and metabolic disorder. Two more approaches research interests include computational chemistry, compound agent drug design, and application of chemistry and ecotoxicological applications. He has six research publications in journals of international review, out of which two have been are contributed by journal lecture. Global literature on focus times. Congress doctor got for that. And he is also presented both in paper and poster presentations at international conferences for which he won the best presentation awards. Dr. Gandhi is dedicated and hardworking teacher who is admired by his students. So thank you to the speaker and thank you to the chairperson. We are honored to present this time. Thank you so much. So we are waiting for the next keynote speaker.
Uh, yes. What much I understand, actually you were not enough audible, madam. I'm extremely sorry for that. Yes, I get to understand that I'm supposed to now. Yes. Today's guest speaker, Dr. Marjon, Assistant Professor of Agroforestry from Sargon North University from D Norte, Philippines. He introduced us with the new topic, that role of agroforestry to mitigate the climate change. I find this topic very much relevant to the topic or title of this very much important international conference. He in his presentation he focused on the integration of trees, shrubs, and crops and animal farming. That in nutshell or in together is is the term that defines agroforestry. And in the systems, he also let us know that how what are the different types of agroforestry systems are, like alley cropping, home gardening, then poultry trees and goat trees. These poultry trees and great goat trees. This is very new term for me, but I guess this is really very going to be very helpful for the farmers also. I mean, always I used to say that every person in his own capacity have to contribute to the to mitigate this problem of pollution and this climate change. And here farmers also can contribute to their from their end. So this poultry trees and goat trees, if you could introduce this very much important or well studied by this Marjon, Dr. Marjon sirs, studied technique in our countries, though that will really help for the sustainable development. So development everyone wants, but these kind of approaches for the development are really fall in the category of sustainable development. So thank you very much for introducing us with such a new concept and such a useful concept that we can, that will not harm our farmers also and really help to mitigate these new challenges as the climate change. You also talked about sloping agriculture. So not from the plain land farmers, but farmers from this mountaineering regions, they can also contribute very much in this endeavor. You also at the end talked about sequestering carbon in biomass and green gas emission lowering, avoiding emissions through other sources by introducing this agroforestry. And at the end, you encouraged everyone, every stakeholder of this nature or universe to contribute and to take this agroforestry with you and introduce it in the to every end of the society, to every corner of the world. So that really, I mean, we human beings are long known for agricultural persons. So it will be very nice concept that if you, I mean, many times this happened that forests were got cut to just introduce agricultural land. But having this integration will really help forest as well and will not harm the our changing ideas of this agro and development. So I would say that I would like to ensure on behalf of my countrymen, all the attendees who attended this session here, that we will definitely look for this new avenues and new changes, new ideas that we can implement, and really will help everyone to have the sustainable development and at the same to mitigate the climate change. So I, on the behalf of all the attendees, thank you once again. I thank you on the behalf of host of this international conference also. Over to you, Dr. Professor Mumta Sharma ma'am. Thank you for being here.
Thank you, sir. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Dr. Marshall and Dr. Alzheimer. We are waiting for the next Mars address, but she's not available right now. So now see this. Mars is the first which will provide inspiration. We can have a really
will land at a location called Jezero Crater. Jezero Crater is a very interesting place. It's a crater that once held a lake.
There are a lot of craters on the surface of Mars that could have once hosted ancient lakes, but not every crater that we think had a lake actually preserves evidence that that lake was there.
It had an inflow channel and it had an outflow channel. That means it was filled, the crater was filled with water.
In Jezero, we have probably one of the most beautifully preserved delta deposits on Mars in that crater.
This is a wonderful place to live for microorganisms, and it is also a wonderful place for those microorganisms to be preserved so that we can find them now so many billions of years later.
There is no other place on Mars that has the unique combination of a lake setting, a beautifully preserved delta, and the diverse mineralogy that we have in Jezero Crater. So it's truly a special landing site.
The major goal of the Perseverance mission is to investigate astrobiology on Mars, and in particular, to address the question of whether life ever existed on Mars. The Perseverance rover starts with a design that's very similar to Curiosity, but we've added to it a whole new set of science instruments. And these science instruments were purposefully selected to help us in the search for biosignatures.
We're going to be taking microphones with us. For the first time, we're going to have that human sense on another planet.
Perseverance carries with her a grand experiment in spacefaring technology, a helicopter, the name of which is now Ingenuity.
One of the major upgrades that Perseverance has from Curiosity is that it's able to self-drive for a distance of up to 200 meters per day. As the rover is driving, it's literally building the map of the road it's driving on Mars.
Scientists for years have told us that to really unlock the secrets of Mars, we have to bring samples from Mars back to Earth.
So what Mars 2020 is going to do is to drill samples, put them in small tubes. We're going to seal it in its own individual tube. We set them on the surface to provide a target for the second two missions, which hopefully will get in development in the next several years and could potentially get the samples back to Earth by 2031.
Perseverance is a very, very profound first step in both our understanding of our place in the universe and a stepping stone towards human exploration on Mars.
OLX ऑटोज देता है आपकी कार का बेस्ट
off the coast of Florida over the Bahamas. The satellite photographs coastal clouds when it captures something meteorologists find strange. When they analyze the image, they spot a series of hexagon-shaped clouds.
This satellite imagery is really bizarre with the hexagonal shapes of the cloud formation.
You don't typically see straight edges with clouds. Most of the time, clouds are random in their distribution.
The hexagons range in size from 20 to 55 miles across. Clouds like this would be intriguing anywhere, but the location of these makes them fascinating. This is the western tip of the Bermuda Triangle. This notorious area of the North Atlantic between Bermuda, Florida, and Puerto Rico is the scene of many reported disappearances of aircraft, ships, and people. So how are these strange hexagonal clouds connected with the disappearance of ships and planes? The answer lies 4,500 miles away, in another satellite image taken over the turbulent North Sea, off the coast of the United Kingdom. More hexagons, spreading over 35,000 square miles, roughly the size of Ireland. This image was captured by the satellite ENVISAT. ENVISAT carries radar equipment that can see through cloud to what's happening below.
With today's radar, we can actually detect things that previous to that, we simply couldn't have seen.
A radar image taken at the same time reveals sea level winds of almost 100 miles an hour. That's the top of the Beaufort scale, powerful enough to generate waves over 45 feet high.
I would not want to be in a boat underneath something like that.
Scientists believe the powerful winds recorded by radar in the North Sea also exist below the hexagonal clouds over the Bahamas. And meteorologist Randy Cerveni thinks they're connected to a terrifying atmospheric phenomenon.
These types of hexagonal shapes over the ocean are, in essence, air bombs. They're formed by what are called microbursts, and they're blasts of air that come down out of the bottom of the cloud and then hit the ocean and then create waves that can sometimes be massive in size as they start to interact with each other.
The blast from an air bomb, or microburst, spreads outwards at speeds of up to 170 miles per hour. More than sufficient to tear down trees on land or flip ships on water. If Professor Cerveni is right, and these strange hexagons are the signature of deadly air bombs, then this satellite image could provide an explanation for the disappearance of ships like the SS Cyclops. It could explain how the lost squadron of 45 was knocked out of the sky. It could solve the riddle of the Bermuda Triangle. Now, satellite analysts are scanning the triangle for further signs of these weird clouds.
We can trigger an alarm that will tell the forecasters that say a microburst has been created. It's no exaggeration to say that satellites are actually lifesavers.
औरतों का अपमान करना आपके लिए हानिकारक हो सकता है। हानिकारक जैसे वीडियो स्किप होने के बजाय
Yeah, going to once again, and we will waiting for our speaker, Dr. Leslie. She can build one, unfortunately. We are going to connect. So we are now invited our third keynote speaker, Dr. Ruchi Sharma. Dr. Ruchi Sharma is Professor, General Arts, Director, Chapter ICT University, Bhopal. Professor Ruchi Sharma is currently working as Professor and Director at Chapter ICT University, Bhopal, and she has work experience of 20 years in the field of education, corporate and social nation as well as international voluntary organizations. Professor Ruchi Sharma has completed a post-graduation in social work, sociology, and psychology with PGDHRD, PGDBM, and honors diploma in computers. She has done PhD in sociology from Barbacolla University, Bhopal. She has published research papers in reputed national and international journals and presented papers in conferences. Her research interest areas are sustainable development, social cohesion, sociology of youth, organizational culture. Her recent publications include stringent framework, a roadmap for communities, educations, and emphasizing constrained environments, and research paper published by Spraker in 2021. Shifting paradigm in human resource management by Spraker for Service Excellence in the tourism industry, published by Spraker Asia, Switzerland, 2021. So welcome, Dr. Ruchi Sharma. I also met you during the training programs. So it's an honor to have you again with us. And today I invite Dr. Preeti Gupta to chair this session. Dr. Preeti Gupta, my humble request to you to please chair the session. So now I request Dr. Prateek Sharma to please start with the keynote speakers.
Thank you very much. Thank you so much for inviting me in this conference, and warm greetings to the organizers and all the participants, all the dignitaries present here. Thank you. So now I am going to share my screen. Kindly let me know whether it is visible or not.
Yeah.
Is it visible?
Yes.
Yeah. Okay. So the topic which I'm going to talk about is the targeting behavior change for environmental conservation and preservation. Um, when we are talking about the behavior change, especially since yesterday we are in this conference, we have seen that so many people, everyone is talking about the environment, the sustainability, environment conservation we are talking about. So today, the sustainability of ecosystems is threatened with the rapid increase in modernization, urbanization, innovation, and consumption. The radical impact of human unplanned activities led to extreme weather conditions and has attracted keen public attention due to the weather events which we are experiencing across the world. The consumption and behavior patterns have direct impact on the natural resources, environment, and climate change. Changing less desirable behaviors can help individuals, communities, and our environment. And with this particular intent, this particular lecture is being made. The impact of, as you can see in the slide over here, where it is being talked about that 400 million tons of hazardous waste are produced annually. The earth loses 24 billion tons of topsoil each year. 80% of the world's forests are already destroyed. So the impact of individual consumption behaviors can be traced to increasing demands for natural products and services such as food, water, timber, minerals, and fuel. The intensity of resource use and environmental degradation is responsible for fundamentally and irreversibly changing the planet. Now, the question arises how to shape and directly influence everyday behaviors around transport, food, and energy use in more sustainable directions, and where responsibility for the change lies. So, who will be going to take this responsibility to initiate the change or to bring the change to control the climate crisis which we are all facing now? The present paper highlights the need and approaches to behavior change and bring to light evidence of their effectiveness. There is a wide range of personal as well as social and environmental factors that influence our behavior. Most can be assigned at three levels majorly. The first is the personal or the individual, which talks about the beliefs, the knowledge which we have, the attitudes or the skills. Even genetics play a major role in our personal or the individual behavior. Then another aspect is the social, that how in the society in which we live, in which we are being born or brought up. So interaction with other people, including friends, family, and the community, it has got a major influence on the way we behave and our attitude also. The third is the environmental, that is the area in which we live. So the people, those who are living in the desert areas, or the people, those who are living in different geographical areas, you will find that they have got a different behavior, and the environment is the one which shapes our behavior. So it is, we are influencing the environment as well as the environment influences us also. Nowadays, the technology is playing a major role in changing our behavior. The phases of behavior change, if we talk about the steps or the stages, then the first is the analysis. Then based on the analysis, the design is being done as how the behavior change needs to be, needs to be done. Based on that, the development is there as to initiate the changes in the behavior. And for this, various models or the intervention strategies are used, which we will be going to discuss further. The testing is done whether whatever we are going with ahead is good or is appropriate or not. And then finally the implementation is done. And after that, whether we have achieved the target of the behavior change, it is being evaluated. So the techniques used, which are used here, are engaging, interactive, clear and precise, simplified, as well as catering to the diversity of different kind of the behaviors, because each individual is different, and accordingly the behavior of each individual is different from one another. Behaviors can be highly ingrained and become habits if we perform automatically without thinking. So, right from our childhood, the way we are brought up, if we have got those habits within us, right, ingrained within us, right from our childhood, then in when we are growing up or when we are functioning as an adult, then we find that the people who have got this kind of upbringing, where the focus is on understanding the importance of the environment and understanding the importance of the other person existence, we will find these kind of people have got a different behavior. And this poses a significant challenge to changing these behaviors. So it is not just like a computer where you have to just switch on your computer and it will be going to function. No, our behavior, it keeps on formulating, or you can say it keeps on changing throughout our life stage based on the way we have got there's a process of socialization as how we are being brought up in the society, as well as the people with whom we live, and the experiences which we have collected when we are growing up. So changing behavior means changing long-standing habits. It is thus important to identify effective approaches and strategies to motivate change and sustain this change to the newly adopted environment-friendly behaviors. The behavior change is required to facilitate and strengthen the adoption of the environment, conservation and preservation practices among various stakeholders for a sustainable and lasting impact. Behavior change is all about altering our habits and behaviors for the long term. The majority of research indicates that small changes can lead to enormous improvements in people's health and life expectancy. These changes can have knock-on effects on the behavior of others. So other people's, when they see that, okay, a person is his behavior is and towards you can say thinking about the environment or sustainability, then we influence other people also. So behaviors that are target of change interventions are those affecting the environment. For example, littering, leaving lights on, not recycling. And for this, the intervention, there are the various models which are used to intervene as to how to incorporate the changes in the behavior of an individual. So there's this particular model, which is trans-theoretical model. It is also referred to as the stages of change model. It segments the audience and tailors the intervention to their stage of change. And it was developed by Prochaska and DiClemente in the late 70s and suggests 6 stages of behavior change. So as you can see in the slide, the first is the pre-contemplation. Here, in this particular stage, the individual is not intending to change their behavior. Because it might be because of lack of awareness, or they are not prepared to change themselves. Then the next stage is the contemplation, where the individual is attending intends to change their behavior within the next, say, 5 to 6 months. And they see the benefits of incorporating the changes in their behavior. At the same time, they are also aware of the disadvantages and challenges which keep them stuck in this stage. So they keep on contemplating that, okay, these are the the pros are there as well as the cons are there. So what should I do? So the contemplation, they get fixed in this particular stage. Then after crossing this stage, next stage is preparation. So now the individual is planning to change their behavior within the next month. they have usually taken some steps and they have seen that yes, there are the certain positive effects are there. Like for example, they are when, for example, if I am talking about the individual behavior, then switching off the light, it has improved the electricity bill, it has reduced the electricity bill. So this might be the change which they might, slowly or indirectly is helping in the environmental or meeting the sustainability development goals. So then, and after this stage is the action. Now the person thinks, yes, I am going to make the change. I have made significant changes, and they have got the positive response also. And they look back that, okay, within the last 6 months, these changes have been incorporated by me, and now I am going to, implement this also in the future. So once the positive or the positive aspects are seen, the individual maintain that behavior. And here comes the fifth stage, which is the maintenance stage. So the individual continues to change their behavior enough to prevent relapse, but is not putting much effort as well as time into this as compared to the action stage. And last, if he is, the individual is no longer tempted to use their old behavior as coping method and feels confident in their ability to keep this change. So that is the termination. So many people will struggle to reach this end stage. And here the termination is talking about, okay, now this new behavior has been incorporated in our personality now. The next is the behavior change wheel. In 2011, Michigan, Australian and West pulled together different behavior change frameworks to create a behavior change wheel. The aim of this was to provide guidance for policymakers and those performing behavior interventions based on the existing evidence. As you can see on the slide, a wheel is there, and the hub of this wheel, which is the most important part of us, it includes three conditions. That is capability, which includes psychological capability as well as our physical capability. Next is the opportunity, where we are talking about the social opportunity as well as the physical opportunity. And the third is the motivation, where we are talking about the automatic motivation as well as the reflective motivation. So the capability includes both physical and psychological ability to perform the behavior, including having the necessary knowledge and skills. Whereas opportunity is about the environment around the individuals. So you will find here, like for example, if we are living in a developed country as compared to the developing country or the less developed country if we are living, then the kind of the opportunity which we are getting to incorporate the changes in our behavior will be going to be different. So it is opportunity is all about the environment around the individual, which either facilitates or inhibits a behavior. Then the third is the motivation is the drive and energy to perform a behavior, including habits, emotions, as well as the thoughts. The third model, which is mostly used for initiating the behavior change, is the theory of planned behavior, reason, action. So this was given by Fishburne and Adzan, developed this particular theory in 1970s, and they assume that people's behavior is determined by intention and is predicted by attitudes, subjective norms, that is beliefs about whether other people will approve or disapprove, and perceived behavioral control, which means beliefs about whether it is easy to incorporate the behavior change or difficult to do so. So this means that the more positive a person's attitude toward changing their behavior, and the more others are doing the desired behavior or supporting the person in behavior change, the stronger becomes the person's intention to change their behavior, and more likely they will be going to successfully change it. The next model is based on the social cognitive theory. This particular theory, that is the social cognitive theory, was proposed by Bandura in 1986. It is an expansion of his earlier social learning theory, in which he states that many behaviors are learned by observing others in our social environment. So he expanded his theory to include personal factors of the individual, which are cognitive, affective, and biological. This includes an individual personal resources and abilities, their perceived self-efficacy. Self-efficacy is the capability of performing the behavior, their expectations of the costs and benefits of changing their behavior, and the perceived barriers as well as the opportunities that may help to hinder them. Bandura emphasizes that we are the agents of our own development and change, and our perceived self-efficacy and outcome expectations play an important role in determining our action. So our social surroundings also support or acts as an hindrance in our goals by providing opportunities or imposing restrictions, which in turn can affect our perceived self-efficacy, which is the capability of performing the behavior, and outcome expectations for the next time. So all these models, there are other models also, but I have selected about these four models basically, and later on I will be going to relate it to the examples in the later in the later part of the slides. All these models, they talk about that yes, the behavior can be changed, but there are certain steps there, the stages are there, the certain elements are there, one which the certain elements which can be controlled by the individual, and the others the external elements which are not in the control of our. So the combination of this internal as well as the external factors helps to change the behavior, and as a result we can bring the change in the, or we can initiate the environment conservation as well as the preservation in a much more effective way. So models and theories identify techniques to change behavior. Interventions often use several different behavior change techniques. They range from providing information, for example, about the consequences of behavior, and to prompting the setting of specific goals and providing opportunities for social comparison also. So the individual behavior which we are focusing here is more is in our hand, where we can bring the changes. It contribute to environmental problems as well as solutions. Individual behavior is complex because we have got our own choices, whether we want to save water, or the, you can say, the vehicle using vehicle, or energy efficient electric appliances. So all these are the factors. If we are using this in our behavior and we are making that as an as our we are ingraining it in our behavior, so as a result we will be able to put our efforts in preserving the environment. In the absence of feedback that how much energy we are consuming, we tend to have irresponsible behavior. So many a times the reports or the feedbacks are given. So it has been seen that according to some estimates, households are responsible for 72% of global greenhouse gas emissions as a result of their consumption behavior. So self-monitoring and other self-regulatory techniques like goal setting, prompting, providing feedback on performance, goal review are some of the techniques which can be used by us to regulate our behavior, and they are considered as an effective behavior change tools. So in climate and broader sustainability terms, some behaviors matter more than others. Carbon footprints are closely correlated with income levels. So here, one stage we are talking about the individual responsibility. At the same time, we have got the external factors also. So it highlights the need for targeted and differential strategies within and between societies, because the rich people and the poor people, there's a great divide which exists in the society. So tools, strategies, levers, and entry points to be effective have to recognize important income disparity as well as cultural differences, uneven capacity to affect and enact change, and very different levels of responsibility also. So from this perspective, individual behavior undoubtedly drives both energy intensive lifestyles as well as a large share of global carbon emissions, and is also a potential source of large low-cost emission reductions. The efforts to radically decarbonize through behavior change need to be cognizant. of their impact on other environmental problems such as biodiversity loss, waste, and water pollution, where a narrow focus on decarbonization may obscure unintended consequences if a more holistic approach is not used. So, for example, we are talking about using EV vehicles, electric vehicles, without considering the intensification of mining lithium and cobalt. Or if we are talking about going for plant-based diets. So if it is pursued through monocultural industrial agriculture. So we need to see that on one hand, if we are trying to go for pro-environmental behavior, but at the same time, our environmental, to safeguard, to conserve and to preserve the environment, our behavior should not have other impact or the adverse impact on other aspect of the environment or the climate. Now, relating to the models which we have which we have studied here, there's some of the examples. This is a particular the information as how the information can be used. So in Israel, this kind of label is there given with the car purchase to the customer, as information alone won't change the behaviors. Human and human societies are complex with different dynamics, feedbacks, and structures in place that are not easy to change. So it is very essential to have an holistic perspective. So in this, along with the car price, the car price is given. With that, the fuel efficiency scale is given, as well as the estimated cost of gasoline for next 5 years is given. So in this way, the impact of the vehicle on the environment or as well as on the individual, it is being simplified and is provided to the customer. Then building the infographic around data, focusing on the message, decide on how well we organize the information, how to outline the structure of the infographic. So here in this particular for consumer information, as with the last in this particular slide, when we are seeing that it is energy and fuel efficiency levels, you can see the design matters, adding estimates of running cost helps, compared to meaningful benchmarks, environmental impact of the products which tell environmental footprint levels, etc. So with this simplified and personalized messages, in a very crisp and precise way, the information can be provided. Then the next is the use of social norms, where we are talking about when we have discussed about the earlier theoretical models, where we are talking about how to motivate the people to incorporate the changes in their behavior. So social norms and comparisons, especially you can, or in a very lightweight, it's called nudging. So it is an approach which aims to nudge people's choices. An individual can also be nudged or by being made aware of the social norms, by receiving feedback on their behavior compared to other people. So here in this, you can see that the consumption of the water as compared to the other household is being displayed in this particular infographic, and this is being shown on the house of the neighbor, that the neighbor utilization of the water is this much and your utilization of the water. So in this way, when the people, their behavior is getting compared, and when they see, okay, they are not doing better as compared to others, in a kind of, they get motivated or they get influenced. Yes, they also need to bring the changes in their behavior. Then the feedback mechanism, the smart meters and in-home displays for energy as well as water savings, it regulates, it monitors, it keeps on telling us, okay, this much we have used the energy, or this much we have used the water, and we need to save it. So these kind of feedback mechanisms are required for incorporating the changes, and all this are there in when we are talking about as how to use the models which we have discussed earlier. So these are the intervention techniques, and these are being used because these examples I have taken from the various case studies where they are being used in the different parts of the world. Now, the people, they might think that it is not easy. We are not having the enough resources, or these kind of is being promoted by the, the technology is the one which is going to bring it, and we don't have the enough resources. But the human mind, it has got unlimited, ideas. And here in this particular slide, you can see as how the old plastic bottles are turned into the light bulbs, and they are being used to, lighten the area. Similarly, the edible water blobs, it helped to reduce the plastic waste. So here you can see these blobs which are there in circular form. The capsule is biodegradable and it is made from a seaweed extract. So instead of carrying a plastic water bottle, you just need to, pop it in, and it is, you will get the water, sufficient water to if you're feeling thirsty. So these are the inventions which are happening around the world. Then in Baltimore, this is Mr. Trash Wheel. It removes garbage from rivers, and it is powered by solar power. So the idea behind all these innovations which are being, which is being happening around the world, we can see that how when these things are happening and we come across these innovations, it put some thoughts in our mind that yes, if a thing can be done in a particular country or by particular people, then why we cannot do it, or why we cannot change our own behavior. So that is what is being talked in the different stages or the different kinds of models which we have gone through just now. Like for example, trans-theoretical model, then the behavior change wheel we spoke about, then the theory of the planned behavior, as well as the social cognitive theory. So these changes can brought, or this can act as a motivation to incorporate the changes in our behavior. So initially, yes, as said by Dr. Nelson Mandela, it always seems impossible until it is done. But once we have decided, or we have changed, or we become to in the when we were talking about the model, if you remember, in the model of the trans-theoretical model, when we were talking about the various stages, and we were talking about the action stage. So the once we are ready and we maintain it, so automatically it becomes we get habituated to it, and we no longer to do attempt to do certain thing, but rather it becomes a part of our behavior, and unknowingly we perform it. So we need to take action, and we need to be part of the solution and not the pollution, so as to make a difference in the environment. In this, we have talked about the individual behavior as well as the environmental condition. The government has also got a major important role to play. The government can go for two approaches. One is promotion, other is the penalty. These are the two P's which can be taken care by the government. So individual behavior need to be considered for planning environmental policy. The government has major role in promoting environmental friendly behavior of individuals in the desired direction. So it is suggested that the government should adapt promoting as well as the penalty approach. It includes promoting energy performance standards for home and offices, organic food consumption, transport decarbonization, air pollutants, emission levels, recycling and financial support, as well as accessibility to environment-friendly products and practices. Incentivize environmentally sustainable consumption patterns, encourage resource conservation, promote private investment in more efficient technologies, increase environmental compliance and participation in voluntary schemes, as well as the penalties can be environment-related taxes, and strict social norms. The increase should be there in the salience of non-compliance consequences. And prior to the implementation, any plan, the government should always gain insight into what really works and which factors affect people's pro-environmental behaviors, involving judgment and decision-making to achieve sustainable development goals. So changing less desirable behaviors can help individuals, communities, and our environment. The latter particularly relates to how behavior can be changed in everyday settings and situations. We should be the change. We should go for recycling, where the landfills produce toxins and greenhouse gases due to the breakdown of materials. And by recycling, we can reduce the amount of waste. We should motivate ourselves as well as others also to buy second-hand. The fashion industry is responsible for over 8% of greenhouse gases. Buying second-hand reduces waste and conserves natural resources. Use less plastic. Single-use plastic items like plastic bags are used only once before they are thrown away. Bring your own cloth bags with you when you shop to reduce your single use of plastic. Proper disposal. E-waste can be toxic if not disposed of correctly. Check out locations near you that accept e-waste for safe disposal. Conserve. So the focus should be on conserve, conserve, conserve. Recycling has many benefits, but challenge yourself to see how you can avoid the recycling bins altogether. Buying less and reusing items you already own help reduce the landfills and your spending. So in this way, we need to change our behavior. So to conclude, behavior change takes time, and evaluation of the behavior change needs to be done properly so as the timely feedback can be provided to the individuals, to the organization, to the industries. Evaluations will help to establish whether the interventions are working and ideally why they are working or not working. They will also inform decisions as to how the intervention can be improved. They should also assess the cost effectiveness of the intervention and thus discern whether or not they represent value for money. It is important for evidence of effectiveness to be shared between researchers, policymakers, and practitioners to avoid duplication of research and reduce costs. Knowledge of what is successful in the behavior change is essential, and if it is being documented, it can be circulated in the form of report or in the form of, you can say, infographics, so that the other people can get the idea as how they can incorporate these kind of changes in their own behavior. And also it is not only giving advice that you should change, the people should change their behavior, but we should focus also to understand the complexity of behavior. That it is very easy to say to bring the to change, but when we ourselves are doing the change or becoming a part of that particular change behavior, when we ourselves are doing, then we understand that yes, there are the certain there are the certain hurdles which we need to cross. So it is essential to initiate the behavior change techniques so as to preserve our environment and to conserve our environment. So that was all about my presentation on targeting behavior change for environmental conservation as well as for environmental preservation. If there is any question, then kindly ask.
Thank you so much, Dr. Ruchi Khanna. It was a wonderful presentation. So much effort has been put by you, and we are thankful to you for giving your valuable time to us and on our request. We will follow along and make the world a better place to live. Thanks once again. Let me introduce the chairperson, Dr. Nidhi Gupta, Dr. Gupta is an associate professor in the Department of Zoology at LBS College, Jaipur. She has a teaching experience of more than 28 years, and her research work includes anti-fertility effects of and menopause and research project on toxic effects of external factors on the physiology of body. Dr. Gupta has also been the nodal officer for virtual labs of IIT Delhi and conducted workshops on virtual experiments. Train the science faculty on the experiments available on virtual labs in science subjects. She has also conducted massive training classes for students to upgrade them about virtual labs and its usage. She is reviewing on Microsoft ICT tools. She is also working as a resource person for FGP organized by College, Delhi, and delivering lectures on Microsoft OS, Google Slides, Google Classroom, and Pages in Delhi. Dr. P.V. Gupta was appointed as subject monitor of zoology and botany in the ongoing program of College Education Jaipur, Rajasthan, and moderated a session in the ongoing program of College Education Jaipur, Rajasthan. She has 20 research papers published in national and international journals with 3 reference books on immunology and biotechnology and microbiology. She has also been the author of 3 subject projects of Bardhaman Open University. So, Excellency Dr. P.V. Gupta, and now I invite you to.
Thank you, ma'am. I would like to thank Dr. Ruchi Sharma on her enlightening lecture on targeting behavioral change and environmental preservation. Thank you, ma'am, for discussing the different aspects of phases of behavioral change. How can small changes in our behavior can lead to enormous improvements? You focused on consequences of behavior and also how our behavior is affecting our climate change. You also said that pro-environmental behavior should not have impact on our other aspects of the environment. And I completely agree with it. We should always focus on all aspects of the environment when we talk about climate change and environmental conservation. Innovations like plastic bottles as bulbs, edible water blobs from seaweed extract, Mr. Trash Wheel run by Solar Wheel, all are really need of the hour. Thanks, ma'am, for such a wonderful lecture. Thanks, Satan.
Thank you, ma'am. Thank you so much.
So thank you so much, Dr. P.V. Gupta and Dr. Ruchi Sharma. We are honored. Thank you once again.
Thank you, ma'am.
Now, just wait for a minute. Now, our next keynote is Dr. Ajit Kumar Gandhi. Ajit Kumar Gandhi is currently working as an assistant professor in the Department of History at Government of Maharashtra, Government College of Arts and Science, Aurangabad. He is pursuing his doctoration of Maharashtra University, Aurangabad, and has submitted his thesis on computer-assisted evaluation of drug candidates for infectious cancer and metabolic disorder, proof of concept approach. His research includes computational history, computer-aided drug designing, and application of e-chemistry in eco-toxicological relations. He assists recent publication in journals of international review, all of which should have been included by WHO in global literature on COVID-19. He's also presented papers and posters at international conferences for which he won this distinction awards. He's a dedicated and confident teacher who's defined student. So that's very good of the Ajay. And I'm going to pass for our keynote stage this. And the chairperson of this keynote is Dr. Ashwini Verma. He is assistant professor, Department of Forestry, Rajesh College, Rajasthan, India. So I welcome Dr. Verma and please start. I request you to please start. Please unmute yourself. Please unmute yourself. Please unmute yourself. We are able to hear you. Dr. Ajay Gandhi. Dr. Ajay Kumar.
Hello, is my screen visible and presentation also? Yes, very good morning to all. I am here to have presentation on this auspicious occasion of International Conference on Multidisciplinary Approach Towards Sustainable Development and Climate Change for Viable Future. Here I'm going to present some aspects related to application of computational approaches in drug designing and ecotoxicological predictions to achieve milestones in sustainable development with environmental restoration. Let me go to the presentations more. Okay. Before we get into details of this, let me explain what are the advantages and disadvantages of conventional and computer-assisted evaluations. In conventional drug designing, that we all know that they involve long design cycles, like 10 to 15 years on an average time span required for a single drug to get introduced to the market. And even our toxic compounds also get to know us, whether they are toxic to us or not. It also take another 10 to 15 years to get the side effects of and to know the side effects of on other species also. It involves a very costly. It is a costly affair. It involves billions of dollars. It involves billions of dollars affair. I'm extremely sorry for noise because there are some functions going outside. Okay, so they involve a high cost. It requires billions of dollars to be invested in introducing new drug. And similarly, it's more about serendipitous way of having discovery of the drug. Most of the time we have to have the guesswork, and then we have to work extensively in the laboratories, and then somewhere maybe or many times we get nothing out of all those years efforts. And it involves another bad thing that zoologist people will relate, that it involves unethical use of animal test. More the compounds we synthesize and we test against any disease, we first test them in a clinical trial against other creatures. So that involves unethical use. Why I'm saying unethical? Because most of the time we get null results on that thing, and unnecessarily we are killing and harming other creatures. So in vitro and in vivo, that the involvement of animals is not a good way to use them. And human clinical trials are also to some extent here involved. So that is another thing, that it takes another 5 to 10 years to understand what side effects actually the introduced drug posed on the human species also. On the other hand, the computer-assisted drug designing and computer-assisted ecotoxicological predictions, it is feasible and cost-effective. It is absolutely eco-friendly. There is no work in the laboratories. There is no unnecessary synthesis of the things. It is relatively faster, and it involves computer assistance. And it's past animal trials and human clinical trials. We are not cutting completely on animal trials here, but at least we can pass the animal trials. Only the drugs which are approved by theoretically can only be tested against the animals and can be then further subjected to human clinical trials. So that's the added environment that give
that increase the ethical use and cut on the unethical use of the animals, that promotes the ethical way of handling the animals and using animals. It is quantitatively predictive. Results are most of the time a customization is possible in the results. Also, we have reproducibility of high level in these results. So these all things made a CAD, that is CAD assisted drug designing or CAD assisted ecotoxicological predictions, a very pragmatic approach that suits to the present need of the society. There are various CAD assisted approaches. Just a minute. Like toxicophore and pharmacophore modeling, where we actually model the molecule and test for whether the pharmacophore and the functionalities that are used in the molecule in the synthesis, or that get incorporated in the molecule in the synthesis, whether they all were suitable for the environment and the human creatures or not. In quantitative structure activity or structure property or structure toxicity relationship, we try to get idea about what relations the functional group and scaffolds and molecular features or chemical features there are in the molecule that we are trying to test. Again, the target, what molecular features are there which are more responsible for whatever the activity or property or toxicity in a question that on our mind is. So that is again a theoretical approach. Then in ecotoxical evaluations, we can, before the synthesis of the molecule itself, can test ecotoxicity of that molecule on various different creatures, at least to the creatures in the immediate environment where these chemicals we are going to use. That cut on the expenditure of synthesis and subsequent biotesting, because before going into laboratory, we are telling that these are the molecules you should synthesize that may give you better things, but those molecules which are screened off by this QSR technique or other modeling and computer assisted techniques, those surely we are not going to synthesis. So many times many molecules get rejected in the test and only selected molecules will be synthesized. So very less amount of energy, time and money we have to put in the synthesis, and only those molecules then we subject to the biotesting. So this way we cut on the expenditure on large scale. It decreases the requirement of in vivo biotesting, helps saving animal sacrifices that I explained. There are additional techniques which further support this theoretical approach, that are the molecular docking and molecular dynamic simulation. Say 5 to 10 molecules which are shortlisted by QSR, but further molecular dynamic and dynamic simulation, we become more and more specific in terms of the molecular features that we must introduce while optimizing molecules for better activity and less toxicity to the various creatures. And if you add these all techniques and we blend them or we assist them further with artificial intelligence and machine learning, there is very much additional cut on the expenditures of all the things, and it also drastically saves the time that we need to put in the drug discovery or prediction of the toxicity of chemicals that we are using day-to-day life, and they may be harmful to the environment. So these are the computer assisted things that we can use. But in this present session, I'm going to talk more on this quantitative structure activity or structure property or structure toxicity relationship studies, because the drug designing that we now witnessed recently, COVID-19, that unprecedented situation posed a strain on the system, and we were really in the need of drug or any treatment against to curb that pandemic. And there are many chemicals that being introduced in the environment also, that are also causing undue burden in the other creatures also. So we are really in the need of such a thing that can, before introducing new things to the society or environment, should tell us at what point, at what concentration, in what circumstances this chemical is going to harm the nature or human beings or other creatures. So if we get that idea, we can, before having them introduced in the nature, we can stop them from getting introduced to the nature. So that will be really a great achievement that we can have. Here, actually, the QSAR is, or I'm going to use only QSAR word in the next slides. That will be ultimately the structure property and structure toxicity things also. This QSAR technique is actually a statistical mathematics based in silico approach. Where activity and property or toxicity are correlated against the chemical and structural features of the molecule that supposedly having a role to play against that particular target by to inhibit it or to have toxicity in that particular creature by inhibiting or by accelerating its behavior. There are approved and recommended. This technique is not just a mere imagination that scientists made, but it is recommended and approved by various agencies that day in and day out working for the environmental protections. And these techniques are also approved by OECD, that is Organization for Economic Cooperation and Development, a internationally recognized organization that laid down some principles that one should work on while having this QSAR or QSPR or QSTR studies. So no misleading results will be given by the researchers. QSR model or equation that is being developed by the researchers is requires a data set of chemicals which are already introduced and well known for their various bioactivities like LD50 value or minimum lethal dose requirement for inhibiting enzyme or EC50 values. So having that data and the clear chemical structure of the molecule, that's data set is enough for the to start with the QSR evaluations. Once we have this data and all the steps that I'm going to show you on the next slide, if you have performed all those sites, abide by this OECD guidelines, whatever the model developed, we first check it's for data fitting, whether data that we have started with, whether itself was fit for the further analysis or not. And then we further test that data, that evolved model for internal validation, and then further for the external validation. And then at the end, we have its predictiveness check also. And then we further have added this study with the applicability domain analysis. Not all the equations are applicable everywhere or for all the chemicals. Whatever the data set that we have started with, only that data set and the molecules that are in that data set are suitable for the application of the model developed there. So it is very important that we must define applicability domain, the territory of the applicability of the model. Otherwise, unintentional results will be obtained, and not all the molecules will be predicted for its desired activity accurately. And further, we test them for the wire randomization test also. That tells us about, on statistical basis, that whatever we have used data was not the chancy correlation or accidental correlation. That was actually based on the bioactivity that are experimentally known to the scientist. These are 5 important steps that are being used in the QSTR or QSAR evaluations. First, the data, where biological data and chemical data, chemical structure of the molecule, which are already known for the bioactivity. Then we take them structures which are free from all the salts and other charges, and we then optimize on approved levels, and then optimized molecules subjected for the molecular descriptor calculation. Molecular descriptor means what are the chemical features that molecule have. That molecule structures we calculate, and then at the end, once we have large pool of chemical descriptors, like 40 to 50,000 molecular descriptors we used to calculate with the help of computer. There are different softwares also. And then once we have that data, we curate the data and we remove out all the redundant molecular features which are to much extent are similar to each other. And then we have objective feature selection. There we perform further removal of related molecular features which are having more than 90%, 95% correlation with each other. And once we have the this contracted data set or data pool, then we subject it for the further future selection, and then at the end QSTR models are developed. All the QSR models, like, we can have the limitation on that, but generally 10 to 15 molecule these QSR models are developed, and all are subjected for the all sort of statistical evaluations, whether data itself was correct for the application or used for the QSR evaluation, that is data fitting parameters, and then internal evaluation and external evaluation. So these are the things that, these are the steps that are used for the QSR development. And at the end, there is applicability domain analysis, which is based on the leverage approach, very well used in the statistics. This leverage approaches, which is based on the distance of between the two molecules or the residual value between the difference between the predicted and expected value. Then ecotoxicological predictions are also made on the same basis. There are different kinds of paid, free and proprietary softwares, but in this slide, I'm going to show you some freely available or on request available softwares, such as Obscene and Swiss ADME. These are the softwares that can be used for getting SMILES notations. SMILES notations are the notations that are readable by computer, that are actually notations for chemical compounds. Chemical compound structure as it is cannot be read by computer. So we have to convert that structure into some readable format, and that is called as SMILES notation. And then by having SMILES notation of particular compound, the computer is able to read it. Then for drawing structures, we can use ChemSketch, Marvin Sketch, which are freely available. For interconversion of files, many times we have to interconvert the files from, say, ChemDraw files or this Marvin Sketch files into Mol2 file. Those are the files which are readable by further softwares. For geometry optimization, there is Tinker, which function on the basis of MMFF94 force field that can be used. And for the molecular descriptor calculation, we can use Paddle, which is capable of giving you more than 1800 molecular descriptors. PyDescriptor, another big very useful software, and a big data set, more than 45,000 molecular descriptor can be calculated along with this PyDescriptor. And then Cosida Pro is also a molecular descriptor calculator that can be used to calculate molecular features in terms of numbers. And at the end, once we have all the data contracted with all the other applications, we can use this QSARINS version 2.2.4, which is on request available by Dr. Pola Grammatica from Italy, once you ensure the ethical use of the software. This QSARINS can be used. To make the point clear, let me take you through one research study that we have performed in that is the extended identification of structural features that are responsible for the anti-SARS-CoV activity of tripeptide compounds, and that we have done using QSAR modeling. Here we started with 54 low molecular weight tripeptide compounds, which are having exactly or precisely known bioactivity in the range of 0.23 to 279 micromolar. And these are the structures of least active and most active molecules here. You can see scaffold is more or less same throughout the data set, but the substituent pattern like your methyl or isobutyl, these isopropyl things, which are different. So truly large chemical space containing molecules we have subjected for the evaluation. So we have good enough chances of getting diverse information after the QSR evaluation. This is the model that is given by the QSR evaluation. Here the IC50 value is equals to this mathematical equation, which is a linear equation like ax plus by plus cz and so on. So this is a multilinear regression approach that we have used. So we have linear correlation between the IC50 or PIC50 value against the molecular features in a quantitative manner. These all highlighted, these notations stands for or abbreviations of or the things that gives you that code for some information, chemical information, but just to avoid lengthy things, we have taken them in their abbreviated form, like COM-sp3c2a. That stands for the carbon that is sp3 hybridized, which is within 2 angstrom distance from center of mass of the molecule. Likewise, these things have their own definitions. And this way graphical representation also we can perform, where predicted endpoint and experimental endpoint we can cross verify whether whatever the predictions with our model we could make, whether they were in good agreement with experimental endpoint or not. Then this another graph, this B graph is called as Williamson's plot, which is which is the indication of which interpret the applicability domain of the model, where these dotted lines defined area from the origin till the dotted line from on the both sides of the axis. This region indicate the applicability domain of the model, and those molecules which fall outside this region are called as outliers, which were used for the evaluation but which actually do not suit to the molecular features and pool of molecular features that are in the molecule that we have used. And then we have given the structure of best predicted and worst predicted. Here you can see that only second digit, I mean 0.02 list count in the residual in the expected and predicted value is. So to much high extent, with high predictability, with high precision, we can have the activity prediction for the molecule. Even this molecule you can see which is worst predicted also just differ by 0.7 unit. So even worst predicted is not differing much on the prediction. So we have obtained a model which is capable of predicting value or PIC 50 value for given molecule. So once, if for example, if this molecule is not at all synthesized yet, but if you in future synthesize it and you want to test whether this molecule is worth synthesizing, worth testing for the bioactivity, then you can subject this particular molecule with this molecular features for the QSR equation, and if it get predicted for better activity than the already known compounds activity, then surely you can take this molecule to the lab, synthesize this molecule in the laboratory and take this molecule further for the biotesting, and definitely we will get better compound than earlier known compounds, and may eventually will lead to the discovery of the compound which is having good ADME properties, that can be introduced to the human system also without having less side effects or without having any side effect. Likewise, this was predicted also that you try to avoid these molecular features while subjecting that molecule for a QSR evaluation, but even though you have taken into consideration that this is the difference, so maybe this time it got predicted negatively on this side, but maybe the positive residual can also be possible here. So you have to be plus or minus on both the sides around this value, and then you can have the prediction also. These are the molecules that we have given here. These pairs we have given for your sake of understanding that those molecular features which are shortlisted by QSR evaluation really have impact on the activity. Like here, having this particular molecular feature in number 5 and having another in number 6, you can see it is having positive impact. Having such a more entity, that is C4N moiety in the structure, enhance the activity of the molecule, and that can be seen here that there is almost 1 unit change in the activity. That means 10-fold increase in the activity observed just introducing more number of such entities in the molecule. Likewise, these are the pairs where we can see just changing the position of oxygen and carbon here in this molecule get you to the near to the activity or better compound has been given by this structure. So this is also an advantage that in the optimization also you will get idea which molecular feature you must involve for the optimization and which molecular feature you must avoid, and avoid them for getting introduced in the optimization. Successfully, in this conclusion, we can say that successfully we could identify the molecular features which are good and which are bad for the activity, and they are all very easy to understand. In nutshell, in the conclusion also we can see that this computer assisted things really cut on the time, really help you to cut on the use of chemical or unnecessary use of the chemicals, and also biotesting. So these are the advantages of this computer assisted evaluations. So these are the things that we can take from this computer assisted drug designing and ecotoxicological predictions. I will be happy. I mean, I finished with my presentation. I will be happy if you have any doubt or any query. I will be happy to answer your queries. So, is there any question, madam? stopped my presentation, madam. So,
Any questions? Any questions? So thank you so much, Ashwini Nandji. And the chairperson of the session is Dr. Ashwini Kumar Verma, currently Assistant Professor of Botany in Rajasthan College, Harvard. Having more than 30 years of teaching and 10 years of research experience in the field of plant science and expertise in phytobacteriology. He has published more than 30 research papers in various national and international journals of refuge, including high impact factor focus journals. He has served as a subject expert such as GST long-term projects for 2 years. He has delivered many talks on his research work as a resource person in various conferences and workshops. He has completed 2 research projects from UGC and GBT Government of India. He is actively engaged to promote student education by involving in courses microscope. He is supervising 5 PhD scholars and published 4 lecture achievement. He has many citations for his published research. So that's a wonderful opportunity.
Thank you very much, ma'am, for such nice words. Thank you very much, Dr. Ajay Kumar Gandhi, for your in-depth talk on multidisciplinary approach towards sustainable development and climate change for a viable future. We are pleased to have your participation in this conference. Dr. Gandhi, your research topic, depth of understanding, and presentation of your talk in such an interesting way is commendable. I personally feel that technology-enabled sustainable development is the need of today's and future world. Since meeting sustainable development goals and Millennium Development Goals requires holistic approach, including harnessing and maximizing the potential of technological innovations. Dr. Gandhi, you are doing excellent work to find such technology-oriented solutions. I, on the behalf of conference organizers, highly appreciate you for your valuable contribution in this event. Once again, thank you very much, Dr. Gandhi.
Thank you so much. I think you are coming here. I should really Verma. We are honored to have you with us, and it was wonderful. So thanks. So now the next keynote address is going to be by P.V. Gupta. So Dr. P.V. Gupta, first I actually have a very introduction. Dr. P.V. Gupta is an associate professor at the Department of Zoology at Government College. She has a teaching experience of more than 28 years and her research work includes continuous treatment of America and renowned parvovirus animal models and research work in toxic effects of textile accidents on the physiology of birth. Dr. Gupta has been a noted officer for virtual active ICMSDC and conducted virtual workshops and virtual experiments. Change the science for the experiments available on virtual labs to different science subjects. She has also conducted lesson training for students to appraise them about virtual decks and its use. She has delivered lectures on use of bicycle tools. She is also professor resource person for GP Organized Crime in Government College, Delhi, and delivered lectures on use of OBS, Google Slides, Google Classroom, latest executive. Dr. P.V. was appointed as subject monitor at Zoology and Department of National Program of College Education in Rajasthan and moderated the session for Johnson Program of College Education in Rajasthan. She has 20 research papers published in national and international journals with clear principles. Dr. Immunology and biotechnology, as well as microbiology. She is also been the author of discovery modules offered by Manipur Open University. So, Dr. Preeti Gupta, welcome once again. We are honored to have you with us. And the chairperson of this session is Dr. Ranjana Agarwal. So, I please invite Dr. Ranjana Agarwal to please chair the session.
Thank you, ma'am. Thank you for your kind words. I just want to confirm, is my screen visible?
Yeah.
Thank you so much. Thank you. Thank you for kind words. So first of all, I would like to thank the organizing committee for giving me this opportunity to present myself as keynote address speaker in this prestigious international conference on sustainable development and climate change for a viable future. So my topic today is impact of climate change on biodiversity. We all know seasons change. Winters are followed by summers, and summers followed by winters and spring seasons. As climate changes, this has reduced the winter time and increased the summer time. Warmer temperatures causes the mountains to melt. This increases the growing season for plants, meaning flowers bloom earlier than in the past. Due to increased temperature, bees move higher up to avoid warmer temperatures, meaning the blooming time of flowers and bees buzzing at the same level is not synchronized. So their population is declining with less food. This is an example of showing how species are declining due to change in climate. As the relationship between bees and flowering plants is changing and disrupting. How our ecosystem influences the food chain? This diagram is depicting all organisms, plants or animals are interrelated. So first of all, let's see what is biodiversity. Biodiversity or the biological diversity, it refers to the variety of life on Earth at all its levels, from genes to ecosystems. It encompasses evolutionary, ecological, and cultural processes that sustain life. It also includes not only species we consider rare or endangered, but also every living thing from humans to organisms we know about, such as microbes, fungi, and invertebrates. Now I will explain you about the different values of biodiversity which directly or indirectly influence our life. Values of biodiversity. First value is consumptive use of value. These are the values which we use directly, where the biodiversity products can be harvested and consumed directly. This includes fuel, food, drugs, fiber, etc. First of all, let's see about the food. A large number of wild plants are consumed by human beings as food. These are the locally available, local produce which we consume. You can also see a variety of biodiversity foods, products consumed as food and in a daily routine. Another picture I'm going to show you, you can see jackfruit, beans, tomato, ladyfinger, all these we use in our daily diet as food resources. Drugs in medicine. About 75% of the world's population depends upon plant or plant extracts for medicines. The wonder drug penicillin, used as antibiotic, is derived from fungus called penicillium. We all know about that. We also get tetracycline from Streptomyces genus of actinobacteria. Quinine, the cure for malaria, is obtained from the bark of cinchona tree. Recently, vinblastine and vinblastine, two cancer drugs, anti-cancer drugs, have been from periwinkle or Pteranthus plant, the most common plant available. It also possesses and alkaloids. See, this is penicillium from the penicillin from penicillium plant. Cinchona from the bark of cinchona, we use obtain quinine. and vincristine and vinglasine from periwinkle. Fuels. Our forests have been used since ages for fuel wood. The fossils like coal, petroleum, and natural gas are also products of fossilized biodiversity. Firewood collected by individuals is not normally marketed, but are directly consumed by tribes and local villagers, hence falls under consumptive value. Fossil fuel example, as you can see in this picture, are coal, oil, natural gas, propane, and kerosene. Productive use value, another biodiversity value. These are commercially usable values where the product is marketed and sold. It may include number of wild gene resources that can be traded for use by scientists who are introducing desirable traits in the crops and domesticated animals. These may also include animal products like tusk of elephants, musk from musk deer, silk from silkworm, wool from sheep, fur of many animals, lac from lac insects, etc., all of which are traded in the market. Many industries are dependent upon the productive use values of biodiversity. Example, the paper industry, the plywood industry, railway sleeper industry, silk industry, textile industry, ivory works, leather industry, pearl industry, etc. See, these are such some productive use value products like the tusk of elephant, musk from musk deer, silk from silkworm, wool from sheep, fur of many animals, and lac from lac insect. Social value. So biodiversity also has a social value, which is associated with the social life, customs, religion, and psycho-spiritual aspects of the people. Many plants are considered holy in India, as we all are aware of it. Sacred in our country, like tulsi, which we always use in our puja, peepal, mango, lotus, bael, etc. The leaves, fruits, or flowers of these plants are used in worship. We all know lotus is very sacred and used in Lakshmi Puja. Tulsi is used in every puja in our country. Bael is used during Shivratri. During the Savan month also, it was widely used. Peepal is also considered as a sacred plant. So biodiversity as a social value is highly associated with our day-to-day lives. Social value also includes songs, dance, and customs closely woven around the wildlife. Many animals like cow, snake, bull, peacock, owl, etc. have significant place in our psycho-spiritual arena and thus hold special importance. Thus, biodiversity has distinct social values attached with different societies. So this is, here you can see in this picture how a deity is worshipping cow, and this is another picture in which a deity is worshipping snake. So social values are an integral part of our society. Ethical values, it also involves, this involves on issues like all life must be preserved. It is based on the concept of live and let live. Ethical value means that we may or may not use a species, but knowing the very fact that this species exists in nature gives us pleasure. So it is also known as existence value. We all feel sorry that passenger pigeon or dodo is no more there on this earth. We are not deriving any direct benefit from kangaroo, zebra, or giraffe, but we all strongly feel that these species should exist in nature. This means there is an ethical value or existence value attached to each species. Aesthetic value. Great aesthetic value is attached to biodiversity. No one of us would like to visit vast stretches of barren lands with no signs of visible life. People from far and wide spend a lot of time and money to visit wilderness area where they can enjoy the aesthetic value of biodiversity, and this type of tourism is now known as ecotourism. The willingness to pay concept of such ecotourism gives us even a monetary benefit for aesthetic value of biodiversity. Ecotourism is estimated to generate $12 billion of revenue annually. That roughly gives the aesthetic value of biodiversity. You can see how people are enjoying nature, and it gives such pleasure to all of us. I hope you all will agree. Option values. This includes the potentials of biodiversity that are presently unknown and need to be explored. there is a possibility that we may have some potential cure of AIDS or cancer existing within the depths of marine ecosystem or a tropical rainforest. Thus, option value is the value of knowing that there are biological resources existing on the biosphere that may one day prove to be an effective option for something important in the future. The option value also includes the values in terms of option to visit areas where a variety of flora and fauna, or specifically some endemic, rare, and endangered species exist. Ecosystem service value refers to services provided by ecosystem: prevention of soil erosion, prevention of floods, maintenance of soil fertility, cycling of nutrients, fixation of nitrogen, cycling of water, their role as carbon sinks, pollutant absorption. So how plants, picture depicts how plants prevent erosion, how plants prevent floods. Now my next part of my talk is, what is climate change? What do we understand by climate change? See, we have understood what biodiversity is, what biodiversity values are. Now let's see what is climate change. See, temperatures are rising, sea levels are rising, ocean is acidifying. These all factors contribute to climate change. Climate change is reflected in water cycle changes and in extreme weather conditions. See, this picture or this map depicts the impact of climate change on forest as seen from space. You can see damaged forest, the healthy forest. The black parts are all the damaged forest, and the flood regions are clearly shown in this picture. Various aspects of climate change and biodiversity, which I will be discussing, will be like climate change and species extinction, climate change and forest destruction, and climate change and water, effect on water. First of all, let's see effect of climate change on species. First, moose, as you all know, is a cold weather species native to northern United States and Canada. It is now moving further north because of the rising temperatures and booming parasite populations. This is the picture of moose native to United States of America. This
sorry to disturb you.
Yes.
Your presentation is not moving. Your
It's
slide
not?
is not changing.
Oh, I'm so sorry. Let me just give me 1 minute.
Yeah.
So right from the beginning, it's not moving, or right now it has stopped?
No, right from the beginning it was not moving, but now it's okay. Now you can change the slide.
Okay. So I'll start from this part. Okay. Now, can you see it now? Is it moving?
Yes, it is moving now.
Okay.
Yeah.
Give me 1 minute. So I will talk about
Now
impact
you can continue.
Okay. So impact of climate change on biodiversity, as I was discussing. So first of all, I'll discuss the impact of climate change and species extinction. Effect of climate change on species. First of all, moose. As we all know, moose is a cold weather species native to northern United States and Canada. It is now moving farther north because of the rising temperatures and booming parasite populations. See, this is the picture of moose native to USA. That's because milder winter and less snow can lead to higher number of winter ticks. These winter ticks, or parasites, increase by tens of thousands of number and can gather on a single moose to feed on its blood, weakening the animal's immune system and often ending in death, especially the calves. Second animal I'm talking about is salmon. Salmon is a fish which requires cold, fast flowing streams and rivers to spawn.
Ma'am, your slides are not moving.
Again, not moving. Sorry. Let me see. Is it okay now?
Yeah, now you are on the next.
So it requires, salmon requires cold, fast flowing streams and rivers to spawn. Changing stream flows and warming waters in the Pacific is impacting salmon species population. Higher temperatures are also causing harmful salmon parasites to invade, reducing the population of the salmon. Snowshoe hares, which help hide from predators. This North American rabbit has evolved to turn white in winter to blend in the snow. With climate change, snow in some areas is melting earlier than the hairs have grown accustomed to, leaving stark white hairs exposed in slow landscape, as you can see in this animation. This increased vulnerability might cause decline in the hare populations. Another animal we all aware of facing extinction is cheetah, which has very low genetic diversity within the species and is highly vulnerable vulnerable to extinction. It's on the verge of extinction. I hope my slides are moving. Ma'am, can anybody tell me it's moving or not?
No, still
It's
it is not
still
moving.
stuck on the earlier
I don't know what is some technical issues. I think if I don't go with the slideshow move, I think that would be better, ma'am. Now, can
You
you
change it
yes,
manually, change manually.
okay, I'll change manually. Okay, ma'am. So it's visible, ma'am. Okay. I don't know, some technical issues there. Sea turtles are okay, ma'am. Various population of sea turtle species and their nesting sites are vulnerable to sea level rise, increasing storminess and changing temperatures are all impacted by climate change. Polar bears, they need sea ice to hunt seals, a main source of food. The cause of the decline is loss of sea ice and habitat due to Arctic warming. Not only polar bears, walruses and other Arctic species are also facing similar challenges. Monarch butterfly, we all know monarch butterfly is heavily dependent on environmental cues for reproduction, migration, and hibernation. They have a very short lifespan and fast reproductive rate. While monarchs themselves aren't considered an endangered species, IUCN recognizes their migration as an endangered phenomenon. And finally, tiger. 32,000 species are estimated lives in a vast range of habitats from coastal Bangladesh to Russian Far East, and it is number is reducing due to loss of habitat. Climate change, forest destruction. Researchers warn that climate change is accelerating the death of trees, stunting their growth, and making forests across the wild younger and shorter. Forests not only have less capacity to store CO2 released by burning fossil fuels, but also are unable to host certain species that normally reside there. This trend is likely to continue with climate warming, said Nate McDowell, a scientist at Pacific Northeast National Laboratory and an author of the report. Standing forests also address the impacts of climate change. They absorb greenhouse gases, regulate water flows, and protect coastal communities from extreme events and sea level rises. In addition, they also provide migrating plant and animal species routes to resilient habitats. Forests and trees are the cornerstone of addressing climate change. Climate change also has high impact on water. It affects water access for people around the world, causing more severe droughts and floods. Extreme weather events and changes in water cycle patterns are making it more difficult to access safe drinking water. Rising temperatures can lead to deadly pathogens in freshwater sources, making the water dangerous for people to drink. Rising sea levels are causing water to become salty, compromising the water resources millions of people rely on. Increasing global temperature causes water to evaporate in large amount, which leads to higher level of atmospheric water vapor and more frequent heavy and intense rains in coming years. Climate scientists also predict that this shift will lead to more floods since more water will fall than vegetation and soil can absorb. The remaining water or runoff drains into nearby waterways, picking up contaminants like fertilizers on the way, and eventually runoff travels to larger bodies of water like lakes and estuaries, polluting the water supply. The resulting algal blooms cause waterways with the clouds of green, blue, green, or red or brown algae And these blooms block sunlight from reaching underwater life and diminish oxygen levels within the water. What as human beings we can do? First of all, we should know what causes the climate change. Human activities have increased concentrations of greenhouse gases in the atmosphere. These gases trap heat and cause the earth to warm. And the compounding factors are human activities which have effect on ecosystem. The effects compound the effects on climate change, making it more difficult for ecosystem to adapt. The effects are like pollution, habitat fragmentation, invasive species, overfishing, manipulation of water resources, and much more. What can we do? How can we help? First of all, we should improve our outlook. Changes in activities at the personal, community, and national levels can affect the rate of future climate change and species' ability to adapt. Some of the areas where changes in human activities could help species adapt include approaches to agriculture, water management practices, energy resources and use transportation, pollution remediation, biological conservation. Thus, as Kate Blanchett said, I care about climate change because of our children. I want to safeguard their future. So it is for our future generations, we have to save our environment, and we have to start today. And I hope and I feel that this conference is a step in that area. Thanks a lot. Thank you, ma'am. Ma'am, not audible. You're not audible, ma'am. Sorry, you're not audible.
Yeah.
Yes, ma'am, you're audible. Yes, ma'am.
Wonderful session, and you wanted to have a question to the thank you for that. And now, let me introduce you to the GMT production of Dr. Rajna has 54 years experience of teaching zoology and biotechnology. She is the president of the Department of Biotechnology for the TDS. She has published several research papers in various national and international journal reviews, and she is two textbooks and articles of credit. She has also presented 10 papers, oral, and 5 posters in various national and international conferences and seminars, and received one of the best presentation award. She has also organized various national seminars and workshops. She has been invited to different lectures at different levels. She has served in various committees at college level of various universities. Presently, she is Associate Professor in the Department of Zoology at Jaipur.
Please, not audible. Please improve quality. Not audible.
She's also working with guidance negotiation. I'm not audible.
जी मैम मेरे को आ रहा है.
Okay. So, I'm going to start by with you and please sum up the session.
Thank you, ma'am. May I audible?
Yes, please. Thanks.
Good afternoon, everyone present here. First of all, I would like to congratulate the organizers for organizing international conference on such a current topic or current problem. For a viable future, it is very important to focus on sustainable development and climate change. I would also like to express my deep sense of gratitude to Dr. Preeti Gupta from Department of Zoology, IBS Government College, Kotputli, for sparing her valuable time for us and sharing her thoughts. Dr. Preeti tried to attract our attention towards shift or abnormal change in climate patterns, which harm many species, and who also talked about our dependence on biodiversity. How the biodiversity affect industrial dependence on biodiversity. Biodiversities also have a social value, and how the biodiversity change affects the ecotourism. I would like to add something here, that climate change affects the biodiversity, and at many levels. It changes the change in climate changes the distribution of the species, and the extinction rate of the species will be increased by the change in climate, and the reproductive timings will also change. And we also see in some of the animals, and the length of the growing season of the plant will also change with the change in the climate. And all these, they combinedly they affect the food web, and ultimately they affect the biodiversity, as they all are dependent on one another. Uh, as the Preeti said, or it divide its lecture into three parts, that how the climate change affects the species extinction, climate change affects the forest destruction, and how it changes the water level, and ultimately it affects the whole earth. And our life is also dependent on the biodiversity in one way or the other way. So the session was very interesting and thought-provoking. We all have to look into this matter, and we'll do everything judiciously, that our working or our any part will not affect the climate, or ultimately it affect the biodiversity. So thank you very much, Dr. Preeti, for enriching us and for the wonderful session. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Dr. Preeti and Dr. Ramsey. Dr. Ramsey, I was in Colombia, sometime. History, but we are going there sometime. Okay, so thank you very much, Dr. Preeti.
Thank you, ma'am. Thank you so much.
Yeah, thanks once again for my next in the line, I have Dr. Shankar Subramanian, Senior Faculty and Business Development. Sorry, Mr. Yeah. Dr. Shankar Subramanian, Senior Faculty and Business Development Manager, Westwood Group, United Arab Emirates. Dr. Shankar Subramanian is an astronomical research-oriented engineer, management and finance professional with over 3 decades of extensive technical professional experience in sales, marketing, business development, and CRM, with accountability in various sectors like engineering, construction, mining projects, finance, and education. Lately, he's been developing a program and course curriculum, volunteer students for business, engineering, and vocational courses, and helping deliver them getting a seat at rural answers to provide municipality more for when a Russian house establishment, to provide digital and water quality, to provide water transport authority, to provide aluminium, to provide petroleum and gas, and academicians like health and safety, survey, inspections, draftsmanship, research. Dr. William is also worked as an internal verifier and external reviewer for practical principles. Worked with QA and education framework development. His research areas include emerging technologies like blockchain and education, data analysis, big data, artificial intelligence, virtual reality, and augmented reality. He is currently working with the Westwood University College and Education Hub as Senior Faculty and Business Development Manager for Institutional Development. His areas of interest are marketing, operations, health and safety, strategic management, research and development, emerging technology, business analytics, business sustainability and education management course. So that was one pilot and one of the series. So I congratulate you for that. And may I request you now to please address and I welcome you from graduation comment college and I request you to please start with your address. Welcome, Mr. Brahmanian, sir. Most welcome.
Thank you. Can you hear me? Can you hear me?
So I request very short, please. GMT session. Yeah, very short. So welcome to welcome you from ICMSDC.
Can you hear me? Good afternoon, everyone. Hello?
Yes, good afternoon, sir. We can
Yeah.
hear you.
I'll share my screen and please tell me whether it's. Is it visible? Hello?
Yes, sir.
Okay. So thank you for calling me to the conference and good afternoon, everyone. So I am presenting on behalf of the International Conference on Multidiscipline Approach towards Sustainable Development and Climate Change for a Viable Future. So my topic is basically the emerging role and trends of basic education. So since I am in UAE, so I'm talking about the UAE example, sector and circular economy, change management perspective. So we all know, we heard so many speakers now currently speaking about how we are interacting with the climate and the various aspects of it and how we are influencing it. So unless we recognize that the universe, the earth and everything are organisms, and this is the holistic view, we are not going to improve, because this is the holistic and the spiritual view of everyone is connected at one level, and the earth, the universe, everything is connected. So if we are aware of this, we will not be spoiling anything of it. Because if you recognize the earth as an organism, I'll be very, very sensitive to cause any damage to the earth, because it's a living organism. And it is, because it has its own vibrations, it has its own magnetic influences, and it's got all the aspects of organism. So that's why I call it as an organism, and any planet and the universe itself is reactive and very sensitive. So if we are aware of this, we will not cause any damage. So it's like how we cause damage to any other organism. Let's say you see a cat and you cause damage to it. So obviously you're sensitive. So if we know about this and speak and are aware of at all levels, we will not cause this damage. And this should be taught right at the school level. Most of the Cs or spiritual gurus can see this, and it was taught in the old Gurukul system. But somehow man has come to a disconnect with this. And if we keep our environment dirty, it's going to affect our conscious and our very being. Since this has been introduced by PM Modi in India. So we have the Swachh Bharat Abhiyan. So you'll see that the moment we started this, there have been a lot of response from the earth, from the universe. The cleanliness itself as awareness is leading to growth and prosperity. And that's what I said. If we are responding in the way we consider everything as an organism, the response will be much better, and it's very sensitive. So it is a very holistic view, which some of our earlier speakers have touched upon. So I carry on further. So if you see, in the cause of damage has been multi-fronted. So we have gone prosperous. We have developed over the years. So if you look at the coal production and imports in the UK, so you can see from the 17th century to 1950s and 2019, this is a graph. So it's almost like 250 million tons and more than that in the peak when they have the steam engines. So all that coal burning has caused a lot of pollution to the environment. So that's what one of the developed countries has done. So you can imagine what all the development has led to, and all the developed countries have got the carbon footprint, which they have been ignoring. So only recently you see India and some of these countries are after them to invest and to reverse this footprint, which up to now not a single dollar has been put. They only talk, they keep extending their the year of zero carbon. So it was gone from 1980 to 2000, 2020, 2040. Now it's already 2070. So that means nothing is going to happen at any levels. So that's the sad scenario currently. So individually and collectively, we should appeal to all these developed countries and all the world leaders to please help in reversing this, what has damage has been done. So you'll see in all forums, India is taking up these issues at the UN, at the UNNC, various forums. We are trying to get these the developed countries to reverse this and invest in the technologies which will help us save our future. So global greenhouse gas emissions per gas, you see the damage, CO2 65%, carbon dioxide, that is deforestry and other land misuse 11%, methane 16%, nitrous oxide and freon gases because of the ACs. So at every level, man is just destroying nature, and that's why the climate changes are happening. But the problem with climate change is it is not one factor, and to collectively look at all the factors is what man can do now, because we can't control. When you have the control variables, you can stop everything and just see how it varies with one variable is not possible with nature, because our technology has not advanced to that level. So we are just talking in the air. We're saying the rise of 1% is because of the deforestry, because of this. We exactly don't know what's that. It's left to research, and maybe in the next 100 years we'll come to that level where we can know about what is the exact damage, and by that we can actually see the damage. So that's a poor state of affairs. So what's gone wrong is, first of all, we need to look at the root cause. The root cause has been our education, has been just looking at the development and the development side of it. We are just taught how we can develop ourselves, how humanity should grow, at the cost of what? At the cost of nature, at the cost of human being, at the cost of species, at the cost of plants, at the cost of animals, and so on. So which is not taught in the schools. So the first thing I think is only the education sector is at any time capable of reversing this, and that's the root cause. So I strongly recommend that it should be leading to a circular economy, and the start is going to be at the education sector. And then the rest of the things, whatever we are doing, can be done slowly. But by the time in the next, if at all our kids are going to reverse it, I believe they will, because it's their future, and we will need to inculcate them this habit. Because I've seen a lot of cases where the children in the school are saying we ran a couple of courses here on conserving resources. We showed them how to conserve and water, for example. So we're seeing we just go for a shave, and then we just keep the tap open, and then it's liters of water down the drain by the time you finish. So when that was taught, we have clearly seen in the parents' feedback when the father is shaving, the child goes and shuts the tap, and it says on the father's face, please save water. Okay, it's got an emotional content, and if it's coming from a child, the parent will listen. So this connection is going to keep on happening at all levels. So that's why the initiation should be at the school level. So how the education sector can contribute to the solution of the environmental pollution issue is definitely on. So that will lead to a circular economy away from the linear sustainability, what we have been talking about. And this has got an emotional angle. Okay, the circular economy has primarily three pillars shown in the figure. That is, design out waste and pollution, keep material and products in use, and regenerate natural systems. That is, use innovations and R&D. So this should be primarily read by the technology, because the social media and the other technologies, emerging technologies, can be definitely used to disseminate this information at all levels, at simultaneously to the children first, and then to the parents, and then subsequently to the society. So this will definitely stop the rut or the rot which is happening currently. So the education system is at the center of this suggestion what I had done. So it should begin with the curriculum design. The students should be at the school level taught what is sustainability, how sustainability can be attained, and what happens if it is not done. And then obviously they are the major contributors, the stakeholders, because it's their future, and we give the future in their own hands. And then when that's inculcated at the school levels, we can have in the colleges and in the schools, like you have plantations done on particular days, or we can have like in our college, we have every student planting, every student intake, we plant a tree. So that is a contribution. So like that, we can have a lot of initiatives run. Okay, so we can also have CE index using smart apps, which can actually measure what is the contribution of individuals to this, to the sustainability. Like the earlier ma'am, Priti ma'am was talking about it. That's a good initiative we can look at. Then the people involvement at all levels is required. Emerging technologies, as I said, is going to be a big reach out. And definitely R&D and innovation and collaboration already happening. And campuses should be able to portray this. We should show them how like energy can be saved. We should have green campuses. So we have examples of that in the UAE. The Masdar uses mostly renewable energy to run their own campus. And that's an excellent example. So the students for live, they see what is the application and how it's used. So the curriculum needs to be continuously updated to match the industrial and societal needs to accommodate new innovations in the circular economy. And then there's this taking on the leadership at all leadership levels. We should, I mean, the leadership will be virtually forced when it's coming from the younger generation, the schools and the educational level, and then percolating up. Automatically leadership will lead them into these kind of initiatives. And then definitely when you take it on in the school level and in the colleges, so because these are the future leaders and the future entrepreneurs, so they are very sensitive to the nature and the sustainability, and this will take on the fresh programs. So I already talked about the Masdar campus, previously Masdar, now it's under the Khalifa University. So it's a live example of circular economy using LED lamps, renewable energy, conservation lamps, recycling the water and reduce the waste. So the children, the students are actually seeing all this with their own eyes and how it can be done, and it can be imitated and duplicated at various other companies, at the homes, etc. So this gives the learners the feel of the circular economy in the real conditions, and the universities can collaborate with the industries to showcase these gadgets and appliances on the campus. So the UAE education sector must invest in R&D and collaborate with the local global industries to take on the see more such circular economy projects. So these collaborations will be the future for the UAE to lead the way to on circular economy and to the other Middle East countries. The UAE government can announce policies to support these initiatives of collaboration. So why I am initiating this in the Middle East and in the oil selling countries is basically because they have earned enough revenue in terms of selling this fossil fuel, and they should take an initiative in setting this up, the initiative to reverse this
The presentations are moving actually. So, Sophia, how do you know? I just wanted to start there.
Pardon me? Hello? You're able to hear and see me, Ed? Okay.
Yes,
So I'll continue. Okay.
but I really like looking at it. You are able to see but
And then the emerging technologies will be pretty useful. Like we can use artificial intelligence, machine learning, robotics, cloud computing, virtual reality to make these projects effective and better received by the public. The innovations will support the usage of these technologies and enhance digitalization of the processes, saving time, effort, and money in long term. So the efficiencies will be better. And definitely, if you look at the graph shown here, the awareness will be spread to use of technology, training, and the initiatives should be rewarded. So I recommend that whoever is going into that should be given brownie points in terms of money, in terms of bonuses, in terms of better business opportunities, in terms of employment. So the implement and success of the CE project depend on the people involved and their wholehearted participation. So definitely the rewards is on, which will lead to better participation and implementation of such projects. We should convince the people on the need of these circular economy requirements, importance and benefits, augmented by the training, technology and workshops. We should introduce the eccentric and the intrinsic rewards to motivate them. Okay, so the measurement index, as I said, the applications, smart applications can be used, and they can actually measure what is the contribution towards the sustainability. So the measurement index of CE should include indicators that consider technological cycles with the life cycle thinking approach and their effects on environmental, economic, social, and actual implementations. So what is your saving per initiative you have done can be made, and you can keep your own record of how much you are actually damaging and how much you are reusing. So you can have a credit debit kind of system showing on your app. And it can be done at the local level, at organization level, and so on. So CE index can support the tracking of the projects and measure the progress in CE, circular economy, by the organizations and even individuals. So all this requires change. So I particularly feel that we should look at something like a change management model. So I advocate the Edgar change management model with the addition of a feedback, which is not there in the theory. So the awareness of circular economy should be done at individual level, community level, organization level, national level, and humanitarian level, which I given enough examples, and the earlier speakers have also spoken on that. So this will lead, once the awareness is there and you want to live a holistic person, the desire for change will happen. So this can be augmented by communication, talk about the results, risks involved, the future, what's climate change is what's happening. So all those videos and training sessions can help. And then what's the benefit if such a awareness and changes are happening. So we can build the momentum and address the fears. So knowledge of CE should be done by training, giving technical skills and competencies in terms of technology, in terms of team dynamics, project management. They can share and collaborate, and then the time frame should be set. So ability to implement the CE, so formulate frameworks, strategy, training, transparency, rework the processes needed. Then you have the reinforcement for circular economy, that is change agents and the leaders learn from mistakes and share their experiences. So this is on. So we're learning every day what's the damage we have done, and we're talking about it. So that will also keep on going on simultaneously, but we should start right at the education level. And that's the only way to reverse it. There's only one solution to all this, and it's education. So continuous feedback and improvement is should be monitored, and the continuous leap is back to the awareness stage. If it's something is lacking, more awareness should be spread, and all this can be measured using an index, a feedback system, and we can fine tune and innovate more. So this is one of the frameworks or which has been developed by the researcher here. So I'm talking about the education system. So in terms of implementing this, so we have the various stakeholders. I'm involving blockchain as a technology. And who are the various stakeholders? You got the learners, the government, regulators, universities, teachers, consultants, all of them getting involved and spreading this at every level. And then obviously the curriculum changes, and then the colleges, universities, and schools are part of it. The awarding bodies are required to change their curriculum, and that the student should be, the program should be a student-centric model and not currently the university-centric model. It's not that universities offer programs and the students just take it like that. It should be based more on micro-credentials. So the student learns what he wants, and then he selects and makes his own program, and the credit system is awarded and made customized for the student. And then this can be controlled by portfolios on the blockchain, and the vocational skills can be enhanced, and recognition of prior learning can be done, and the teachers and the course materials and instruction languages are part of this. So this is one of the implementation frameworks which has got developed. And then all this can be taken up at a global level, looking at the SDGs, which has been covered also by the earlier speakers. So sustainable development goals of the UN should be not just the sustainable goals, it should be a circular goals. So all this need to come with a, what do you call it, a loop. So that's what, for example, if you are going to eradicate poverty by education, which UAE education can contribute, for example, make learners employable and as entrepreneurs, that's leading to the second one, a zero anger, because you're giving them employability and so on. So there are 17 goals which can all be converted to a circular economic goal, which the UN has not been doing anything about it for the last 25, 30 years. We're just talking about the goals. Nothing has been done more on that. And to conclude, the SDGs of the UN can be extended to be the circular economic initiatives, objectives of suggesting the circular economy initiatives to be implemented by the UAE education. Because I'm talking about UAE, it can be easily extended or generalized to various economies or education systems across the world. The main contribution has been the management change perspective used in ensuring successful implementation of the CE initiatives. Addition of innovation and continuous feedback loop added to the Edgar management change model. And thank you very much. I'm open to questions.
Thank you so much. Dr. Subramanian Iyer. It was a wonderful presentation. We are honored to have you with us. And we explained everything so nicely. We were able to understand it very clearly. I know one of the delegates were enjoying the session. And so now the focus of the session was very short. And she cannot separately travel from the environment and association ACRI in South James USA. So let me give a brief introduction of where we went. There is a one CV and introduction where I just went through it and I love it very much. So let me give you information to the case also. Regarding very shop, a first presentation venture, very shop, we have cutting edge, located in Amazon, in the United States. Even as a child, it was clear she was happy by anyone as a teenager. Reference introduced one of the life passion, international driven. On a paper trip to Egypt, their father will be face to face with campus, and she fell deeply in love. Since that trip in the Sahara, Melanie has known she needs only a picture shadow and get us to sleep. Fulfilled. Her family's land, Shadow Farms, has been known for raising registered and respected for decades. For over 60 years, campus also called this academic people. Melanie earned a master's in communication, a master's in managing family therapy, and has been a licensed marriage and family therapist for over 20 years. That's wonderful. However, the true passion lies in campus. It is in learning more about campus. Focus on spending endless hours for more campus. I have entailed the valuables and endless seeking opportunities to driven communities. The temple culture seems like Benedi's passion for these desert animals. Correctly, Benedi's security temple often from American Temple Bench Owners Association, NACRA, and she works closely with Temple Bench Owners at the International Temple Organization, ICO, located in Saudi Arabia. One of the government's biggest concerns is trying to improve the accessibility of veterinary care for campus in North America, as we see this as an area of needed growth. My recent trip to Pakistan is an opportunity to learn more about the research happening in a country that is very focused on parent welfare and research advancements in the presentation, raising campus in the country will readdresses some of the obstacles of doing business in North America, and especially what challenges campus owners face in trying to provide best practices healthcare for their campus. She discussed with the new established campus association the goals established by their members and designed to for future campus owners, researchers, and intermediates in North America. She has been represented at the 2021 Summer Symposium Student Marathon Veterinarian Medical Association 2022. First international symposium on animal health and on health organized by the University of Veterinary and Animal Science. Visits workshop with learning partners and so on workshops for veterinary students at Kansas State University, which school on best practices for safely and humanly handling campus for critical interventions. She is also a peer reviewer of science manuscripts for a variety of journals, such as the Journal of Zoology, Advances in Animal and Veterinary Science, Journal of Animal Health and Production, and Pakistan Journal of Zoology. So we will need to ensure that it's a wonderful CV and congratulations to you, Farah. So now I please invite you to sum up the key features of this Subramanian.
Thank you, ma'am.
I'm requesting Dr. Bethany to please. Dr. Bethany, please unmute yourself. Dr. Bethany, I'm requesting you to please unmute yourself and some of the key knowledges.
We can't actually hear what you're saying.
Yeah.
We can't hear clearly what you're saying.
And I want to Dr. Bethany, I'm sum up the session?
Dr. Valerie, you're supposed to sum it up. That's what she's saying, I think.
Thank you for letting me know that. I'm trying very, very hard to understand, and I was struggling trying to read the closed captioning and everything. I'm sorry, I did not realize I was supposed to sum up your summary. I did listen, and I did find it very interesting. What the professor was discussing in this particular training had to do with the future of how we can promote environmental care. And he talked about starting with students and used an example of UAE educational program where the children are learning and they become our stakeholders with the hope that they can influence the parents and maybe the older generations, but obviously their generation and future generations. And so by showing them in the schools what we can do to not leave such a carbon footprint, we're hoping that it becomes like second nature to the students, or that it becomes a just a way of life. Turn the faucet off when the water's running, or use less electricity when possible. So then he also talked about how the UN can give us, not give us, but can give citizens encouragement in the form of brownies, I think is what the word you use, the encouragement to take steps to help the environment rather than to ignore the situation that we're currently in. And I don't know how much time I have for a recap. Is this good? I'm so sorry, Professor. I feel like I'm butchering your content.
Thank you very much, I think so.
Yes. I can't hear anything.
Thanks very much, everyone. And thank you, Mamta ma'am. Back to you.
Hello. 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 Can you hear me? Hello everyone, what do you know? Hello.
It's not still better. There's some technical glitch.
Hello. Yeah, actually there was some technical. We are really sorry for the technical glitch. There was some technical issue. So Dr. Subramaniam Iyer and Dr. Valerie Crenshaw, we are really thankful to you for your time given to us. And it was a wonderful presentation by Dr. Iyer and Valerie Crenshaw. You summed up it in a very easy way, and we are grateful to you for that. Yeah, just one more request. Just one more request. I wanted you. Can you please start your keynote address now? Is it comfortable for you?
Are you talking to me or are you talking to the next speaker?
I'm talking to you, Valerie. Can you start and give your keynote address now? Is it comfortable?
Okay.
Since our next speaker, we could not come to a medical emergency, so may I request you?
No problem.
That's wonderful. We are grateful to you for that. That's wonderful. And thank you so much, Dr. Subramaniam Iyer. We are honored by your presence. And now I'm requesting Dr. Valerie to please start and present her keynote address.
Okay. I'm going to try to figure out how to share my photographs. I was going to
maybe I can give you some time. Maybe I can connect you with just after 10 minutes. Is it comfortable?
That would be perfect.
Okay, so delegates, please give us some time, and we are presenting a video before you. So, and Dr. Valerie, she'll be presenting her keynote address after 10 minutes.
Okay.
So bear with us.
Okay, I'm going to try to pull it up.
Okay. Thank you so much for accepting our invitation.
Of course, of course. Okay.
Sheetal, please play a video for 10 minutes.
I've never used the Google Meets, so I'm trying to figure out how to get my PowerPoint up.
It's okay. We are playing a video right now. So,
okay.
And we'll be back with you and you can present it after 10 minutes. No problem at all.
Okay, I'm going to keep trying to figure it out.
Yeah, perfectly fine.
Okay.
Huh? Well, nature is full of wonders.
Red Bull gives you wings.
Forget the Olympics. This is China's most spectacular extravaganza. Forget the Olympics. This is China's most
Through my online store alone, we've sold over $500,000 worth of spices. That's so crazy.
Hello. Dr. Vaidehi, is it okay? Can we start now? We are unable to hear you. Please unmute yourself. Please unmute. We are unable to hear you.
Hello? Yeah, Dr. Vaidehi, we are unable to hear you. Please unmute yourself.
I'm so sorry.
It's perfectly fine. It's perfectly fine.
I said I've been trying to figure out how to share my PowerPoint, and I cannot get it to work. So I don't know if it's okay for me to just go ahead and talk, or what you want me to do. It keeps
you're perfectly fine with everything. Whatever you do, in whatever way you want to deliver, is perfectly fine for us. No problem at all.
Okay, I will just go ahead and present if that's okay.
Perfectly fine. Please go ahead. So we have with us Dr. Valerie Crenshaw. She's the next speaker. She'll be delivering a wonderful lecture. Just now, I gave a glimpse of her curriculum vitae, and it was wonderful. So now I would Dr. Valerie Crenshaw to please present her keynote address, and the chairperson of this session is Dr. Vedika Kanchaguptaji, Assistant Professor, Rajrishi College, Alwar, Rajasthan, India. So I welcome you both. So now, Dr. Valerie Crenshaw, I am inviting you to deliver.
Excellent. Thank you very much. Like I said, I had a PowerPoint prepared with lots of pictures and examples, and I just cannot figure out how to get it uploaded. I am apologizing ahead of time that I don't have anything.
No need to apologize. Perfectly fine.
Okay.
Yeah, enjoy.
Okay. As the professor said, my name is Valerie Crenshaw, and I'm here in the United States, and I've been raising cattle for generations within our family, but 16 years ago we decided to add camels to our farm. So I guess if you want to picture where we live, you could think of maybe some of the old westerns that you've seen on TV, like Gunsmoke or something from Dodge City. That's basically where we are found. It's in cattle country. And so like I said, we've had Angus cattle on our ranch for my generation, my parents, my grandparents, my great-grandparents. So it's just kind of one of the things that people do in our region is raise cattle, because we have very tall prairie grasses, and the cattle can get pretty fat on them during the year, during the summer months. Then we cut the hay and we can keep them healthy through the winter months. So when I was in high school, my father took me on a trip to Egypt, and he wanted me to see how big the world is, that it's much bigger than Kansas here in the United States. And so we were traveling through the Sahara on our way to the Libyan border. And I said, Dad, are those camels out there? And he was driving and he was paying attention to the road, and he kind of looked to the side and he said, no, those are oil derricks, and kept driving. And at about that time, one of the quote oil derricks put his head up, and we realized it really was a big herd of camels, and we both laughed about it. And for some reason, they just kind of snuck in and grabbed my heart. And that was 30 years ago, and they still haven't let go of me. So the camels have just a very special place in my heart, and now they have a pretty special place in my life. 16 years ago, we added camels to our cattle ranch, and the first thought was, my dad was basically spoiling his daughter, and he said, here's some camels. They're basically your big pets. Have fun. So we started out with 2 camels. And what we've found over the years, first of all, that people are shocked to see camels in cattle country, and to see camels and cattle and horses all roaming together, because it's just not expected in our area. And so usually one of the biggest questions I get from people outside of the United States or inside the United States is, really, there are camels in North America or in the United States? And surprisingly, the answer is yes. Not nearly as many as you might find in other countries. In the camel countries, or in like the Rajasthan in India. But we estimate that there's about 5,000 camels in the United States. We have to say estimate because we don't have a formal registry or any way to track them like you might have with cattle or with other livestock in the United States. That's something we're working on. People own camels for a variety of reasons in the United States. Dairies are becoming a little bit more popular. Camel milk, I drink it every morning. I have to explain that to some people, because cattle milk is still the #1 preferred drink in the United States. But I drink camel milk, and whenever I can find camel milk products, obviously purchase them. But that's still growing here in the United States. So people also use them for tourism, entertainment, like petting zoos. There's some people who do treks in the deserts. There's just like exotic livestock shows or opportunities for people to learn more about exotic animals, and camels are usually included in that. For the Christians in the United States, Christmas is a huge celebration, as you probably know. And so some of the camel owners use their camels to go to churches, go to events, go to plays, that sort of thing. And that's how they make money, taking their camels to those sort of entertainment events. So people ask, there's a million questions that I get. How do they do? How do they survive? How do they handle the winters? How do they interact with the other animals? It's just quite shocking for people to think about camels living here in the United States, in the middle of America. And so we do have a little bit of a different climate than what camels might originally be used to. We have 4 distinct seasons where we live. And so that means in the summer, it's hot. It's been around 100 to 110 degrees Fahrenheit here for the last couple months. And then we'll have a fall where everything starts to kind of go dormant. They'll still be browsing for the camels, but then we will have a full winter where we could have feet of snow on the ground, the ponds all freeze solid, and it gets very cold. Our spring comes around and we start preparing for the summer. We might have our pasture burn off the grasses to help keep them healthy, to help keep the native grasses healthy, and to fight off any of the invasive species. Then summer rolls back around and we're back into the heat. So what I have found, especially with the 4 seasons, as I've observed camels over the last 16 years compared to our cattle and our horses, is that camels have an incredible ability to adapt to whatever Mother Nature throws at them. And, it's not surprising that they can handle the heat. What's surprising is how well they can handle the cold. They get so much fiber that when the snow falls, they are so insulated, the snow doesn't even melt. So what we've noticed is, I would say they do better than what people think of as our native animals, our cattle or our horses, the things that you're used to seeing in cattle country. So the camels will, they'll grow this fiber. They'll start in the fall, and then they'll have it so thick. It's usually, if I put my hand on them, if this is the camel and put my hand on them, it's usually about the length of my hand, as woolly as they get. And then in May, usually the month of May, they will start releasing it. And then of course I've got the big job of combing all of it off of them. We save the fiber and we sell it to people who might do spinning or wool work, felting, some of those people who work with natural fibers, sometimes artists. And so the camels provide in that way too. But what I found, especially this summer, is we've had pretty intense heat for a much longer period of time than we typically do. Our July and our August are usually pretty hot. This year, the intense heat started in early June. So the cattle, and we raise Angus, so they're black, which makes it, they have to adjust a little bit to that hot sun coming down. The cattle have struggled with adjusting to this heat. It came on early and it came on strong, and our evenings were not getting as cool as they normally would. The humidity was staying high. So what we were finding is we do everything we can to keep our cattle comfortable. They always have a pond, shade trees, and then we're in the Flint Hills, so it's the rolling hills. So if there's a nice breeze, the cattle can get up high if they want to catch the breeze. If not, they need to get down under the trees. They have a choice of many different options, and our ponds are built so that they can get into the pond if they want, to submerge themselves in water. So what we were finding is the cattle were really struggling. They were panting a little. There was one day I went and pushed them, not physically, but kind of herded them into a pond just because the heat came on so strong. They weren't being able to cool down at night, which is important for cattle for regulating their temperatures. And our cattle all were fine. Everyone is still doing well and adjusting. But, some of the feedlots in our state, they lost over 10,000 cattle in a couple of days because the heat was so intense and they just weren't able to adapt. And their living situations, they're, in a feedlot, they don't have quite the amenities that our cattle have, who are out free grazing and browsing all day, every day. But what I found is that the camels, of course, are completely unfazed by it. They shed their hair, they released it. If they were a little warm or if they were still releasing their hair, they wallowed in mud like camels do. And they would be out in the heat of the day browsing, not because of necessity, because they always have hay at the barn if they, don't want to go out and browse. But what they did is that they have just literally been adapting, and they can handle these sharp climate changes that we've been experiencing here in the United States. And so that's one of the things that I've been noticing about them. I don't know that I can sell the rest of America on, adding camels to their livestock or not. I'm guessing I can't, but it is interesting to see how maybe the future is animals that can adapt better, livestock that can adapt to some of the issues with our climate. Also, speaking with the climate, we fight invasive plants that come into the Flint Hills. We live off of our native grasses, and we get tall grass. It can be taller than my waist. It's lush, it's healthy, there's variety. We have a lot of forbs in our grass, and so it's basically what is the way we can maintain all these cattle. So We also have invasive plants that have been introduced maybe by people who have good intentions, but then find out later that maybe it wasn't such a good idea to introduce that. We have some landowners who just don't take care of their property. So then those of us who want to be very good land stewards, we are met with the challenge, the greater challenge of trying to keep our land clean of these invasive plants. So we have to do things like pasture burning. This is where the prairies are all lit up on fire. And of course I had pictures of that because people can't always picture it. I know in India you do the rice, the burn and the rice paddies after the harvest. It's similar to that, a similar concept. It doesn't seem to hang in the air the way the rice does. I've been there during your rice burnings, and it seems to kind of hang differently in the air. But people burn the pastures, and it helps clean out some of those invasive plants, which are some of the big ones that we're fighting are the cedar trees, locust trees, musk thistle, Serratia lespedeza. Hope I'm saying that right. And then our brand new one that we're just now kind of dealing is called a dogbane, or some people call it a hemp, but it's not the healthy hemp that you're thinking of. And these are plants that they come in, they take over, and they keep our prairie grasses from being able to grow. They will just, a lot of times, every one of those that I listed, cattle and horses do not like. So they will literally go around them and not eat them. So they're really safe in the prairie, meaning they can spread even more. So in our spring, we try to burn those off, get those out of there. This spring, we were just in the middle of a drought. And when you're in a difficult drought, you cannot burn. It's dangerous. You don't want to burn more than what you have planned. And then you have the fear of burning it off. And if you don't get enough rain after the burn, then you've got some exposed topsoil, you're not getting the growth you need, and you don't have the grass you need to put your cattle out. Putting everyone out, the first part of April is kind of a tradition. That's kind of when you think of it. It can be the first part of May when you put your cattle out, and then you pull them off of the grass the first part of November. All of this is just for the health of the grass. You lose the health of your grass, then you lose the health of your livestock. So we weren't able to burn this year. And so we have more of a struggle with the invasive plants. What we have found in between the burns, I guess I'm gonna backtrack one second. In between the burns, the other things we have to do is literally go out and cut some of these plants or spray them. Of course, spraying isn't ideal because it costs money, it costs time, and it's not always the best environmental choice, except the alternative is usually worse because then you've got invasive plants that are killing off your grasses. What we have found this year more than ever, and I don't know if it's just because we couldn't burn, and so I don't know if it's because of the age of our herd. We have 5 male camels, and they're still, 4 of them are still pretty young, but they're old enough that they are, browsers. We have found that they have just taken it upon themselves, because they have free reign of several parcels, that they go to these invasive plants that we don't want, and that's what they eat before they eat the grass that is so lush to the cattle. So we actually had an incident where someone in our family said, "Oh, have you already sprayed this area?" Near one of our ponds, like a dam, and it was a woody, we have buckbrush and we have dogwood, and those are real woody plants that they literally just kind of spread. We call them dogwood islands. And so you'll have all this grass, and then you'll have this clump of dogwood, and it just spreads and spreads and spreads. Cattle don't go in it. It's too woody. They can't move in it. And then, of course, because it's so dense, there's no grass growing. So someone said, "Have you already sprayed all of that brush down by the pond?" And then another family member said, "No, we haven't sprayed down there at all." And they said, "Are you sure? Because it looks like you sprayed. All the leaves are gone. Some of it's getting kind of knocked down." And then the answer was, "No, that's the camels. They have literally gone in and been clearing out areas, and not in a harmful way. You know, sometimes cattle and such will overgraze an area, and you know, camels graze completely differently. I know that those of you in India already know this, because I've witnessed how the Rika will take their camels to different pastures, or they will provide fertilizer, and then they will do some cleaning of the brush, and then the camels are excited because they're eating this buffet of different plants. And my camels are basically emulating what your camels in India are doing, and they're doing it in a way that we are seeing great benefits. So that's one of the benefits that we have found to having camels in cattle country. Obviously, as I just mentioned, the manure is great. People have come and got it for their gardens, for their landscaping. It's much easier to use than anything from cattle or horses, because it's ready to go. So that's another advantage we have found with the camels, and helpful with our endeavors of keeping the grasses growing well and keeping our personal growing areas healthy. The other thing we found, and this was something that we read, we have not done any studies, but that the cattle and the camels, when they share a water source, that it helps the gut flora of the cattle. And because it's cattle country, you know, obviously the number one goal in this area is to keep your cattle healthy and fat and in production. So having the cattle simply share water sources with our cattle, which they do, they are not in the same pond with them, but any of the artificial source, like a tank, is also shared with the camels. And so we're hoping that that is helping them with some of the issues that they have been dealing with for their immune system. So lately, pink eye has been going through some of the cattle herds in our area. And so, you know, we always knock on wood, because, you know, flies have been bad this year with all this heat and the humidity, and pink eye can be spread with these flies. So we're hoping that keeping their gut healthier is helping with their immune system. Our cattle have had less issues with pink eye thus far. Again, I hope I'm not jinxing this situation, but so we're hoping that maybe that's one of the keys to that. As far as camels in a country where you're not expected to see camels, we do have some barriers. There are some obstacles to owning camels in the United States. And of course, one of them, because of everything I've just described, is obesity. We have to be concerned about them eating too much. So we do little things like give them a long area to travel, because camels want to move. They want to move, and they want to move at a faster rate than maybe cattle or horses and cover a larger distance. So we try to give them multiple parcels for them to go through. And so that's one of the things that we do to combat obesity. Not all camel owners are able to do that. So obesity is an issue. Another one, also because of all these lush grasses and the humidity and the heat that I've just described, is parasites. So we have to deal with camels being exposed to parasites that they can't necessarily fight off very easily. We have to worry about whipworms, strongyles, and then we have coccidia that we know all of these can kill camels if they're not managed. And in the United States, we just haven't really figured out a good way to manage them economically. The best practice is for camel owners to go out and get a fecal sample of every camel on their property, send it into a laboratory or to your local vet or veterinary university, have them test it, to do a special test on it, because not all tests will find those in camel fecal samples. Then get the results, see what's going on, if anything's going on, and do any medication appropriately. Well, the expectation is that you'll do that every month of every year round, even when you have these frozen grounds in the winter. That's not cheap. That is not that's not an easy thing for someone to do. Like I said, I have 5 camels. enough for me. If you're a dairy and you might have 100 camels or more, that's a very, very big proposition, and we've got to do something in the United States to figure that out. There are different ways, like having more land for them, having them on land that they, keeping them off of land and then putting them on different land that's clean, so to say, of the parasites. There's different options like that, but that's a big barrier in the United States. And if you're breeding camels for the purpose of either for dairies or for production to sell off the offspring, that's a very expensive thing to do. So we lack solutions in that area, and it requires a great deal of money to manage this sort of expected best practices. The other barrier that I think is pretty big is our lack of veterinary care. We just don't have a lot of veterinarians who have studied camel healthcare or camel science. And so one of my little projects, I guess you could say, is to try to increase the number of camels or of veterinarians who have experience working with camels, have knowledge of that. My dream would be for there to be some research in the United States being done on camels, whether it be with the parasites or whether it be with better breeding, because we're still doing the old school of, you have to take your female camel to a male camel, give them a month or so, hope they're bred, and then bring them home and cross your fingers and hope you have a bred camel who has a healthy offspring, which isn't always the case either. Our birth mortality rate isn't that great. So we are way behind the curve when it comes to reproduction with camels in the United States. So I am not a veterinarian. I wish that I had studied camel animal science, but I am not a veterinarian, so I can't teach students to become veterinarians. But what I've found is one of the barriers for students or for veterinarians who are already practicing with working with camels is not just the knowledge, it's also kind of the intimidation factor. They're like, what do I do with this animal? How do I work safely providing care for this animal? And so that is something that I can help with. So we use our camel herd, and we have the local university, the veterinary university. We make it available to them, and students eagerly sign up, which I always think is a great shining moment, that these students are so eager to learn. And they come out, and we give any demonstrations, give them hands-on opportunity how to handle a camel, how to put on a halter, how to tie them up, how to make them sit down or couche, and how you can hobble them for safety purposes. If you've got a camel that's biting, how can you restrain the camel without hurting it, without causing issues, without causing extra stress, but also without anybody getting hurt? How can you make any medical procedure or exam that you need to do safe for the veterinarian, the handler, and the camel? And so we teach them hobbles. I learned my first lessons in hobbles, I learned in India working with the Rika, and it's in my head all the time. So I'm very thankful to that culture for teaching me some of the techniques. But so we teach them how to hobble them standing, how to hobble them laying down, and just how to restrain them without any pain to anybody. And so that's just helping to eliminate one of the barriers to try to get more exposure to working with camels for someone who's never worked with a camel. Some of the vet students come in, they're like, well, I've worked with horses, so I understand how to work with large animals. And then I lead my eldest camel out in the barnyard in front of them, and their eyes are this big because they're like, wow, they're a lot bigger than horses. And they're right. So there's a learning curve there, but we can easily overcome that because we know the demeanor of camels is easy to work with. So that's one of the big issues that we deal with. Another one that I thought was interesting was that we just didn't ever have an association or a coming together of other camel owners until just recently. So we have a very young association called the North American Camel Ranch Owners Association, and we're all working together with the idea of improving the life of camels in the United States, improving their animal welfare, but also improving the life of the camel owners, I guess you could say, helping to get more information out how to connect with veterinarians, trying to get that registry that I've said we've needed so badly. And so that's kind of a young association. We've got big goals and we're working hard on those. And so hopefully that will be another way to remove some of the barriers to raising camels in the United States. And so I'm concerned that I have talked longer than I was supposed to because of the switch over and the schedule and everything. And I see I do have a question. So I would be happy to answer that question. And I don't know what I need to do so that the doctor can speak. The person who has the question. Ah, perfect.
So any questions?
Maybe not.
So it was a wonderful lecture, Valerie. We are honored. We enjoyed it very much. And we are thankful to you for honoring our request and giving us your valuable time.
Okay.
So thankful
No
to you
problem.
for that. Yeah, so now let me introduce you to our chairperson of this session, Dr. Ved Prakash Gupta. Dr. Ved Prakash Gupta is working as assistant professor in Rajrishi College, Alwar, Rajasthan, India. He has 15 years of teaching botany and biodiversity and more than 12 years of research experience in the field of biodiversity conservation. He has published more than 10 research papers in various national and international journals of repute, including high impact factors. He has delivered many talks on biodiversity conservation as research person in these conferences and workshops. Now I invite Dr. and resource person in various conferences and workshops. Now I invite.
Thank you, ma'am. Good afternoon, everybody. First of all, thanks to Dr. Sudha ma'am for inviting me as a chairperson for this wonderful session. Well, Valerie Crenshaw, it was wonderful session, no doubt. Valerie, as you continuously associated for the welfare of the camels, not only camels, so many other cattle, you have visited so many places for the knowing the behavior of camels. I want to add something. Rajasthan is also famous for camel and known as a ship of Rajasthan. So I am requesting you to please visit once in Rajasthan to knowing the behavior of Rajasthan's camel. Valerie ma'am, you interestingly explain how camel is valuable for society and camel owners. You continuously spread knowledge of animal behavior and Valerie, you also engage to improving the accessibility of the veterinarian care for camels in North America, not only in North America, indirectly whole world. It is very important for the development or knowing behavior of the cattle. Ma'am, you explain all about camel and their welfare. Thank you. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Valerie and Ved Prakash ji. Thank you so much. And now we are taking a short break since our next keynote address is at 3:30. And I request all of you also to take a short break. We'll be continuing again around at 3:13 p.m. with the keynote address of Dr. Jonathan followed by technical session. So let's take a short break and then afterwards we'll be continuing again.
मैम कब ज्वाइन करना है 3 बजे हेलो
Yeah, we'll be again, yeah, around 3:15.
3:15 okay ma'am fine that's
We are
fine
taking a
Thank you,
short
ma'am.
break since all are engaged, and then we'll be back again around 3:15 p.m. So let us meet at 3:15 and continue.
Okay
with
ma'am that's fine
the last keynote address of Dr. Jonathan, and we'll be continuing with the technical session. Thank you so much.
जाना जाता है। वर्तमान में आज इस समय में भयंकर बारिश होने की वजह से ये विहंगम दृश्य आपको दिखाया जा रहा है। आप देख सकते हैं कि गांधी सागर के 19 गेट खोलने के बाद भी पानी की आवक उतनी बनी हुई है कि डैम का जो है पानी निकलने से पानी का निकास करने में भारी परेशानी का सामना करना पड़ रहा है। आप देख सकते हैं 19 गेट के अलावा 5 अन्य ऊपर जो है आप देख रहे हैं साइड में जो गोल होल बने हुए हैं उससे भी पानी पास किया जा रहा है। 5 टरबाइन को खोल दिया गया है, टरबाइन से पानी पास किया जा रहा है और बड़ी दुर्लभ स्थिति सभी दूर बन चुकी है। रामपुरा क्षेत्र पानी में डूबा हुआ है। करीब बस स्टैंड से लेके लालबाग तक 6-6 फीट पानी रामपुरा क्षेत्र में भर चुका है। बसें वगैरह व्हीकल्स वगैरह सबका आवागमन बंद कर दिया गया है। यही स्थिति रावत भाटा में बनी हुई है। बहुत भयंकर स्थिति होने के कारण रावत भाटा का राणा प्रताप सागर डैम जो है वो भी इस पानी को पास करने में असमर्थता महसूस हो रहा है। अगर यही स्थिति बनी रही और पीछे कैचमेंट एरिया में भारी बारिश होती रही तो संभावना व्यक्त की जा रही है कि रावत भाटा से करीबन 5-7 किलोमीटर दूर एक शटल डैम मिनी डैम बनाया गया है। शायद अगर स्थिति ज़्यादा खराब बनती है तो उस डैम को ब्लास्ट कर पानी टर्न कर दिया जाएगा। कारण ये है कि अगर उस डैम को ब्लास्ट नहीं करते हैं तो रावत भाटा डैम की स्थिति बहुत ज़्यादा खराब हो सकती है। ये स्थिति 60 साल में पहली बार आप लोगों को देखने को मिल रही है। इससे पहले भी 1973 में 20 दिन तक काफ़ी भारी बारिश होने के कारण गांधी सागर, रावत भाटा और कोटा की स्थिति खराब हो चुकी थी और कोटा के अंदर ये स्थिति बनी हुई है कि कोटा के अंदर जो है 3 मोहल्ले रोडवेज बस स्टैंड से लालपुरा नयापुरा खाली करवा दिया गया है और उनमें पानी जलमग्न हो रहा है। आप देख सकते हैं ये सब पानी का फ्लो है जो
Nyala वो tempat. इधर आ जा तो गिर जाएगी इधर आ जा पीछे आ पीछे नहीं पीछे आ इधर यहाँ यहाँ तो गिर जाएगी
for our next speaker, Dr. Giordano. So please bear with us.
जितनी ज़रूरी एनर्जी नीड है उतना ही ज़रूरी ये है कि वो एनर्जी वास्तव में कितनी सस्टेनेबल तरीके से बनाई जा रही है। लेकिन इससे ज़्यादा ज़रूरी ये है कि एनर्जी प्रोडक्शन में ह्यूमन पॉपुलेशन को कोई इनह्यूमन ट्रीटमेंट ना मिले और उन्हें कोलेट्रल डैमेज की तरह ना देखा जाए। टेक्नोलॉजी बढ़ रही है तो कुछ हजार लोग सेक्रीफाइस कर देंगे तो क्या फर्क पड़ेगा। यदि इस तरह का कोई भी आइडिया है तो वो एथिकली और मोरली सही नहीं है। लेकिन ऐसा करीब करीब दुनिया भर के हर एनर्जी प्रोजेक्ट में होता है कि ह्यूमन पॉपुलेशन को कहीं ना कहीं पॉल्यूशन, डिस्प्लेसमेंट, रिहेबिलिटेशन एक्सेट्रा जैसी सिचुएशंस फेस करनी पड़ती हैं। आज का वीडियो इसी तरह के एक एनर्जी प्रोजेक्ट पर है जो हाइड्रो एनर्जी प्रोड्यूस करता है। ये है भाखड़ा और नागल डैम की कहानी। इन डैम्स ने अनडाउटली इंडिया को एनर्जी दी है लेकिन उतनी ही मात्रा में लोगों को डिस्प्लेस किया है। और क्योंकि इन दोनों में भाखड़ा डैम बहुत बड़ा डैम है,
Good afternoon, everyone. We are very sorry that Dr. Janan is not able to leave his so we will be taking the technical sessions. So there is a big 5 minutes, and then we are going to start with the technical session. I have just ordered delegates to be prepared for the technical questions. The time given will be only 5 minutes, so please take your time. Good afternoon, everyone. So we are beginning the technical sessions. I am announcing the name of 5 delegates. If they are available, I request them to message in the chat box. Hemant Kumar, Vihari Basil, Vikulesh Solakati, Kaushal Jain, Dr. Swati Patula. I request all the 5 delegates to please message if they are available in the chat box. Good afternoon, everyone. We have technical sessions. So I requested Hemant Kumar in my
मैम आवाज नहीं आ रही आपकी साहब.
and Dr. Savitri Bajura, if you are available, please message in the chat box.
मैम वॉइस इज नॉट क्लियर.
What is clear? Is it audible now? Is it okay?
ठीक है तो अपन नेक्स्ट ले लेते हैं.
Ma'am, voice is not clear.
Okay, so dear all, we are starting the technical sessions. I'm inviting Mithilesh Solanki, Assistant Professor, Rajkiya Kala Mahavidyalaya, Kota.
सभी को मेरा नमस्कार. मैं मिथिलेश सोलंकी. मैम स्टार्ट किया जाए. थैंक यू मैम. मेरे पेपर का जो विषय है कोविड-19. ओके मैम. मेरे पेपर का विषय है कोविड-19 महामारी, सतत विकास एवं जलवायु परिवर्तन. सतत विकास से हमारा अभिप्राय ऐसे विकास से है जो हमारी भावी पीढ़ियों को अपनी जरूरतें पूरी करने के लिए योग्यता को प्रभावित किए बिना वर्तमान समय की आवश्यकताएं पूरी करें. भारतीयों के लिए पर्यावरण संरक्षण सतत विकास का अभिन्न अंग है जो कोई नई अवधारणा नहीं है. भारत में प्रकृति और वन्य जीवों का संरक्षण अगाध आस्था का विषय है जो दैनिक जीवन में भी प्रतिबिंबित होता है और पौराणिक गाथाओं, लोक कलाओं, धर्मों, कलाओं और संस्कृतियों में वर्णित. मेरे इस पेपर की जो थीम है वो प्राचीन समय में, चूंकि मैं इतिहास विषय से हूँ, तो प्राचीन समय में किस प्रकार जैव विविधता और सतत विकास की अवधारणा थी और किस प्रकार जो पर्यावरणीय क्षरण हुआ, किस प्रकार सभ्यताओं का विनाश हुआ, ये मेरे पेपर का मूल जो थीम है. और कोविड-19 किस प्रकार से जैव विविधता को क्षरण करेगी, सब कुछ इस पेपर में है. हाँ, समूची दुनिया पिछले 2 साल से कोरोना से प्रभावित है. सतर्कता और टीकाकरण से संक्रमण की रोकथाम भी जारी है. ऐसे उपायों के साथ हमें दीर्घकालीन नीतियों को अपनाकर महामारियों से मानव जाति को सुरक्षित करने के ठोस प्रयासों पर ध्यान देने की आवश्यकता है. वायरस और बैक्टीरिया से होने वाली बीमारियों का सीधा संबंध पर्यावरण के क्षरण से है. इसे रेखांकित करते हुए संयुक्त राष्ट्र पर्यावरण कार्यक्रम के भारत प्रमुख अतुल बवाई ने कहा था कि कोविड-19 महामारी प्राकृतिक क्षेत्रों के क्षरण, प्रजातियों के लुप्त होने तथा संसाधनों की दोहन का परिणाम है. भारत समेत विभिन्न देशों को पारिस्थितिकी के क्षरण को रोकने और अब तक के नुकसान की हुई भरपाई को करने की कोशिश की जानी चाहिए. पूरी दुनिया जलवायु परिवर्तन, प्रदूषण, जैव विविधता के पतन के दुष्परिणामों को भोग रही है. धरती का जो तापमान लगातार जो बढ़ता जा रहा है, इससे ग्लेशियर पिघल रहे हैं, उनका पानी समुद्र. हाँ जी, समुद्री जल स्तर बढ़ने का कारण ये है और शोधों में ये इंगित हुआ है कि ग्लेशियरों में जो दबे हुए हैं लाखों बैक्टीरिया, वायरस वो बाहर आ रहे हैं तथा जीव जंतुओं के माध्यम से मनुष्य तक भी पहुंच रहे हैं. जैसे जैसे शहरीकरण बढ़ रहा है, दुनिया की जो बढ़ती हुई आबादी है उसको ताजा मांस की आवश्यकता है और उसके लिए इन मांस की आवश्यकताओं के पूरी करने के लिए भले वो जलचर हो, स्थलीय जीव हो, उनको उत्पादों के लिए बाजार है जिसे हम वेट मार्केट कहते हैं, वो काफी फल फूल रहे हैं। और ऐसे ही एक वेट मार्केट से ये जो कोविड-19 है निकल के आया है। वुहान का जो कोविड-19 ये है, इतना भयानक संक्रमण फैला देगा, इसको किसी की भी पता नहीं था कि इतना हो जाएगा। जैव विविधता ने जो धीरे धीरे कम हो रही दुनिया को अपनी अगली पीढ़ी तक क्या छोड़ेंगे, नई घातक बीमारियों की मार सबको झेलनी पड़ेगी। अगर अगली दुनिया को पूर्ण रूपेण स्वस्थ और सकारात्मक परिपूर्ण हमें देखना है, तो ये निर्भर करेगा कि हम अपने ग्रह पर जैव विविधता और प्राकृतिक संतुलन को बनाए रखने के लिए कितने प्रयास करते हैं। इसी संदर्भ में जो भारतीय पुरातात्विक शोध है और साहित्यिक शोध में किस प्रकार जैव विविधता को अपनाया गया था, उसके बारे में प्रस्तुत है। सबसे पहले मैं बात करूंगी कौटिल्य के अर्थशास्त्र की। जो कौटिल्य थे, चंद्रगुप्त के मंत्री थे, उनके द्वारा जो अर्थशास्त्र लिखी गई है उसमें वर्षा, सिंचाई, तकनीकी, मिट्टी, कृषि व्यवस्था को उचित प्रकार से बताया गया था। उसमें मिट्टी के काफी सारे प्रकार, राजस्व के काफी सारे प्रकार। अर्थशास्त्र जीवित प्राणियों के प्रति अपनी चिंता को भी जाहिर करता है। घरेलू व जंगली जानवर, पौधे, वनस्पति और दंड के विभिन्न प्रकारों की चर्चा भी अर्थशास्त्र में की गई है। इसके साथ चराई, जंगली जानवरों के अवैध शिकार को रोकना, घरेलू पशुओं की उचित देखभाल करना, ये सब अर्थशास्त्र में वर्णित है। अर्थशास्त्र बताता है कि राजा को वनों, हाथियों, सिंचाई और खानों की रक्षा करने वाला स्वामी माना जाता था। अर्थशास्त्र मूल्यवान संसाधनों जैसे वन उत्पादों को ठीक तरह से संतुलित मात्रा में ग्रहण करने की सलाह भी देता है और पेड़ की किस हिस्से को किस प्रकार से काटा जाए, उस पर कितना जुर्माना होता था, ये सारी जानकारी भी हमें अर्थशास्त्र से मिलती है। भारतीय कानून जैसे 1974 का प्रदूषण रोकथाम और नियंत्रण कानून, वन संरक्षण कानून और वन्य जीव संरक्षण कानून के कुछ संदर्भ हमें अर्थशास्त्र में मिल जाते हैं। अगली जो नेक्स्ट जो है मनुस्मृति, उत्तर वैदिक काल में लिखी गई मनुस्मृति में प्राकृतिक पर्यावरण की अखंडता को बचाने के लिए धर्म का सहारा लिया गया है और यह मानव न्याय शास्त्र का पहला नैतिक संग्रह है। इसमें प्रदूषण की रोकथाम और पारिस्थितिकी जागरूकता के प्रति काफी सारे संदर्भ मिलते हैं, जैसे कि जैव विविधता को सभी जीवित प्राणियों और अचल पौधों का साम्राज्य में वर्गीकरण किया गया है। प्रदूषण का अर्थ अनैतिक कार्यों द्वारा पांचों प्राकृतिक स्थूल तत्वों का नष्ट होना। संदूषण से तात्पर्य स्वास्थ्य के विरुद्ध की गई कार्रवाई और सभी जड़दार फल, सब्जियां, इमारतें, वृक्ष, फसल का इनको क्षति पहुंचाने पर मनुस्मृति दंड का प्रावधान करती है। और विभिन्न प्रकार के जो पशु पक्षी है जैसे गधा, अश्व, मृग, ऊंट, हाथी की हत्या करना इसमें पाप माना गया है। प्रसिद्ध चरक संहिता और सुश्रुत संहिता जो कि चिकित्सा शास्त्र के अद्भुत ग्रंथ माने जाते हैं, इन पुस्तकों में अलग अलग अध्याय हैं और इनमें रोगों के प्रकार, उनके उपचार, औषधीय पौधों के प्रकार, औषधीय पौधों के संसाधनों की उपयोगिता के बारे में विस्तार से बताया गया है। विभिन्न महामारियों के इलाज, प्राकृतिक संसाधनों द्वारा इलाज के संदर्भ में जो वर्तमान कोविड-19 महामारी में प्राकृतिक औषधि के सेवन इम्यूनिटी डेवलपमेंट को बढ़ाते हैं, जिससे शरीर स्वस्थ रहता है। इसमें मिट्टी और जलवायु के द्वारा वनस्पति से इलाज भी बताया गया है। वेद जो हमारे भारतीय संस्कृति के पौराणिक ग्रंथ हैं, ऋग्वेद, सामवेद, यजुर्वेद और अथर्ववेद, उनके साथ सभी ब्राह्मण, आरण्यक और उपनिषद जुड़े हुए हैं, जिनमें से आरण्यकों की चर्चा विशेष रूप से जंगलों पे की गई है। बृहदारण्यक उपनिषद में महान वन पाठों की चर्चा है। आर्य सिंचाई पर आधारित मोस्टली कृषि किया करते थे, जैविक खादों का प्रयोग किया करते थे। प्रत्येक मवेशियों के लिए चारागाह होता था। आर्य पशुपालक थे, एक जगह से दूसरी जगह भी जाते थे। वेदों में अलग अलग प्रकार से जीवों का उल्लेख मिलता है। इसके अलावा प्राकृतिक वस्तुओं को वो भौतिक भौतिक रूप से पूछते थे और अपने सभी ऋग्वेद में जैसे सिंचित कृषि, जलाशय, नदियों, तालाबों का भी इसमें वर्णन प्राप्त होता है। अर्थवेद में एक जगह कहा भी गया है कि माता अपने महासागरों, नदियों और अन्य निकायों के साथ हमें पानी, अनाज उगाने के लिए आप जमीन देते हो, हमारा अस्तित्व आप पे निर्भर करता है, कृपया हमें इस रूप में दें कि हम दूध, फल, पानी, अनाज सिर्फ अपने खाने योग्य ही करें। यानी इस समय मनुष्य सिर्फ अपने संपोषण के लिए मांग रहे हैं, न कि इकट्ठा करने के लिए। छांदोग्य उपनिषद में भी सभी नदियां अपना जल, इसमें कहा गया है कि सभी नदियां जल अपना समुद्र में बहा देती है। बादल समुद्र से वाष्प ग्रहण करता है, आकाश वाष्प को उड़ाकर इसे वर्षा के रूप में छोड़ देते हैं, और ये जल जीवन विज्ञान चक्र का पुराना सबसे बड़ा संदर्भ है। इस प्रकार प्राकृतिक जो हमारे संसाधन है, प्राकृतिक जैव विविधता के लक्षण वेदों में काफी रूप से हमें प्राप्त होते हैं। अगला जो मैं बात करूंगी, रामायण, महाभारत, भगवत गीता और अभिज्ञान शाकुंतलम में किस प्रकार से सतत विकास और जैव विविधता की चर्चा की गई है। तो रामायण में एक जगह संदर्भ आता है कि जब परशुराम राजा राम को लेने के लिए आते हैं, तब माता कौशल्या चिंतित होती है कि मेरा राम किस प्रकार इतने भयानक जंगलों का सामना करेगा, इतने भयानक जंगली जानवरों का सामना करेगा। इस प्रकार देवी पुराण में ही आता है कि काफी घने जंगल हुआ करते थे उस समय, तो कौशल्या माता का चिंतित होना स्वाभाविक था। और अगर हम सीता की बात करें तो सीता को प्रकृति से काफी प्रेम था। वो उसे कमल के तालाबों से, बतखों से, हिरणों से काफी प्रेम था। तभी वो श्री राम से आग्रह करती है कि मुझे जो सुनहरा हिरण है वो मार के लाके दे। तो इस प्रकार हमारे प्राचीन स्रोतों में काफी सारे वर्णन हमें प्राप्त होते हैं। लेकिन जैसे जैसे शहरीकरण बढ़ा, वन धीरे धीरे खत्म होने लगे, मनुष्य की जनसंख्या जैसे जैसे बढ़ी, जंगल खत्म होने लगे और मनुष्य की महत्वाकांक्षाएं हावी होने लगी। अभिज्ञान शाकुंतलम की अगर हम बात करते हैं तो उसमें जब दुष्यंत अपने सैनिकों के साथ जंगल से गुजरते हैं तो झुंड द्वारा प्रकृति के नाश की चर्चा इसमें की गई है। वहीं पे दूसरी जगह ये भी चर्चा मिलती है कि किस प्रकार जो शकुंतला है वो हिरणों से प्रेम करती थी और वो आश्रम के प्रति और प्रकृति के प्रति वो सामंजस्य का इसमें बहुत ही सुंदर दृश्य इसमें प्राप्त होता है। तो इसमें दोनों चीजें हैं कि किस प्रकार प्रकृति का शरण हो रहा है और किस प्रकार प्रकृति के साथ सामंजस्य भी हो रहा है। एक जो बहुत ही सुंदर जो है इसमें कि हनुमान जब लक्ष्मण के तीर लग जाता है और हनुमान को बोला जाता है कि आप संजीवनी बूटी लेके आए, तो हमारे उस समय ऐसी ऐसी बूटियां विद्यमान थी जो चिकित्सा में यूज की जाती थी। तो पूरा वो हिमालय पर्वत लेके आ जाते हैं और लक्ष्मण जी का इलाज उससे होता है। वैसे ही भागवत गीता में कृष्ण ने एक पूरी दुनिया की जो कल्पना की है, एक बरगद के समान की है, जिसमें असीमित शाखाएं हैं, पशु, मनुष्य, देवता, सभी उसकी शाखाएं हैं। अगर वैष्णव धर्म की बात की जाए तो जीवन, पर्यावरण, इसका सबसे जो बड़ा हम उदाहरण ओके मैं करने की कोशिश करती हूँ। उसमें कृष्ण जो पर्यावरण के प्रति प्रेम को कृष्ण ने, अगर हम बात करें तो कृष्ण सबसे बड़ा पर्यावरण प्रेमी थे। हाँ जी, हाँ जी, हाँ जी, चल मैम अपना समझने की कोशिश करती हूँ। अगर हम प्राचीन भारतीय स्रोतों में देखते हैं तो सर्वस्व ऐसे उदाहरण प्राप्त होते हैं। मध्य काल में भी इब्न बतूता कहता है कि मोहम्मद तुगलक की जो सेना थी वो महामारी से मर गई थी। अंग्रेजों के आने के बाद भी पर्यावरण को काफी नुकसान पहुंचाया, रेलों से काफी नुकसान पहुंचाया। कोविड जो 19 महामारी के सतत विकास के क्या प्रभाव पड़ा है, तो संक्षेप में मैं कहना चाहूंगी कि जो हमारे लक्ष्य 2030 तक प्राप्त होने चाहिए थे वो अब मेरे ख्याल से धीमे हो गए हैं और स्वास्थ्य सेवाओं पे, भूखमरी पे, निर्धनता पे, गुणवत्तापूर्ण रोजगार पे और शिक्षा पे काफी असर पड़ा है। पलायन, दर्दनाक पलायन जो मजदूरों ने सहा है वो सबसे बड़ा है। आगे की क्या राह है कोविड-19 से हमें कैसे प्राप्त किया जाए, तो हमें नीतियों में परिवर्तन करने की आवश्यकता है। समावेशी जवाबदेही शासन प्रणाली में परिवर्तन करने की आवश्यकता है और ऊर्जा के नवीन स्रोतों को अपनाने की आवश्यकता है। इस प्रकार कोरोना से मिलने वाली सबक ये है कि पूंजीवाद ने हमें तो जीवन जीने के मायने दिए हैं। अत्य आधुनिक जीवन शैली, दिखावे का जीवन जो एक झटके में तबाह हो गया, वो सिर्फ खान पान प्राकृतिक जीवन नेचुरोपैथी की तरफ आ गया और हम सब अपनी प्राथमिकताओं को छोड़कर सतत विकास की ओर ध्यान देने लगे। तो प्रकृति हमें सिखाती है कि सब कुछ संतुलित मात्रा में ही होना चाहिए। जन्म, प्रजनन और मृत्यु सबके लिए प्रकृति सब कुछ नियत करती है और प्रकृति बार बार मनुष्य को यह एहसास भी कराती है कि कोरोना संकट के पैदा होने उसके विस्तार का कारण और शिकार मनुष्य है। कोरोना ने सर्वशक्तिमान होते जा रहे मनुष्य को एक आईना भी दिखाया है। नमस्कार। इस सेमिनार में मुझे हिस्सा लेने के लिए आपने जो अवसर दिया उसके लिए बहुत बहुत धन्यवाद।
Yeah, thanks a lot, ma'am. Thanks a lot. It was a wonderful presentation. And I request all the delegates that the time for the presentation is only 5 minutes. So please stick to the time limit. Now, I'm requesting Hemant Kumar, Assistant Professor, Government Law College, Alwar, for his presentation. Hemant Kumar, are you there? So next in the line is Niharika Singh, Assistant Professor, Agrawal PG College, Jaipur. Niharika Singh. I think she's not there. Next in the line is Kausar Jain, Research Scholar, Government SP College.
Yes, ma'am, I'm here. Am I audible?
Welcome, welcome, Kausar ji. Please start with your presentation. And please just complete it in 5 minutes.
Okay, ma'am.
Kausar Jain.
Am I audible?
Yes, please start.
Technical error. Hello? Am I audible, ma'am?
Yes. Please start.
Is my presentation visible to everyone? Is my presentation visible to everyone?
Yes, we can see it now.
Yes, visible. Yes, visible.
It's visible.
Okay.
Please continue.
Good. Good evening, everyone. Myself, Kausar Jan. I'm presenting my research paper with the title on impact of house boats on the water body in the Nehru Park Basin of Dal Lake, Kashmir, India. Am I audible?
Yes, you are audible.
Hello.
Yes, yes, please
Yes, you are
continue.
audible. Yes, you
Well,
are audible. Please continue.
Well, moving to the introduction, we all know Dal Lake, a famous tourist hub in the Kashmir Valley, called as Jewel in the Crown of Kashmir. plays a major role in boosting the economy of Kashmir. Though it appears as calm water body from the distance, but as we enter the Dal Gate area of Srinagar, it appears the whole city on the water, that is the Dal Gate. It covers an area of about 18 square kilometer. It is a part of natural wetland covering an area of about 21 square kilometer, which includes floating gardens, markets, and the most noticeable thing is the occurrence of hundreds of houseboats, shikaras, floating flower cultivators, vegetable growers. The families of Dal dwellers have been living in the lake for centuries. The Dal is divided into 5 basins, that is Nehru, Nishat, Hazratbal, Nagin, Brari Nambal Basin. Among the 5 basins, my work is focused on the Nehru Park Basin because of the heavy tourist inflow. Moving on to the objectives. First objective is to know that what is the main cause responsible for water quality deterioration, which is unfit for drinking. The main cause and to know the trophic states of Nehru Park Basin. Moving on to the second objective is to know the impact of local Dal dwellers on the diversity of both aquatic flora and fauna, and to know the cause. What is the cause of oxygen depletion that has reduced the yield of fishes in the Nehru Park Basin worth lakhs of rupees. Fourth one is to know the impact of waterborne diseases on the Dal dwellers. Moving to the other section, that is methodology, which gives research legitimacy and provides scientifically sound findings. In order to know what the health of water at the basin, the water analysis was done following the methodology in APHA 1998, and similarly, the zooplanktons were collected using the zooplanktonic net, and the identification of planktons was done by following the taxonomic work done by Edmondson, Pinnock, Michael, and Sharma. And similarly, surface microinvertebrates were collected with the help of diaphragm net having and the macroinvertebrates were collected using the Ekman's dredge. Their enumeration was done by following the taxonomic work like Edmondson, Pinnock, Engblom, and Lingdal. And for the diversity of the aquatic macrophytes and their density, the coordinate method was evaluated. Well, moving to the conclusion part, we came to the end from the current exploration that the grey water discharge, discharge of wastewater, sewage from houseboats, and local dwellers have distributed the whole biodiversity of the Nehru Park Basin and consequently leads it towards the eutrophication. It is because of the grey water discharge from the Dal dwellers that the growth of aquatic weeds have worn out the native aquatic species and causes the hypoxic zones by blocking the sun penetration and thus leading the loss of biodiversity at the basin.
Your slide is not moving.
Only the
Your slide is not moving.
Is it moving now?
No.
It's okay. Please continue.
Hello?
Hello?
Is it moving, ma'am?
No, it's not
No.
moving, but
Yes,
it's
please
perfectly
continue.
fine. You can continue.
Okay. Is it now?
Yeah. We can see.
Okay. So only the micro and the macro invertebrates, that is the water pollution tolerant species, have been found at the site. Most importantly, waterborne diseases like diarrhea, typhoid, jaundice has been reported among the Dal dwellers in the water at the basin, and the water is unfit for drinking. Last but not least is the part of suggestions. That is the we can do for the betterment of water body is the installation of STPs, awareness among the Dal dwellers about the significance and construction of sanitation outhouses, and removals of floating houses and rehabilitation of Dal dwellers at a satisfactory place. In order to restore the diversity of aquatic flora and fauna, the removal of excess weeds from the site is necessary, either by dredging, manual, or hand cutting methods by following the proper scientific procedures. Use of chemical pesticides is necessary. Use of chemical pesticides can be stopped by using the biological pest control methods by local farmers. And the measures should be taken to minimize the rush of tourists input in the houseboats at a time. All these measures lower the level of pollutions, and hence the glory and prestige of Nehru Park Basin can be restored. While applying all the steps mentioned above, we will be able to use the water as water body in such a way that meets the current ecological, social, and economic needs without compromising the ability to meet those needs in the future. At this time, I would like to have my colleague speak, so I will finish up my saying thank you for your attention. If anyone has any question, I would be happy to open up the discussion. Over to you, ma'am. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Kausar Jan. It was a wonderful presentation. And now I invite Dr. Savitri Patidar, Assistant Professor, SVP Government College, Dungarpur, Rajasthan.
Yes, ma'am, I'm here.
Dr. Savitri Patidar, you're welcome.
Yes, ma'am. Thank you, ma'am.
Yeah, welcome, ma'am.
I'm sharing my slides, ma'am.
Please start with your presentation.
Okay, ma'am. Ma'am, is it visible? My slides are visible?
Yes.
Okay,
Now
ma'am.
we can see them.
Thank you, ma'am. Very good evening to all of you. I'm Dr. Savitri Patidar, Assistant Professor in Geography from Government College, Dungarpur. Today's my presentation topic is Indigenous Knowledge and Socio-Economic Practices of Survival in Tribal Community of the Wagad region. It's not moved. Yes. This is the overview of my presentation. Ma'am, slides are moved. Hello.
Madam, make it a slideshow.
Slides are moved or not?
No,
No.
the first slide. Only first slide is visible.
It's not moved?
No.
Please make it a slideshow, ma'am. It is not moving.
Yes, I do it. I do it slideshow.
No, we cannot see any slides now.
Now?
No. Again, share it.
Okay, ma'am. Now it's visible, ma'am?
No.
Just a minute, ma'am. Is it okay?
No,
is
please
it okay
share
now?
them once again.
Yes, ma'am. I share it. It is okay, ma'am?
Yes.
Yeah, perfectly fine.
Now?
Yes, we can see. Yeah.
No, okay, ma'am. Now, this is the overview of my presentation. Concept of indigenous knowledge, objective, study area, database and methodology, and finally go to the discussions and conclusion. When we talking about the basic concept of indigenous knowledge, the concept of traditional knowledge, it doesn't mean that old or outdated or non-technical knowledge, but it is a unique traditional based knowledge which created by community or society. Yes, ma'am. By its own culture and long observation of the environmental phenomena, flora, fauna, physical features, cosmology around them. Community accumulate whole ecological knowledge to create it. This knowledge is built after a long observation of generations over generations and experiences. It is more significant and reliable scientifically. There is less coefficient of variation in this knowledge, and it passes from elder generation to young generation by verbally or orally. When we're talking about environmental sustainability, this indigenous traditional knowledge replace the concept of sustainable development or sustainability, because traditional people have already live with this concept from thousands of years. The basic objective of my research, these presentations is to know the socio-economic
traditional techniques of survival that have in tribal community, and to know examine the way that how these people utilize the practices of surviving with availability of local resources and database and methodology. Deep thorough observation of a tribal group of people with anthropological aspect were used to collect their knowledge regarding survival techniques, and secondary census data have been used to know their socio-economic profile and geographical aspect of the study area. This is the study area of my research area, where I would like to mention that Dungarpur and Baswara combined call as Wagad region. It is located on the southern tip of the Rajasthan. Area having undulating topography. River Mahi is the major perennial river of this area, and boundary between Dungarpur and Baswara make it a region having more than 65% of population belong to tribal community, and Bhil, Meena and Garasias are the main tribal group in Wagad region. Now we come to results and discussions. Go through the intensive field survey and observation. It observed that they're having a abundant of traditional socio-economic activities in this area. The activities are divided into two major categories, that are informal activities that is based on traditional knowledge or local environmental resources, and the second one is formal activities. We should call it off-farm activities also. In the informal activities, there are abundant of activities that is based on purely environmental based techniques, that is traditional practices, traditional gathering and collecting practices from forest assets, traditional ethno-medicinal practices, traditional fishing and hunting practices, traditional livestock rearing practices, especially goats rearing, traditional craft making activities like rope weaving, coat weaving, broom weaving, etc., and traditional liquor making practices with mohuri. And now, if we're talking about the agriculture and grasses, observations found that in the study area there are many big grasslands locally called as beets or pasture lands, which having ethno food grasses like Aplita mutic, Ceteria glauca, Panicum miliar, Chloria virtaga. Grasses are found locally, called them Daman, Beda, Hera, Lapa, etc. These grasses are used for livestock rearing as well as for tribal food consumption practices, because these grasses have lots of protein and multivitamins, which is a very essential diet for the people of tribal people. Though, so from these grasses they accomplish their food or hunger security. The second one is the ethnomedical practices plants. Its uses for survival practices in another significant activity. The study area having deciduous forest, thus area having enriched plants and trees which having medicinal importance. The tribal community have knowledge about the medicinal properties of the plant growing in their ambient environment. For example, cutranch seeds both are used to cure cough, cold, fever, diarrhea, etc. In the same way, monch is used for injured and wounds. Another is a jungly banana tree like stolen ferrous herb, endangered medicinal plant, occurs on an accessible creature of certain Aravalli hills of Rajasthan. 10 millimeter root juice of insect superbean is taken orally by the tribal ladies for 3 or 4 days of contraceptive just before menstruation. Locally, there are so many medicinal practitioners like Mr. Lavji Damor, Mr. Manoj Kumar Damor, who served the society for survival and their own life with cure the health of these people. Next one is apart from plants and agriculture, tribes having crafting and weaving skills also, like coat weaving, rope weaving, basket weaving from bamboo tree, traditional plants making from palash leaves, broom weaving from dates tree, and all these crafts made by them through locally available resources. They having knowledge about how to use local resources for sustain their life. Next is traditional liquor making, locally called as mahuri, is also another source of livelihood. Though it is a illegal process, but for survival they accomplish it in a huge manner nearby the bank of Mahi River. Another practices are psychological, mental, and physical therapies given by Gunijan or Bhopas. However, these practices are full of superstitions, but scientifically it changed the mind of people, and they feel good when people come to Bhopas and Gunijans for their personal and family problems, and Bhopas and Gunijans treat them psychologically. Uh, Overall, we should say that it is concluded that the tribal community, having enriched traditional knowledge of their ambient environment resources and their utilization for their livelihood and survival, their life revolves much around their ancient practices. Abundant resources surrounding them like trees, plants, shrubs, grasses, animals, minerals, soil, etc. survive their life. Harmony with nature and optimum use of resources are the main motto of their. In tribal culture, messages that nature is our god of worship, so they never exploit it. However, the existing indigenous knowledge have been demolished gradually in the area due to rapid deforestation, overgrazing by cattle, construction of roads, building, and urbanization. Apart from it, young generation could not want to attend to it. They don't want to learn this knowledge from their ancestor, because they couldn't get extra socio-economic benefits from it, where everything is so much expensive in this present era. Thus, government should need to conserve and protect this technical knowledge by implementing participatory project. They should be need to motivate them. They should be need to respect their knowledge and merge their knowledge with modern scientific quantitative computerized modeling in weather forecasting, resources conservation, health and fishing, hunting, etc. In the end, I would like to accomplish my presentation by the very good quotation of Rabindranath Tagore: the highest education is what which does not merely give us information, but makes our life in harmony with existence of our nature. Thank you very much. Hello, these are the references.
Yeah, thank you so much for the topic.
Hello.
Hello.
Hello. Am I audible, ma'am?
Next, I would like to take my motion by Dr. Rajasthan, India. Manoj Kumar. I think Manoj Kumar is not there. So next is Krishna Company, student Maharashtra University, Bikaner, Rajasthan. Priyanka Champion. I think she's also not there. So next is Ganesh Kumar Chaudhary, Assistant Professor, Government College of Barpet, Rajasthan, India. Ganesh Kumar Chaudhary. Okay, he's also not present. Next, I'm calling Madhurika Parmar, Assistant Professor, Government Girls College, Sadhu Shehar, Srinagar. Madhurika Parmar.
Madam, your voice is not clear.
Yeah.
Your voice is not clear. Can't hear what is the what now what name you are speaking. Yeah.
So next is Madhulika Parmar, Assistant Professor, Government Girls College, Ganganagar. She's also not there. Dr. Anupama, Assistant Professor, Government Science College, Sikar. Dr. Anupama.
Okay, so next number is of Muhammad Shahid Zaidi, Assistant Professor, SCRS Government College, Savai Madhopur. Muhammad Shahid Zaidi. Muhammad Shahid Zaidi, Assistant Professor, SCRS Government College, Savai Madhopur. He's also not there. Now I'm calling Manish Akhawat, Assistant Professor, Government College, Dhorimanna, Badmer. Manish Akhawat. He's also not there. So next is Hansa Gupta, Research Scholar, IIS, Dean to the University. So Hansa Gupta, are you there?
Yes, ma'am. Namaskar. Namaskar,
Yeah.
everyone.
Most welcome, Hansa Gupta. Please start with your presentation.
Yes, ma'am. Just one second.
And you are given only 5 minutes, so please stick to
Yes,
that.
ma'am. Definitely. Can you see the presentation, ma'am?
Yeah,
Not
please start.
Can you see it
Dr.
now, ma'am?
Sandhya, please unmute yourself. Dr. Sandhya, please mute yourself. Requesting Hansa Gupta to please share her presentation and start.
Ma'am, I shared it. Is it not visible?
Yes, it's visible. Now we can see.
Okay, great. So namaskar, everybody. I'm Hansa Gupta from IIS Deemed to be University, Jaipur. And I'll be presenting my a review on toxicity of azole drugs and their mode of action. So as we all know, in the COVID times, there was a very surged increase in invasive fungal infections. Normally, also they pose a significant health problems in immunocompromised patients. The clinical manifestations can vary from colonization in allergic bronchopulmonary diseases to active infections in local etiological agents. The increase of immunosuppressive agents in association with solid organ transplant, chemotherapy, and improved life-saving medical techniques necessitating indwelling catheters led to a substantial increase in the occurrence of serious invasive fungal infections. Recently, black fungi or mucormycosis, an invasive fungal infection, became a life-threatening complication of COVID-19 and had distorted and claimed many lives. A fungal infection, which was once rare, was now declared an epidemic. It is a serious disease which mainly infests sinuses, lungs, when the spores are inhaled from environment by immunocompromised patients. These patients encounter comorbidities in the form of yellow and white fungal infections. Coming on to azoles, these are synthetic and semi-synthetic compounds. They have a very broad spectrum of activity. They majorly work on candidemia, invasive candidiasis, candida peritonis, and many more, including mucormycosis and invasive rhinosinusitis. There are two types, triazole and imidazole. In triazole antifungus, they are active to treat area of fungal pathogens, whereas imidazoles are used almost exclusively in the treatment of superficial mycosis. The second generation triazoles, which includes posaconazole, voriconazole, and isobuconazole, has an extended spectrum of antifungal activity against molds and other filamentous fungi. Invasive fungal infections, notably invasive aspergillosis and mucormycosis, are associated with significant morbidity. So azoles is basically divided into two categories, which is imidazole and second is triazoles. Imidazole includes chlortriamazole, econazole, ketoconazole, minaconazole, and ticonazole. It is more it has more endocrine adverse effects and affect mammal sterol synthesis, Whereas on the other hand, the triazole, which includes fluconazole, itraconazole, posaconazole, have less effect on mammal sterol synthesis and takes longer time for their elimination. Now, what is the mode in which these work is squalene is a basic compound which is used by the fungal cell or fungi to maintain their cell membrane. So the pathways goes like this, that squalene is changed to squalene epoxide via help of squalene epoxidase. The squalene epoxide changes to lanosterol, and lanosterol further changes to ergosterol, which is the main compound for fungal cell membrane. Now, what azole does is it inhibits 14-alpha demethylase, which converts lanosterol to ergosterol via the help of cytochrome P450. And this and since lanosterol cannot be converted into ergosterol, so the aberrant sterols are accumulated in the fungal cell, and ultimately the cell dies. So as I told you earlier, the mode of action in there are n number of classes in azoles, in antifungal infections, the drugs to treat antifungal infections, which includes iconocandins, azoles, tribinafine. Yes, ma'am.
Yes, ma'am. आपकी slides नहीं move कर रही, but it's
Hello.
okay. You can continue.
Not also, ma'am. Can you see it right now? Should I share it once again?
Just the first page. That's it. एक first page ही दिखा
Oh my
हमें,
God.
but it's okay. आपकी आवाज बड़ी
Okay, okay, just okay. Okay,
No
just
problem at all.
give me a minute. Okay?
Wind up कर दीजिएगा आप जल्दी से.
Yes, ma'am. Just okay.
Okay, okay. Continue.
Is it visible now?
Yes, visible. Yes, yes, visible.
Okay. Now, are they changing?
Mode of action, I can see mode of action.
Oh, now?
The same slide.
Okay, let's
Yes,
do
inclusion
this. Okay.
criteria. Yeah, it's
Okay.
they're changing.
Is it fine now? Okay. Okay. Great. Oh, so the mode of action includes the change of squalene to ergosterol, as you can see now, I hope. So the azole basically inhibits conversion of lanosterol to ergosterol. And there are other different drugs, antifungal drugs, which inhibits the cell formation, which inhibits fungal growth in different methods. Like some drugs inhibits the lanosterol synthesis, some inhibits ergosterol synthesis, some inhibits cell wall synthesis, membrane pore formation, nucleic acid synthesis, and mitosis inhibition. Now in COVID-19, I hope everybody has heard of amphotericin B, which is which is a drug of polyene class, and it inhibits the fungal growth by membrane pore formation. Coming on to the inclusion criteria, when the review was prepared, there were certain things, certain inclusion criteria which were held. That studies was picked which were relevant to the toxicity and the effect of azole drugs, whether it is used in combination or single drug exposure, or the patient age category was studied. The studies including the studies clearly mentioning the group size, test material, exposed period, and clear outcomes were picked up. The toxicity in azoles, we'll basically talk about 4 things: effect on liver, endocrine system, cholesterol, and developing embryo. So first, coming on to the effects on liver, there are many, as I told earlier, there are many number of azole drugs. I've handpicked few of the papers. With first of them was that triazole fungicides include they pose hypertrophy, vacuolization, and cetosis of hepatocytes. Secondly, ketoconazole treated in rats showed destructive liver tissue behavior. They showed the congested, dilated blood vessels, hepatocyte necrosis, and complete tissue loss. Coming on to the cholesterol level, the rats treated with ketoconazole showed low density lipoproteins and very low density of lipoproteins. And the severity shown in the study where posaconazole was used, there the effect was mild. Coming on to endocrine system, epoxiconazole alone caused atrophy of adrenal glands. Coming on to the effect of serum cholesterol, they highly change the serum cholesterol level, which ultimately affects the individual. Coming on to the effect of embryo, there is significant advancement have been made in the comprehension of molecular mechanisms underlying teratogenicity. There has been studies of skeletal anomalies, microcephaly, etc. And it is affected by azole derivatives. The increasing evidence is linked to the disruption of embryonic retinoic acid hemostasis as a crucial determinant of azole mediated teratogenesis. Other than these, there are n number of azole adverse effects, which including neuropathy, myositis, phytotoxicity, and many more. Coming on to drug-drug interaction, we all know that when people were sick during the course of COVID-19, there were combination of drugs given.
Hansa Gupta, I request you to please come to the conclusion. The time is over.
Okay. Basically, there is a lot of scope in the study of azole antifungal drugs. So the since there are very wide range of drug-drug interaction, so close monitoring should be there when patients are given the triazoles. Also, there is a further scope of studies in the side effects, safety stages, dose and drug concentration, and many more. That is it, ma'am. Thank you for your time.
Thank you so much, Hansa. It was a wonderful presentation. And next now I'm inviting Mohammad Shahid Zaidi, Assistant Professor, SCRS Government College, Savai Madhopur. So please start with your presentation, sir.
Yes. Thank you, ma'am. Thank you so much. I, Mohammad Shahid Zaidi, Assistant Professor, Department of Urdu, Government PG College, Savai Madhopur. मैम जैसा कि मेरा पेपर का टॉपिक है लिटरेरी पर्सपेक्टिव ऑन एनवायरनमेंट इन उर्दू लिटरेचर, तो साइंस तो पर्यावरण को बचाने में या माहौलियात को बचाने में अपना अहम रोल अदा करता ही है, साथ में आज से नहीं बल्कि कदीम दौर से साहित्य चाहे कोई सा भी हो, हम संस्कृत साहित्य सबसे प्राचीन है, उसके बाद हिंदी साहित्य, उर्दू तो बहुत नई जबान है, लेकिन उर्दू का इतना लिटरेचर इतना पुराना नहीं है, सिर्फ 150-200 साल का पुराना है। लेकिन हम जब उसमें उसके प्रोज और उसकी पोइट्री को देखते हैं तो प्रोज में हम फिक्शन और नॉन फिक्शन दोनों को देखते हैं, तो उसमें हम हमारे उर्दू की कदीम जो दास्तानें हैं, नॉवेल्स हैं और प्रेजेंट में हमारे अफसाने चलते हैं, तो उनमें माहौलियात यानी पर्यावरण को बचाने के लिए हर स्तर पर हर मरहले पर लोगों ने बहुत कोशिशें की हैं। पोइट्री में आते हैं तो हम देखते हैं कि बहुत सी नज़में, गज़लें और मसनवियाँ जितनी भी विधाएं अदब में प्रचलित हैं, सब में पर्यावरण संरक्षण के बारे में बताया गया है। बहुत सी नज़में हैं, जैसे बरखा रोते अल्ताफ हुसैन अली ने लिखा है, तो उन्होंने पूरा एक नक्शा खींचा है कि बारिश के मौसम में पर्यावरण कैसे लहलाता है, लेकिन वो चाहते हैं कि जैसा वो बरसात के मौसम में होता है ऐसा ही हम उसको सिमिलर और भी महीनों में ऐसा का ऐसा रखें। गंगा हमारी नज़्म है, उसमें हम देखते हैं कि पानी किस तरीके से गंगा अपना जल पूरे हिंदुस्तान को सुपुर्द करती है, लेकिन हम उसको कितना नुकसान पहुंचा रहे हैं, तो उसको हम किस तरीके से प्रिवेंट कर सकते हैं। तो ये सारी चीज़ें जितना भी लिटरेरी पर्सपेक्टिव्स हैं, जितने भी नुक्ता नज़र हैं अदब में, वो हमारे उर्दू लिटरेचर की हर विधा में मौजूद हैं। अभी समय की थोड़ी सी वक्त की किल्लत है, इसलिए मैं पूरा पेपर यहाँ पढ़ नहीं सकता, बस अपना इंट्रोडक्शन और रेफरेंस दिया है। तो इसके लिए मैं आपका बहुत बहुत शुक्रिया अदा करता हूँ मैम, आपने मौका दिया, बहुत बहुत धन्यवाद। आवाज नहीं आ रही मैम, आपकी आवाज नहीं आ रही मैम।
या मोहम्मद शाहिद जी, बहुत बहुत धन्यवाद आपका। और हम सभी एक ही मकसद से यहाँ पे उपस्थित हुए हैं कि किसी भी तरह से पर्यावरण को बचाएं, ताकि हम और हमारे आने वाली जो जनरेशन्स है वो इस पृथ्वी पे रह सकें। क्योंकि आज जो वातावरण है उसमें तो हमारे आने वाली जनरेशन्स को क्या मिलेगा ये बहुत मुश्किल है। इसलिए हम सबका यही सम्मिलित प्रयास है, तो निश्चित तौर पे हम इसमें कामयाब होंगे। आपका बहुत बहुत धन्यवाद।
वेलकम।
शुक्रिया। नेक्स्ट अब मैं आमंत्रित कर रही हूँ, बुला रही हूँ मंजू बाला यादव, एसोसिएट प्रोफेसर, गवर्नमेंट कॉलेज कोटा, राजस्थान। मंजू बाला यादव।
Yes, ma'am. Good evening, ma'am. Manju Yadav here. Just
Yes,
sharing the
please.
screen, ma'am.
Yeah, most welcome. Please start with your presentation.
Yes, ma'am. Just sharing the screen, ma'am.
Okay.
Okay. I'm Dr. Manju Bala Yadav. Is the screen visible, ma'am?
Yes, yes, visible. Please continue.
I'm audible, ma'am?
Yes, you are audible.
Okay, ma'am. I'm Dr. Manju Bala Yadav from Government College Kota. And the topic of my research work is palladium nanoparticle synthesis and the catalytic application on oxidation of arginine in aqueous acid medium. Ma'am, till now, the catalysts that were used, they were in the metallic form, simple. But now, the nanoparticle synthesis, it has been created, and most of the catalytic work, now it is preferable, it is being done by nanoparticles, because they are prepared from noble matters having very valuable importance due to their distinctive physical, chemical properties, such as catalytic, electronic, magnetic, and optical properties, and they are used in the different fields of catalyst, medicine, electronics, chemical synthesis, fuel cells, and oil refining processes. Palladium we have chosen because of its high activity towards the oxygen reduction reactions and due to its hydrogen storage preparation. My work is on the oxidation of amino acid, and I've chosen arginine for that. And we compared both the results by the nanocatalyst and by the simple palladium, and we found that the results of the palladium nanocatalyst were approximately double. The catalytic rate of nanoparticle was approximately double than the simple palladium. So, and we know there are different methods of preparation of nanoparticles, but we took the simplest, that is the chemical reduction method for the synthesis. And our work is on amino acids, and we all know that they are the building blocks of essential biomolecules such as proteins, hormones, enzymes, and they are basically derived from protein in diet or degradation intracellular proteins. And we have chosen L-arginine, which play an important role in metabolism. Now, ma'am, we synthesize the palladium nanoparticle using PVP, that is the pyrrolidine. We prepared from palladium and PVP. And the characterization we did was with the UV visible spectrum and TEM analysis. First, the UV visible spectrum. Here we see that the yellow, green and the red lines, they are showing the peaks which are of palladium +2 oxidation state, and the dark, this black line, it shows that the palladium +2 oxidation state has reduced to palladium 0. So this is showing that we have converted the palladium metal into the nanocatalyst form. PVP palladium interaction, it occurs through the carbonyl group of the pyrrolidine ring, and the palladium nanoparticles synthesized, they are in the range of 1 to 100 nanometer in diameter and have been obtained from aqueous solution of palladium chloride in the presence of PVP. The different shapes we have obtained are spherical, tetrahedral, octahedral, twine, decahedral, isosahedral, and cubic shapes due to the aggregation of the small seeds of spherical palladium nanoparticles. And the noble metals have a face-centered lattice with different surface energies. These are the TAM analysis results, which are showing the different shapes of the palladium nanocatalyst, as mentioned, of different sizes. Now, we applied our study after synthesizing on kinetic measurements, and for this, the oxidant we took was NBS, that is N-bromosuccinimide, and our reducing agent is the amino acid, and it was done in the acidic medium with Na, we have taken acidic form, and for maintaining ionic strength, we took sodium perchlorate. All experiments, they were done at 30 degrees centigrade. We used thermostat for that, and determination was done by the iodometric method using starch indicator and by plotting graphs between the log of NBS against time. For studying the stoichiometry of the reaction, we took different ratios of the amino acid and oxidant using the catalyst, and we found that 1 mole of amino acid consumes 2 moles of NBS as shown in the stoichiometric equation. The identification was done by qualitative and quantitative methods of the products. Now, the oxidation studies we did, the result they are presenting, I'm presenting them. First is the effect of palladium nanocatalyst. So from the graph we see that when you plot the rate constant K with the concentration of the palladium nanoparticle catalyst, we find a straight line, but it is not originating from the origin. This means that the reaction, it is done without the catalyst also, but it is very slow. And the order of the reaction is approximately 1. Effect of H plus, it is inverse order. Increasing the rate. With NBS, it is first order, and with arginine, it shows fractional order. That is first order and then followed by zero order. These are the different results of our scientific study. About the mechanism, because it is prepared in the homogeneous medium, so it is very difficult to isolate the nanocatalyst from the mixture. So the mechanism is not very clear, but we identify the formation of transition species through certain physical measurement, and the scheme is shown as follows. Thank you. So this is our study of palladium nanocatalyst.
Thank you so much, Manjubala Yadav. Wonderfully presented.
Thank you, ma'am.
Now I'm inviting Dr. Karni Singh Bittu, Maharaja Ganga Singh University, Rajasthan. Dr. Karni Singh Bittu. Please check, is it there? Dr. Karni Singh Bittu. So next I'm inviting Dr. Seema Vyas, Assistant Professor, Government MS College, Bikaner. Dr. Seema Vyas. I think she's not there. So next in the line is Dr. Himanshu Kandpal, Assistant Professor, Government MS College for Women, Bikaner. Dr. Himanshu Kandpal. Ashwini, please. So next in the line is Mangilal Mahavar, Assistant Professor, Government College, Bhilwara, Baram. Mangilal Mahavar. He's also not there. So now I'm inviting Shivani Kiran, research scholar, Mohanlal Sukhadia University, Udaipur, Rajasthan. Shivani Kiran. She's also not present. So now I invite Dr. Santosh Sharma, Rajesh Pilot, Government PG College, Lal Sot, Rajasthan.
Yes, ma'am. Good evening, one and all.
Yeah, Dr. Santosh Sharma. Yeah, welcome. Please start with your presentation. Requesting Babita Yadav to please mute yourself. Babita, please mute yourself. Yeah, Dr. Santosh, please start with your presentation.
Yes, ma'am. Just sharing.
Yeah.
Is it visible, ma'am?
No, not till now. We are waiting.
But I can. Is it visible?
No. Yes. Now we can see. Yes.
Okay.
Please start.
Okay, ma'am. Good evening, one and all. I'm Dr. Santosh Sharma. So without taking much time, I start with my topic, improving growth and productivity of Plumbago zeylanica, an important medicinal plant of Rajasthan. Is it visible, ma'am?
Yes, it's visible. Please continue.
There are several species of Plumbago, but three are commonly found in India: Plumbago auriculata, Plumbago rosea, and Plumbago zeylanica. Plumbago rosea, that is also known as Plumbago indica, which has the highest concentration of plumbazine, is confined to high altitude as it requires low temperature and high humidity for its growth. And the Plumbago auriculata, here you can see the Plumbago auriculata has a purple color of flower, and it is an ornamental plant which is found in general park and gardens. And Plumbago zeylanica, which has a white color flower known as a chitrak, is commonly found wild in Rajasthan, and it is being overexploited due to its medicinal value. Chitrak is also used for the treatment of various ailments such as paralysis, leprosy, and chronic diseases such as prostate cancer and pancreatic cancer. It is found that Chitrak is used in Ayurvedic remedies because of its stimulatory properties. And Chitrak root is used for permanent birth control by different tribes.
Dr. Santosh Sharma, your
Yes,
slides are
ma'am.
not moving.
I don't know where you
You need to check.
just try to share again. But it's moving here, ma'am.
No, we are waiting.
It's moving here, ma'am.
You can continue with your oral presentation, no problem.
Okay, just try. I think
Give it a try once. If not, then continue with your oral presentation.
is it visible, ma'am?
Yes, it's visible. Continue.
So okay, so though it is found that the chitrak is used in Ayurvedic remedies because of its stimulatory properties, and the root of that plant is used for permanent birth control by different tribes. This is the root bark or root of the Plumbago zeylanica, and this root has an active principle which is known as plumbagene, which is a naphthoquinone found in plumbago root and which is known as 2-methyl-5-hydroxy-1,4-naphthoquinone. So present studies were emphasized on prostate cancer, where different concentration of plumbagene is used for cell apoptosis. Is it moving, ma'am? Slides are moving. Hello?
Yes, yes.
Among men, cancers of the prostate, lung, and bronchus, colon, and rectum account for about 54% of all newly diagnosed cancers. Prostate cancers alone accounts for about 29% of incident cases in men. So prostate cancer, which is known as PCA, is the second leading cause of cancer-related deaths in men. Plumbazine, naphthoquinone treatment, it decreased viability of human prostate, CP3, LN-CAP, and C42, which are at the prostate cell lines, irrespective of their androgen responsiveness or P53 status. So you can see the structure of a plumbazine, and here we can see that the 10 to 15 micromole concentration is the optimum concentration where the percentage of apoptosis highest. Plumbazine inhibited constitutive expression of multiple molecular targets, including protein kinase, phosphatidyl inositol 3 kinase, AKT, and activation of transcription factors, activated protein 1, nuclear factor, which are responsible for the formation of malignant cells. So the present studies is focused on the to improve or the production of the vegetative growth of that plant. So 6 growth hormones were taken, IA, NA, G3, benzyl aminopurine, and cyclosil were employed. The growth regulator applications at different growth periods, that is 1 month, 2 month, and 6 month old plants were taken during the experiment. Here we can see that the NA show the maximum growth of show the maximum number of branches per plant of 1 month old plant, and the same things are obtained that the in 1 month old plant, that the rooting the CCC promoted the maximum rooting and BAP showed the minimum rooting. The reason might be that CCC is anti-gibberellin compound, and when applied, it counteracted the effect of endogenous gibberellin, which possibly retarded the apical growth and promoted underground length of the plant. I'm skipping slides, ma'am, because time is very less.
It's okay, continue.
In 6-month-old plants, IA showed the highest number of branches per plant, which was very close to GA3, and BAP showed the minimum number of branches per plant. BAP inhibited or had little effect on vegetative growth of the plant. This might be due to that BAP is already present endogenously in plant, and further application of BAP exogenously increased BAP to inhibitory level. So, the 1 month, 2 month, and 6 month old plant showed more or less same result, but at various concentration of growth hormones. The effect may be direct or mediated through enhancement of auxin level and regulation of ethylene action. One important feature of regulatory system of growth regulators is that during the development of many tissues and organs of the plant, the content of physiologically active, that's free form of these growth regulators, changes. Probably an interaction between endogenous and exogenous level of growth regulators might also play an important role in growth of the plant. Thank you, ma'am.
Thank you so much, Dr. Santosh Sharma. You wonderfully presented the topic. And now I'm inviting Richa Datta, student, Dunga College, Bikaner. Richa Datta. Richa Datta. Is she there? I think she's not there. So next in the line is Mrs. Sumitra Devi Sahu, Assistant Professor, Government College, Bundi, Rajasthan. Mrs. Sumitra Devi Sahu. She's also not there. Now I'm calling Ritu Yadav, Rajrishi
Yes,
College,
ma'am.
Alwar, Rajasthan, India.
Yes, ma'am. Am I audible, ma'am?
Okay, Ritu is also absent. And next is Dr. Munish Meena, Assistant Professor, SCRS Government College, Savai Madhopur. Dr. Munish Meena.
Right.
ये राहुल यादव को करना है सर अनम्यूट.
Hello, ma'am.
म्यूट है क्या ये? रितु यादव.
Ma'am, Ritu Yadav.
Mute.
Ma'am, am I audible,
Is
ma'am?
Ritu Yadav present?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. So welcome
Okay,
and
ma'am.
start your presentation.
Yes, ma'am.
Your name is different, so we couldn't
Hi,
identify.
ma'am.
Okay, so please go ahead and start.
Okay, ma'am. Just 1 second. Ma'am, is it visible?
Yeah, we can see your slide. Start. Yes, yes. Perfect.
Okay, ma'am. Ma'am, my topic is an inventory model for deteriorating items with fractionally dependent demand date with lead time and shortages. Sorry, I'm Ritu Yadav, pursuing my PhD under Dr. Anil Kumar Sharma from RRBME University, Alwar. So my topic is inventory model for deteriorating items with the fractionally dependent demand rate with lead time and shortages. Abstract. In this paper, a deterministic inventory model is developed for deteriorating items with single warehouse storage facility. The main objective of the study is to focus on products like vegetable, pharmaceutical, garments, which loses their economic value with a passage of time. The demand rate is assumed as fractionally dependent on time. So my topic is on perishable item, and here I consider perishable items which has a small term of life. Here I considered shortages which are completely backlogged. Now, I'll give you some brief introduction about my topic. My topic is inventory model. So inventories जो भी होती है हम small time की हम एक बिजनेस फॉर्म में इन्वेंट्रीज हम डेवलप करते हैं कि हमारा जो भी बिजनेस है वो स्मूथली रन कर सके, सफिशिएंटली हम कस्टमर की डिमांड को पूरा कर सके, इसके लिए हम इन्वेंट्री मैनेजमेंट यूज करते हैं. सो मेरा the main motto of studying inventory models is to apply minimum cost for getting maximum profit. Reviews of authors. Some authors, different of authors are worked on different inventory models by taking different demands with deterioration rate, with shortages, without shortages. There are some reviews, man. Notation and assumption. Here I take demand rate. Demand rate is the most important function in our inventory. Demand rate I take here fractionally function of time. And second deterioration rate, I take alpha theta t is equals to alpha beta t to the power beta minus 1. Here are some notations and assumption. Now, mathematical formulation of model. Demand rate is assumed to be a fractional function of time in this model, and inventory deficits due to deterioration and demand in every cycle. So here are the equation which where alpha beta t to the power beta minus 1 is our deterioration rate equals to k, here our production rate, minus alpha a plus beta t to the power m by n is our demand rate. First equation is in our first time interval, and second equation is our second time interval. Their deterioration rate is 0. Next, here are the solution of the differential equation. First, I solve using the differential equation method. Second, first order linear differential equation method. Next, The next, second differential equation method, and here I use the boundary conditions. Next, here most important factor is I take order of the order which how much we should order to get maximum profit. So Q is the order quantity which we should order. Now the deterioration rate I calculated here. And now the following cost of the model is we considered here 5 different costs. First, ordering cost, second, deterioration cost, third, holding cost, purchasing cost, and shortages. Now the total cost is the addition of all the cost and the maximum or maxima and minima condition are applying here. Delta TC is here is our total cost. So here we differentiate it with respect to T1 and equals to 0 and find the minimum value of the total cost. Sensitivity analysis has been done here. These are the values and these are tables which I calculated with the help of MATLAB software. These are tables, calculation results, conclusion. In this model, I developed an inventory model for increment and decrement of the profit with respect to with respect to time factor, with respect to shortages, and with respect to total cost. So these are the references, and thank you, ma'am.
Thank you so much, Ritu Yadav. You wonderfully presented your topic. And next is Dr. Sama Jain, Professor and HOD, Purnima Institute of Engineering and Technology, Jaipur, Rajasthan. Dr. Sama Jain. Dr. Sama Jain. I think she's not there. So next now I'm inviting Anita Kumari Dhinwa, Research Scholar, University of Rajasthan, Jaipur. Anita Kumari Dhinwa. She's also not present. So now I'm calling Vishnu Kumar Swarnakar, Government PG College, Karauli. Vishnu Kumar Swarnakar. Okay, so next is Dr. Anviti Gupta, a resident doctor, Mahatma Gandhi Medical College and Hospital, Jaipur, Rajasthan.
Hello,
Dr.
good evening,
Dr.
ma'am.
Anviti Gupta.
Hello, good evening, ma'am. Am I audible?
Yeah, hello. Good afternoon, Anviti. Welcome.
I'll just be sharing my presentation. Just a second. Ma'am, is it visible?
No,
Oh,
you are not visible.
just a second. I'm sorry for the delay. Ma'am, is it now visible?
No, still not.
Dr.
Please try
Anviti,
again.
your slides are not visible.
Okay. Ma'am, is it visible now?
Yes.
And I just want to make sure if the slides are being changing. Can you see the slides?
Yes, continue now. We can see your slides.
Okay. Thank you. So we all are aware that we all have quite lived through the effects of pandemic in the last 2 years. And the cost of pandemic in terms of loss of human life was painful. But its effects on economy, sustainable development, climatic change prospects are also worrying. So this is what I am going to introduce you today, the impact of COVID-19 pandemic on sustainable development and climatic changes. So you can see the next slide. I'm sorry for this interruption, but the slides were not being changed in the previous presentations. Hello?
Hello.
So you can, hello, you can see the different slides.
We can see your slides. Continue.
Okay. Introduction. So March 11, 2021 marked 2 years since COVID-19 was declared a pandemic by World Health Organization. COVID-19 impacted societies, livelihood of communities, and the well-being of families, redefining the overall everyday life of people all around the world. So the world has committed to implementing 2030 Agenda for Sustainable Development with 17 Sustainable Development Goals. The unusual situation that has been created by COVID-19 in early 2020 is influencing this commitment and changing the trajectory of development. So the first goal, that is zero poverty, it has increased for the first time in decades. The World Bank estimates that the crisis will push around 11 million people into poverty today. Second, the zero hunger. Containment strategy of the virus affected food production, distribution, and availability. The good health. Achieving good health will mean strengthening the capacity of countries for early warning, risk reduction, and management of national and global health risk. And the fourth one, that is quality education. 1.25 billion students were affected, but the advantage of digital technologies have still compensated in some areas. Gender equality. Countries with women at the helm of government managed the COVID crisis better. But crucially, in many parts of India, the pandemic and its effects are exacerbated by the crisis in achieving targets like clean water and sanitation, decent work as many people have lost their jobs, pervasive inequalities, and sustainable cities. Indicator of climatic change. So as a result of lockdown around the world in control of COVID-19, there was a huge decrease in transportation that resulted in drop of carbon emission by 17%. Nonetheless, carbon dioxide release reached highest. This is because carbon dioxide emitted can result in atmosphere for hundreds of years. COVID-19 has vastly increased the use of plastics by gloves, masks, personal protective equipments, plastic packing by e-commerce. But looking at the silver lining, there is enormous decrease in the greenhouse gas emission, which is attributable to aviation, since there has been decrease in the international air travels. So it has been predicted that the consequence of climatic change can result in massive wildfires, droughts, hurricanes, and floods. So in the time frame of sustainable development goals, implementation entered the decade of action until 2030, but sustainable development goals are far from being on track. So in this light of pandemic, the decade of action should be relaunched as a decade of recovery and action, using the sustainable development goal as a global framework. Thank you.
So thank you so much, Dr. Anviti. It was a wonderful presentation. Now I'm calling upon Mrs. Sumitra Devi Sahu, Assistant Professor, Government College, Bundi. Mrs. Sumitra Devi Sahu. Mrs. Sumitra Devi Sahu, are you there? Sumitra Devi Sahu, please come forward to present. You requested
Yes, ma'am.
just now that you want to present paper. Yes, please, welcome.
Yes, ma'am. Just a minute. Good evening, all of you. This is Sumitra Sahu here, and I'm from Government College, Bundi. Am I audible, ma'am?
Yes.
Hello.
Yes,
Am I
you're
audible, ma'am?
Yes, you are audible.
My slide is okay, ma'am. My
We can see your
research topic
slides.
is sustainable development. Okay, you can see or not, ma'am?
We can see them.
Hello, ma'am. Okay. Topic is sustainable development goals in India, achievements and challenges. Okay, as we all know what is the sustainable development, so we can move forward. What is the sustainable development goals? In 2015, the UN General Assembly adopted the 2030 Agenda for Sustainable Development. 193 nations, including India, are committed to the 17 Sustainable Development Goals. And in India, the SDGs, which came into effect on 1st January 2016, is an improvement on the Millennium Development Goals. And these are the 17 Sustainable Development Goals. As we see, no poverty, zero hunger, good health, and etc. etc. These are the 17 Sustainable Development Goals. And my topic, as my topic is, what are the broad challenges to achieve all these Sustainable Development Goals in India? So first of all, the biggest challenge is what to prioritize. Because there is a dilemma between a reduction of CO2 emissions and sustainable development too. India plans to set up smart cities, construction of roads, railways, and other large infrastructure projects. Under Make in India, it lays emphasis on manufacturing sector, which will help create jobs. But all these actions put together will increase India's cumulative as well as per capita CO2 emissions rate, which will potentially weaken India's global position on responses to climate change. Second one is defining indicators. Hello? Hello? Am I audible, ma'am?
Yes, ma'am.
Audible. Continue.
Okay. Okay, ma'am. Sorry. Okay. What happened? Just a minute, ma'am. Some technical error.
It's okay. It's okay. Take your time. It's okay.
Okay. Okay, ma'am.
Continue.
Second one is defining indicators. One of the major challenges for India is setting suitable and relevant indicators to effectively monitor the progress of SDGs and to measure outcomes. And this was seen in the case of MDGs too. Quality education has not successfully been defined and all these things. And the third one is financing SDGs. It is the biggest challenge too. A new study estimates that implementing SDGs in India by 2030 would cost around US dollar 14.4 billion. However, India has only 5% of the required funding to implement SDGs. So we can see the funding gap in this slide too. There is a $2.5 trillion. It is a funding gap in developing countries to achieve the sustainable development goals. Third one is monitoring and ownership. Niti Aayog is expected to play the lead role in the tracking the progress of SDGs in India. Its measure have expressed reservation on being able to take on the MAMA task. Moreover, if states are expected to play a pivotal role, it will require ownership not just nationally, but also at the state and local level too. Fourth one is measuring progress due to the data deprivation. This is also the biggest challenge in India to how to measure the achievements of SDGs. So there is a question of how is measured the progress or achievement of SDGs by the Indian government. It has admitted that the non-availability of data, periodically issues, and incomplete coverages of administrative data have made accurate measuring progress of even MDGs virtually impossible. And there are some suggestions to overcome these challenges. There is Ibrahim Index of African governance. So we can take as a base of this index, and we can develop the Indian index like this which will help to measure the SDGs achievements in India. And the second one, for the finance for SDGs, we can help the biggest institutions like IIT and IIM, because these institutions have well developed infrastructure for research. These resources can be pooled and effectively utilized in designing, developing, and measuring indicators meant for sustainable development. And there is another suggestion that we well know about it, the carbon trading system. It can be introduced effectively. The countries of the world where firms were permitted to emit carbon within the prescribed limit. In the carbon trading system, we can limit the carbon emissions, and was assigned carbon credits for this purpose. If any firms want to exceed the limit, it can buy the unused credit from another firms. This will help to reduce the CO2 emissions, because there is a limit, and a penalty we can introduce on the firms sorry. Okay. There is some major achievements we can see. Okay, what India can achieve in SDGs. Hello. Hello. Excuse me, ma'am.
Yes, just give us a minute. Yeah, please continue.
Okay, ma'am. I'm just discussing about the major achievements regarding SDGs in India. So, as we seen, Niti Aayog is playing a lead role. Niti Aayog has been released SDG Index, India Index, with the task of coordinating the SDGs. The third edition of the SDG India Index was released by Niti Aayog in 2021, and it has been developed in collaboration with the United Nations in India, tracks progress of all states and UTs on 115 indicators that are aligned to MOSFET's National Indicators Framework. We can see in this slide baseline report 2018, 2019, and 2020-21. From covering 13 goals with 62 indicators in the first edition in 2018, the third edition covers 16 goals on 115 quantitative indicators with a qualitative assessment on goal 17, thereby reflecting our continuous effort towards refining these important tools. We can see, and in this slide, we can see the goal-wise India result 2019-20 and 2021. The country's overall SDG score improved by 6 points from 60 in 2019 to 66 in 2020-21. This positive stride towards achieving the target is largely driven by country-wide performance in Goal 6, which is clean water and sanitation, and Goal 7, which is affordable and clean energy. where the composite goal scores are 83 and 92 separate, respectively. And these are the top 5 and bottom 5 states in SDG India Index 2020-21, which is Kerala, Himachal Pradesh, Andhra Pradesh, Sikkim, and Maharashtra. These are the top 5 states, and top bottom states are Chhattisgarh, Andhra Pradesh, Arunachal Pradesh, Assam, Jharkhand, and Bihar. And this slide shows the goal-wise top states and UTs, and we can see here no poverty. In no poverty, Tamil Nadu is ranked 1, and in zero hunger, Kerala, Chandigarh, and all these things we can see here. Mizoram, Haryana, and Uttarakhand are the top gainers in 2020-21 in terms of improvement in scores from 2019. With an increase of 12, 10, and 8 points respectively. We can see Mizoram, Haryana, and Uttarakhand. The top fast-moving states, these are. And as we divided all the SDG India Index in 4 parts: aspirant states, performer states, and front runner and achiever. We can see here which states come and which groups. In 2019, 10 states and UTs belong to the category of front runners, score in the rank 65 and 99, including both, and 12 more states and UTs find themselves in this category in 2020-21. Uttarakhand, Gujarat, Maharashtra, Mizoram, Punjab, Haryana, Tripura, Delhi, Lakshadweep, Andaman and Nicobar Island, Jammu and Kashmir, and Ladakh graduated to the category of front runners, scores between 65 and 99. And these are the measures taken by Indian government for implementing SDGs, such as ratifying Paris Agreement, in which Paris Agreement, and second one is the Clean Development Mechanism project in India. Third one is state action plans on climate change, and fourth one coal sales in the National Clean Energy Fund, National Adaptation Fund for Climate Change, and some various measures also announced in Budget 2020-21, such as sovereign green bonds, battery swapping policy for electric vehicles, and special mobility zones will be developed for electric vehicles, and aspirational 112 aspirational districts reach out for the development in the these are the most backward districts. They're known as aspirational districts, and for the development, India is taking efforts. And these are now is the conclusion is that sustainable development is a historic opportunity for the world communities to deliver inclusive growth, eliminate poverty, and reduce the risk of climate change by changing perspective and approaches to economic development. For the sustainable development of India, it is necessary to achieve all the 17 sustainable development goals. All the sustainable development goals are integrated and interconnected. Action in one area will have at least some impact on others. Therefore, it is an enormous task to achieve all 17 sustainable development goals up to 2030. Simultaneous achievement of these goals requires the effective involvement of every sector. As Ruchi ma'am also told, each and every sector and each society should be contribute in this achievement. And India has the second largest population in the world. For the achievement of sustainable development goals, steps taken by India matter a lot to the world. If India succeed in attaining the sustainable development goals, it would mean a larger section of the world has achieved it. Therefore, it is imperative for India to develop effective methods for implementing, monitoring, measuring the progress of sustainable development goals. The major challenges, as we seen for India, seem to be the defining suitable indicators, data deprivation, financing SDGs, and to identify suitable method to measure the progress. To overcome these challenges, an Indian Index for Sustainable Development Goals can be developed by taking the Ibrahim Index as a base, and it also requires major participation of public along with the government in making efforts to achieve sustainable development. Thank you so much. Thank you so much.
organics team for giving me this such opportunity. Thank you so much.
Thank you so much. So now I
Okay,
invite
thank you.
Trovina Yadav, Assistant Professor, Government Girls College, Behrod, Alwar. Trovina Yadav. Trovina Yadav, are you there? Please stop sharing screen, Sumitra.
Yes, ma'am.
Please stop. Okay, so I think she's not there. Next, I'm calling Ankita Sargandla, Baba
Yes,
Sahib
ma'am.
Bhimrao Ambedkar University, Lucknow, Uttar Pradesh.
Yes, ma'am.
Ankita.
Yes, ma'am.
Okay, so welcome, Ankita.
Good evening,
Please
ma'am.
start your presentation.
Yes, ma'am. 1 minute. Am I visible and audible, ma'am?
Yes, you're audible, but your presentations I can't see right now.
1 minute, ma'am. Now, ma'am?
Yes. Continue. Please continue.
Good evening, everyone. I'm Ankita Sargandla, a student of Department of Zoology, Baba Sahib Bhimrao Ambedkar University. I thank you, ma'am, for giving me this opportunity to present on the topic deforestation and climatic change and preservation of forest in India. The trees are cut and the forests are cleared because of various factors which have a large bearing on the environment. Some of the following factors I'm going to discuss. The first one, agriculture. Conversion of forest land into cultivable land for farming is one of the major reasons for deforestation. And slash and burn practice in the agriculture community, which is practiced mostly in Northeast India and some other tribals, also cause deforestation. The Sweden agriculture or the slash and burn agriculture accounts for the loss of around 50 acres of land every hour worldwide. One of the major issues with it is that when the fire is lit, it may spread to unintended areas which may destroy a larger forest cover which was not intended to be harmed. Secondly, the smoke which emanates from the fire hangs over the forest and suppresses rainfall, making it difficult to extinguish the fire, which continues to burn and spread. The soil only stays nutrient rich for 2 years. After that, the nutrients from the burned biomass are used up. Peasants, after this, abandon the land and move on to the next section of rainforest, the abandoned land which is then often used for cattle rearing. Besides, the practice also affects a large portion of the diversity in the area where many animal habitats lose their homes and are forced to move down. Here are visuals. Logging. Logging is also a major concern and cause of deforestation as trees are cut down to use for paper products. It is of various types and the most harmful one is called clear cutting.
Yeah.
1 minute now. Is it moving, ma'am, now?
Yes, please continue.
Is it moving now?
Yes.
Yes. Logging, I was talking about logging. After logging, the monoplanting is also practiced, which is not much beneficial as only one species of a tree or plant is planted, which may remediate the complete loss of trees, but it does not remediate much as biodiversity. It does not support biodiversity, and
and the animals, etc. One estimate says that 25% of the world's total greenhouse gas production comes from deforestation alone. Forests around the world store more than double amount of carbon dioxide, and when we cut the trees in the forest, all of it is released into the atmosphere, which raises the temperature and aids in global for thing. Secondly, when animals are used for deforestation, it also encourages the abuse of animals such as an elephant or a donkey or horse, etc. Loss of biodiversity. 70% of the world's plant and animals live in forests and are losing their habitats due to deforestation. The local species can never be recovered once they lose their habitat, and we are all in a danger of losing endemic species in the process. Soil erosion. When we cut trees, the roots of the soil in the soil they become loosened from the ground, and this loosened soil can be washed away by rain or blown away by the wind. It becomes an issue for peasants who want to cultivate in the deforested land. Scientists estimate that a third of the world's arable land has been lost due to deforestation since 1960. The loss of trees is the primary cause of soil erosion due to deforestation, and the land is practice in many cases exhibits the soil erosion issue. Impact on climate. One estimate puts that the total amount of biomass burned by humans make up a whopping 90% of the total number. As fires produce carbon dioxide and other gases, it influences the Earth's atmosphere and climate. Vegetation also acts as a sink, a natural storage for carbon dioxide and other gases, which, when we burn forests or cut trees, are released into the atmosphere in a matter of hours. Burning organic material on a large scale as a practice also emits greenhouse gases, which affects global climate. Cattle rearing. Cattle ranching is a massive impact on forests around the world. Many peasants use deforested land areas to raise their cattle. Of late, many fast food companies are deforesting for their business. Housing. Housing is also one of the causes of deforestation as well as overpopulation and urban development. Architects and environmentalists have suggested various designs for compact cities, also called as tiny cities or sustainable cities, are case in point. As urban extension move into forested areas, it greatly contributes to climate change while also threatening the natural environment and biodiversity. When trees are cut, it eliminates or decreases the amount of transpiration. This in turn results in decrease of rainfall in that area, leading to droughts in that area. A very recent example of droughts is London and other places in England being declared as drought. Trees and plants are an integral part of the hydrological cycle. The loss of plant and tree life greatly influences the local weather patterns. Lots of environment movements emerged in India against deforestation. A major movement we all studied about in our schools, the Chipko movement or the Chipko activists, which was a large group of female peasant workers.
Ankita, shall I
Yes,
request
ma'am.
you to please sum up early? Please, can you conclude?
Yes, ma'am. Just one slide.
Okay, the time is over. That's why I'm requesting you to please conclude.
Yeah. In conclusion, the forest cover was found to be increased by 1% for the year 2017, which is 21.54% of the total geographical area compared to that of the forest cover status in 2015. This positive change in the forest cover is mainly attributed to the conversion and management practices that include afforestation and expansion of trees outside the forest, etc. India has procured 8th position among the top 10 countries reporting the greatest annual forest gain. However, other regions have experienced deforestation, such as for the reasons of shifting cultivation, rotational felling, and other reasons. There is a necessity in the present time to conserve the forest to sustain the vital ecosystem and the major carbon sink, to combat the effects of global climate change and ultimately maintain the environment balance. We should really stop with the talks and get on the ground and help our environment heal itself. Thank you. These are my references. Thank you, everyone.
So thank you so much, Ankita. That was wonderful.
Thank you.
And now I'm inviting Poonam Jaiswal, Associate Professor, JDB Government Girls College, Kota. Welcome, Poonam Jaiswal. Please start with your presentation.
Okay, ma'am, thank you so much. I'm presenting. I'm sharing my screen.
Hello?
Yes, ma'am, I'm sharing.
Yeah, please start.
Yes, ma'am. Okay, ma'am, my slide is visible.
Yes.
Ma'am, my screen is visible or not?
Yes, your slides are visible. Please
Okay, ma'am,
start your
I'm presenting.
presentation.
Okay, ma'am, just a second. I'm making it full screen. Okay, ma'am, is it visible? Hello?
Yeah, please continue.
Yes,
Please
ma'am.
continue.
Okay. Okay, my topic is vegetational approach to the restoration of mining wastelands. And my topic is very specific to the study site in Ramganj Mandi area in Kota. And first of all, I'm trying to tell you why ecological restoration is necessary. Because it can help reverse biodiversity losses as well as promoting recovery of ecosystem services. Because mining operations tend to make a notable impact on environment, mostly negative impacts on landscape, biological communities of the earth. Mining damages 20 times the lease area, including forest land, pasture land, and agricultural fields, by the way of overburden deposits and drainage. This is the view of limestone quarry in Ramganj Mandi area, Kota. First is the survey about the study area. Kota is known for Kota stone. Everybody knows in Rajasthan. Kota district is the second largest producer of building stone and contribute 90% of India's total Kota stone production. It's the flaggy limestone, and the deposits are estimated production of 1.62 million tons in 1999 and 2000. Out of total geographical area of Tehsil Ramganj Mandi, 3.6% area is covered under mines, but the overburdens and left out deposits are more than 3.6% area in the Tehsil Ramganj Mandi. Total of 63 mining leases are working in Ramganj Mandi area, and it covers 2,866 hectares of land. What is the methodology? We are recommending vegetational approach for restoration. For that, we adopted for phytosociological studies of natural vegetation was conducted and analyzed as a starting point in the strategy aimed at selecting suitable plant species for planned restoration of abundant mine spoils and degraded lands, wastelands mainly. Second, characterization of mining waste dumps was also done to identify the fertility status of the soil and to identify the factors that may cause hindrance to the establishment of the plant species. And third is post-mining alternative land use objectives were also identified. Observation and results for site survey. 22.13 square kilometer land area is under mining waste, and it ranked third in total area under mining wastelands. It generates about 138 lakh meter cube of waste material every year. Presently, 35% of waste material is filled back in the mine outfits, leaving behind 90 lakh meter cube waste dumps in prime agricultural lands. And that requires 40 to 50 hectares fresh land, mostly agricultural land, for waste dumping per year. Presently, it is estimated that 1,800 lakh meter cube waste material is dumped in adjacent agricultural land that are very productive land. That covers about 900 to 1,000 hectare area. And overburden, mining overburden material जो होता है, that account for 80% of total solid waste in the area. And every year, 2.5 to 3 lakh metric tons of stone polish is discharged on the site nearby land or water bodies, which affects about 5 to 10 hectares land every year. This is the site map. You can see the vegetation on the stone dumps and rocky surface. Second, physical features of mining wasteland. This is the features. Main characteristic of the physical characteristic that is excessive stoniness of the substratum, that is soil का जो clay material है, that is very less in the study area. Chemical features of wastelands. You can see the micronutrients are very reduced. Iron, copper, and manganese is reduced. Only zinc is increased, and other EC and pH and organic carbon that are very much reduced in the stony overburden materials. Next and most important is vegetational characteristic of the mining waste dumps. Which type of vegetation is flourishing on the waste dumps? You can see on natural vegetation, 50 families that covers 143 genera and 171 species are on natural vegetation, non-mining areas, and only 20 families with 40 genera and 42 species are on abundant waste dumps. In protected vegetation stands, that is natural vegetation, family Fabaceae that tops the list with highest number of species, 29 species, and that account for 16.95% of the total species. Whereas in the mining waste dumps, family Poaceae has highest species richness, 7 species, and that accounts for 16.66% of total species. This is the family wise, which families flourishes most, that on waste dump and natural vegetation in both sides, family Fabaceae tops the list in family importance index. Fabaceae has 18 species richness on natural vegetation and 3 on waste dumps, and you can see 3.422 is family importance value, and on waste dumps 103.197 is family importance. So that is a preliminary survey, and you can see the dominance of shrubby vegetation on the mining waste dumps. I cannot show you the list of plants that we visited, that we collected from the site. This is just an idea of the vegetation. In picture A, you can see the natural vegetation, and picture B, you can see the vegetation on the stone dumps and overburdens. Hydrological characters. Interestingly, physico-chemical characteristic of the water doesn't show any major impact on water quality.
Yeah, Poonam, I request you to please
compared with the water
conclude.
quality from non-mining area.
Time is short, so please conclude.
Okay, ma'am. On the basis of this survey, we can. Okay, ma'am. On the basis of this survey, we can suggest some restoration planning. First is management of mining waste. You can reuse and recycle. For that, CBRI, Roorkee and Civil Engineering Department, Engineering College Kota, and some Italian company, they are all working on this aspect. Second is identification of post-closure land use objective. It's commercial forest land, managed forest, energy fuel plantation. These are suggested, and these plants are suggested on the basis of their adaptability on the waste dumps. But all these have same basic problem: survival of the plants under stress condition. Because the waste dumps materials, overburdens, they are very stressed. The climate, microclimate is very stressed. They are water scarce. And alternative use of abundant pits, you can use water pits, shallow pits for algal biomass production and water harvesting. There are physical amendments, rescaling, resloping, bunding, terracing, mulching, segregation of stones, large pieces of stones. Then amendments, revegetation, for revegetation. The purpose for which this study was conducted is the floristic analysis. For that, we can choose on the results of the experiment, we can select the plants which are well adapted to the stress condition on the waste dumps, and we can select it for revegetation. Besides this, broadcasting of seed, direct seeding of native plants, and survival, for best survival, shrubby species can be selected for the plantation. For that, revegetation strategy, planting techniques, these are also most important. And last, maintenance, evaluation, and success criteria and monitoring is also very important. You can see in the picture, this is a dump, bund for collection of water, and on the slopey area, we can plant the plantation. Thank you so much.
Thank you so much, Poonam Jaiswal.
Thank you, ma'am.
And now, next I'm inviting Monisha Meena, Assistant Professor, SCRS Government PG College, Savai Madhopur. Monisha Meena. I think she's not there. So now, I call upon Dr. Muhammad Shakir, Assistant Professor, SCRS Government College, Savai Madhopur. Dr. Muhammad Shakir.
So next is Dr. Bharti Veerwal, Assistant Professor, Maharana Pratap Government College, Chittorgarh, Rajasthan.
Yes,
Dr.
ma'am. Good evening,
Bharti.
ma'am. Good evening, ma'am.
Yeah, please welcome Dr. Bharti.
Thank you, ma'am.
Please
I'm
start
just
with your
sharing.
presentation.
Yes, ma'am.
We welcome you.
Mhm. Okay. Okay. Ma'am, is it visible?
Yes, your slides are seen. Yes, please start. We can see them.
Yes,
Please
ma'am. Thank you,
continue.
ma'am. Thank you, ma'am. Hello, everyone. Myself, Dr. Bharti Veerwal, and the topic of my presentation is on role of natural products in control of pests. In my title slides, you can see the picture in which I have shown the pest and in which we have used various natural products in forthcoming years, which have helped us to overcome the pests. In introduction, natural products for pest control is not a new concept. As we all know, products from nature have been used to control pests since the early beginning of agriculture to avoid or kill biting arthropods and other pests. And that indiscriminate use of pesticide is today posing a serious threat to human health. The resurgence of pest effect of the pesticides on non-target organisms and the pesticides residues problems are some of the serious constraints in the account of the pesticide use. Traditionally, the control of the pest relies heavily on the extensive and intensive use of chemical insecticides. But widespread use of chemicals is highly stressful on the environment, and as we all are moving towards the sustainable development, there are side effects on the complex tropical ecosystem and may affect a wide spectrum of non-target organisms due to the chemicals. Throughout the years, natural products have played a direct role in controlling weeds, insects, plant pathogens, and nematodes in the field. With their complex and diverse chemistries, natural products have generated new interest in the development of commercial pesticides with novel modes of actions. The US Environmental Protection Agency, EPA, defines biopesticides. Biopesticides are pesticides which are derived from natural materials like animals, plants, microbes, and certain minerals. Here, we can see the graph where chemical and biopesticide consumption in India is shown. We can see कि इंडिया में बहुत ज्यादा केमिकल पेस्टिसाइड्स जो है वो यूज किया जा रहा है एज कंपेरेबल टू द बायो पेस्टिसाइड्स. लेकिन हम ये भी जानते हैं कि बायो केमिकल पेस्टिसाइड्स की वजह से एनवायरनमेंट जो है उसको बहुत ज्यादा नुकसान होता है और जो सॉइल होती है उसको भी बहुत ज्यादा नुकसान होता है. लेकिन बायो पेस्टिसाइड्स जो होते हैं वो नेचुरल होते हैं जिनकी वजह से हमारा एनवायरनमेंट जो होता है वो सेफ रहता है. There are some differences between biopesticides and chemicals. पहला तो बायोपेस्टिसाइड्स जो होते हैं वो फ्रेंडली होते हैं और नॉन टारगेट स्पीसीज को वो टारगेट नहीं करते. जो नॉन टारगेट स्पीसीज होती है वो प्रोटेक्टेड रहती है. लेकिन केमिकल्स जो होते हैं वो हार्मफुल भी होते हैं नॉन टारगेट स्पीसीज को. बायोपेस्टिसाइड जो होंगे वो पॉल्यूशन कॉज नहीं करेंगे जबकि केमिकल्स जो होंगे वो सीरियस पॉल्यूशन कॉज करेंगे. बायोपेस्टिसाइड्स चीपर होते हैं एज कंपेरेबल टू केमिकल्स. फिर बायोपेस्टिसाइड्स की वजह से जो पेस्ट होंगे उनमें रेजिस्टेंस डेवलप नहीं होता है, वेयरएज जो केमिकल्स होते हैं उनकी वजह से पेस्ट इवेंचुअली बिकम रेजिस्टेंट. और बायोपेस्टिसाइड्स का अब क्या है, ग्रोइंग मार्केट है. अब लोग जो है वो एनवायरमेंट फ्रेंडली मटेरियल्स की तरफ जो है वो मूव ऑन कर रहे हैं. यहाँ पर हम देख सकते हैं कि बायोपेस्टिसाइड्स जो होते हैं अलग अलग तरह के बायोपेस्टिसाइड्स जो है वो यूज किए जा रहे हैं एज कंपेरेबल टू द केमिकल पेस्टिसाइड, जैसे कि बिबेरिया हो गया, एजाट्रेकिन हो गया, बेसिलस हो गया और ट्राइकोडर्मा हो गया, एनपीवी हो गया. ये सब जो है बायोपेस्टिसाइड्स जो है वो आजकल हम यूज कर रहे हैं एज कंपेरेबल टू द केमिकल पेस्टिसाइड्स. यहाँ पर भी आप देख सकते हैं डायग्राम में आप देख सकते हैं पेरासाइट्स है और जिन पर बायोलॉजिकल कंट्रोल हो रहा है. फिर अब बेनिफिट्स क्या है नेचुरल पेस्ट कंट्रोल मेथड के. पहला तो ये है कि ये एडवांटेजेस है फॉर द एनवायरमेंटल हेल्थ. यू कैन अचीव लॉन्ग लास्टिंग रिजल्ट्स. जो बायोपेस्टिसाइड्स है या जो नेचुरल प्रोडक्ट्स है उनको आपको लॉन्ग लास्टिंग रिजल्ट रहेंगे. Using natural products or natural pest control treatment may be slow. ये एक slow process हो सकता है, लेकिन treatment will last for long period. Next, prevents causing of diseases. While using the chemical pesticide, there is more possibility for the health risks due to the toxins present in the chemical pesticide. To avoid such risk, go for natural pest control method. तीसरा है low cost. The natural pest control method includes some home remedies and natural products available in home or garden, and it does not cause any damage. Using natural products in control the pest does not cause any damage to your place, crops, or health, or ultimately your environment. Conclusion: biopesticide can help people transition away from chemical pesticides and toward more dependable, sustainable, and environmentally friendly options. Thank you, ma'am.
Thank you so much, Dr. Bharti. And next is Sangeeta Panchal, Assistant Professor, SPC Government College, Ajmer. Sangeeta Panchal. I think she's not there. So next now I call Bhanu Pratap Singh Rajawat, Wildlife Science at University of Kota, Rajasthan. Bhanu Pratap Singh Rajawat. Next is Annu Meena, Assistant Professor, Gauri Devi Government College for Women, Alwar. Annu Meena. I think she's also not there. So next now I call Dhanvati Bishnoi, Associate Professor, Government MS College for Women, Bikaner, Rajasthan. Dhanvati Bishnoi. So that's all. This was the last presentation of today's technical session. I thank you all for being so wonderful, patient, and cooperative. We'll continue with the technical sessions tomorrow as well. So we'll be meeting tomorrow at 10 a.m. again. That's all for today. I, Dr. Sudha Sakwal Shringi, with my team, Dr. Ashwini Kumar Verma, Dr. Shahnawaz Khan, Dr. Ved Prakash Gupta, Dr. Manish Kumar Sharma, Mr. Sheetal Gupta, and Mr. Manoj Meena are signing off from the campus of Rajrishi College, Alwar, Rajasthan, India. I thank you all once again. Bye-bye. See you tomorrow at 10 a.m. Have a nice day. Namaskar.